Pandemic World Online is a MMO game combat where epic mass battles between thousands of players unfold daily. This game is played by a man named Kisaragi Toya. At this point, he competes with rivals of a much lower level, who desperately exclaims, which must be stopped by the monster that appeared before them. It turns out that Kisaragi Toya is an unsurpassed berserker in the whole history of the game, hardened in countless battles. Its level is striking, as much as 700 at the second step. The player manages a hero with bright green eyes, dressed in massive metal armor. It turns out that in the playing world, Kisaragi is part of the kingdom of Henrietta, which is spread on the border with the neighboring kingdom of Lunette. During the fight, when the players try to hit the berserker, he skillfully evades their attacks. The kingdom of Sifanai is also drawn into the war. It sends its mercenaries to the camps of both opponents, and every night between the three states, there is continuous battles for power over the lands. Suddenly, the smoke around Kisaragi is dispelled, and the rivals are surprised to see he easily repelled all their attacks, remaining unbreakable and unharmed. For the berserker, these blows were quite useless. Other players are amazed. Kisaragi repelled their attack with only one bast feather movement and did not even get scratches. They cannot believe their own eyes, because each has a high 400 level. As it turned out, the game can only reach 999 levels, and only a 10% of the players managed to reach at least 500th. Kisaragi is one of the players who reached 700 level. Every day he is constantly growing. He has increasingly declared himself in the world, participating in more and more battles. Many players seem unfair that it has reached such a high level, so they try to get rid of it as soon as possible. However, all their efforts are failed every time. Kisaragi confidently reflects every attack of the enemy, protects his comrades, and strongly paves the way forward, opening the way for further movement. The battle ends with the triumph, and the kingdom to which Kisaragi belongs is victory. Joy and admiration dominate the air. Everyone praises an unforgettable duel. The winners return to their native land, Jareth's, and go to the local tavern to fully enjoy the celebration of the well-deserved victory. In the tavern, the warriors were vividly discussed the latest adventures, and decided to celebrate the victory of a glass of strong drink. They agreed that the enemy was particularly dangerous today, but only through bravery and ingenuity, Kisaragi managed to escape this victory. Thuja Berserk with a huge bastard sword interferes with their conversation. He wants to say something, but embarrassed by praise. Thuja convinces that other warriors are mistaken, because victory was only possible because of the joint efforts of all. Players laugh at Kisugar. Caprobes were his ruthless, scattered Birko's nature. The warriors remember how dangerous and unrestrained it was when they fought with them. While Kisaragi is embarrassing and swallowing the drink, one of the attendees is glad that it is extremely happy to have an ally with a 700 level in her team. It turns out that Kisaragi repeatedly sacrificed sleep to achieve his skill. He made a lot of effort to get such impressive results. I am glad that the comrades do not get tired of admiring him, and the guy himself is not worried about it. Suddenly, players begin to discuss the monster to hunt further. One of them throws the idea of going to the Lolly Cave. Kisaragi, hearing this, replies that he does not object to the hike to the cave, but at first he would like to deal with his things. It turns out that today's award is called Mantle of the Chaklin, but for Berserk it is absolutely a non-tiny. Kisaragi asks other players to wait a little. The guy decides to reconnect. He seamlessly quotes the cursor on the exit button, clicks, leaves online, and then chooses to join, and instantly returns to the game. However, Kisaragi returns to the game no longer in the image of Berserko. Now he appears to everyone as a blonde young man in a black dress, decorated with a fur cloak. In this new form, it looks surprisingly attractive. His mantle is kept on an elegant clasp. One of the warriors is interested in whether the main character created. Kisaragi with a smile replies what he decided to get a new main character, because during this time he gathered a lot of resources and objects for the development and pumping of the character of this race. The young man explains that because of the restriction of Berserker cannot use some materials, so he created a separate account to store them there. He adds that a new profile serves him exclusively a repository for unnecessary things. Seeing a new character, Kisaragi, one of the players exclaims that he is only waste of his youth. The guy with a smile answers, despite his lightness, he made a lot of effort to create a bright and original appearance for the magician. One of the players suggests hunting. Kisaragi replies that as a magician with the first level in this account will not be able to hunt. He asks to wait a little to switch to Berserko's account. Suddenly, A bright white light flashes around the Manga Kisuragi, and many magical circles appear under his feet. Other players reflexively cover their eyes from the unexpected glow, murmuring from dazzling. Kisuragi himself, stunned and confused, exclaims, not understanding what is happening. In the chat, players in front send a bunch of puzzled messages. Kisuragi is confused, does not understand what is happening. It seems to him as if there was a failure or glitch of the system in the game. Suddenly, even brighter light flashes before his eyes, as if the glass cracked just in his face. At the same moment, a sophisticated, unfamiliar, beautiful blonde appeared before that. The guy can't understand who this mysterious girl is. Suddenly, Kisuragi finds himself in the castle where many people are around him. Next to the priest in the monastic lane stands a girl. The hall prevails in a sublime mood. Everyone is pleased with the task of the first attempt. Kisuragi does not understand where he got. The guy is in full confusion. Seeing the girl, he apologizes in confusion and addresses her with a question. In his voice there is a real wonder and sincere misunderstanding. He asks everyone to wait, and then in a confusion asks where the monitor, who was just sitting, disappeared. Those looks around and realizes that this place does not recognize this place. The girl, radiating genuine joy and smiling, suddenly hugs the boy. She enthusiastically calls him a hero and confesses that everyone was looking forward to his arrival. Toya is confused by such unexpected attention and cannot find how to react properly. The girl retreats a few steps back and with a little guilty smile apologizes for not introducing herself. She solemnly announces that he is the first princess of the kingdom of Henrit. Her name, Sharon von Henrit, and she is very pleased to meet Kisuragi. The girl's face clearly shows excitement. For the second time, she apologizes to the hero, confessing that she was fascinated with emotions and hugged him. Not having time to think about his actions, Kisuragi turns away, feeling awkward, and asks not to pay attention to this case. Suddenly, the maiden voice becomes focused and tense. Until Kisuragi has yet to recover from this change, she despair in his voice as a request to help the kingdom. Tueos does not genuinely understand what the power is needed. The girl reflects the real sadness on her face. With bitterness in her voice she confesses. Their kingdom is leading a war with Lunita. She continues, saying that many lives were lost during this battle, and many lands were selected from their people. Suddenly the face of the princess becomes a strict, focused expression. She states that the inhabitants of the monthly kingdom, sparing neither women nor children, and destroyed even the most innocent. Sharon tells Kisuragi that they decided to engage the power of the national relic, a precious pearl of the call to call a hero who will save their kingdom. The words of the princess are stunning Kisugari. He is amazed at me. He is not a character of the novel, so he simply cannot be called. However, the hero decides to discover her highness of another important truth about himself. Kisuragi steps towards Sharon, stating that he is a regular office worker who is 35 years old. The girl looks at him with surprise and notes that in her opinion he looks much younger. Toya is trying to argue with the princess. Meanwhile, a stranger is interested in why she considers him so young. Toya begins to describe his appearance. In particular, he remembers platinum hair. But suddenly in surprise, he realizes that he really has never had platinum hair. The hero tries to understand what happened to him. Stretching his clothes, the young man is surprised that his body now looks incredibly fit and athletic. The knights who stand on guard near the princess cannot tread what this gesture means. They shout to Kisuragi, demanding explanations of his behavior. However, the girl stops the servants and calmly points out that surprised is quite familiar to a person who is in an unfamiliar situation. The princess asks him to revise his status to prove that he is a real hero designed to defend the kingdom. Suddenly, a translucent window will take a translucent window. He fades with surprise and exclaims. Kisuragi pulls his hand to touch the mysterious window, but does not have time. There are numerous inscriptions instantly. First of all, his name, race, gender, age, profession, title, level, abilities, magical skills, and special skills appear on the screen. The guy is genuinely confused, because the list is almost one in the same way he saw in the game. Kisuragi studies the list carefully, but suddenly notices the word hero is nowhere to be mentioned. The princess is genuinely surprised by his observation and is interested in what kind of title the young man has. Kisaragi turns to Sharon and reports that his title is called. His words immediately cause surprised exclamations and surprise in the eyes of all present in the castle. The princess is easy to keep defense without hesitation. She notes that only the highest-level warriors are usually cause to their world. Turning to Kisaragi, she confidently assumes that his strength most likely exceeds the 100th level. Hanging in confusion and regret, Sharon hears from the one. His level is only the first, and to the 100th he is still incredibly far away. The crowd around the hero explodes by indignation. People cannot tread how it happened that the chosen one, designed to defend their kingdom, has the power of the baby. Kisaragi quickly guesses that the audience has engulfed fierce rage. The guy begins to justify, looks around and suggests that he was probably accidentally summoned in the castle. Toy confidently demands that he be returned to his native world. One of the knights explodes fury, insults the guy for all screensavers, and does not understand how he can think of his household chores in such a crucial moment. Sharon intervenes again, reassuring the knight and assuring that there is nothing to worry about. Everything is under control. The girl tells that there is a couple to the Pearl of Calling. It is a Pearl of the Call. Thanks to her, the inhabitants of the castle will be able to easily bring Kisaragi to his native world. Sharon reports that, although she can return him home, she will first have to perform the call ritual again. This revelation is stunned not only by Kisaragi, but also by all who are in the castle. The girl, the priest and the guy go to one of the numerous balconies of the castle. Princess, with a bitter smile, notes that the ceremony occurs only every few years, and only when the sky is full of moon. Admiring the moonlight, Sharon confesses that with her current level of magical power to her only one spell. Kisaragi asks whether it is possible to perform a call the next day, if it is convenient for the princess. The girl looks at the distance and with a sad smile thanks him for his understanding. In her look, it is easy to notice the depression of the events that have happened. The priest, along with another church dignitary, stand near the princess. She throws an indifferent look at Kisaragi, turns away and pronounces cold. If the attempt has failed again, you should go back to the pearl artifact for the call. One of the knights sharply pushes the boy outside the magical circle and orders him to flee immediately. At the same moment, the priest puts the pearl in the very center of the circle. Another maid lifts a princess bottle with an elixir capable of recovering her magical forces. The princess accepts the potion and announces that the ritual will soon begin again. Sharon makes a sip of the drink, and in the meantime, the priest's look is delayed on it, and he nods her head. The princess drunk the elixir and extends an empty vessel to the priest. Suddenly, a bright shimmering light flashes around the girl again. Sharon's face changes involuntarily when she touches the pearl of the call. She lifts her gaze, watching the glowing around her. Everyone who is in the castle dreams of their eyes, covering their palms from a dazzling glow. Everyone agree that this time light shimmer much brighter than when calling Kisaragi. Thuja also watches with surprise this unusual sight. Suddenly, without any warning, the comrade pearl splits in half, and the carbonated sign is divided into two mirror parts. Bright white light rapidly pours the entire lock. Everyone gets away with surprise. Kisaragi notices that a stranger appeared in their circle. He looks carefully at the figure that stands in the middle of the hall. A man who suddenly found himself in the castle asks what happened. He shakes his hand in the armor, as if trying to felt the invisible threat around. The man was a young man with light hair, clear eyes, and glittering metal armor. According to him, he fought with a monster, and suddenly found himself in this castle. The energetic princess rushes to him, almost without knocking down, and immediately asks to open as soon as possible what his title is. The stranger is a little confused and frightened by her unexpected perseverance. Everyone is watching hard expectations, as the guy opens the information window to view his status. His face reflects genuine surprise, but he still reads written. It turns out that the young man has the titles of the Holy Knight and Hero. The crowd explodes with captured exclamations. The princess, covered by boundless joy and enthusiasm, is barely restraining not to rush to the boy into the arms. From all corners of the hall are joyful voices. From now on, their kingdom is saved. The girl, without hesitation, hugs the boy. Her cheeks are burning with a blush, and he is also embarrassed. She confesses that she dreamed of such a hero as he. All her life will not let him go. The princess is distracted by one of the maids and urgently asks to go to the king. He is already waiting for the hero. Kisaragi watches this stage with sadness. One of the high-ranking dignitaries in the castle orders immediately to prepare everything necessary for the heroes. Another official instructs to immediately announce the Congress of the arrival of the heroes. Kisaragi is in vain tries to attract attention. He is simply ignored. Toya considers its indicators and skills simply extraordinary from his point of view. And he also has a special ability with great prospects. However, the guy still tries to attract someone, and everyone around the newly arrived hero. Kisaragi, deeply upset and disappointed that everyone has forgotten about him and did not notice his return, departs from the princess and hero. Suddenly, when it is slowly moving away from the hall, a female voice suddenly breaks him out of thought. He rotates, looking for his eyes, who called him. On his cheeks, a barely noticeable blush is a sum and despair. The girl who called him was a maid at the castle. She advised Kisaragi to rest before the re-call ceremony, as this procedure takes a lot of strength. The young man agreed with her. Her words really made sense. The girl accompanies that through the confused corridors and the endless stairs of the great castle, eventually bringing it to the right room. The guy cannot but note the luxury that the interiors of this grand house are imbued. The maid carefully leads it down the stairs. Suddenly the maid takes him to the underground room, drives one of the rooms and closes the door tightly. This turns out a small room, which has a window, tightened with metal lattice. Kisaragi is indignant with this attitude. Looking at Kisaragi, who is locked in the castle dungeon, the maid sees his indignation. With anger in his voice he exclaims that the room where he was planted was not intended for guests. Kisaragi, locked up behind the lattice doors, watches her. In a calm voice, she reports that she had left him dinner in the room. Kisaragi slowly approaches the table where there is a plate covered with a metal blanket. Under the metal bowl, a plate of soup is hidden on the tray, the appearance of which leaves much to be desired. Kisaragi immediately doubts whether it can be eaten at all. Near, a slice of white bread and a spoon designed for this dubious dish. The boy's face skewers from indignation and confusion. He cannot believe his own eyes, refuses to take such injustice. He is first called into a foreign world and then thrown into the dungeon. The guy stops arguing with the maid, realizing that it is a futile business. Suddenly, he notices a mirror on the wall of his camera. Toya approaches him to look carefully at his new face. Finally, Toya looks in the mirror, and a young man is 16. He does not believe his eyes. Kisaragi touches his face, surprised by his fingers on the skin. Not believing his eyes and looking thoughtfully in the mirror, Kisaragi concludes. The reflection belongs, probably, so the magician whom the guy once invented in his real world. In a few minutes, Toya finally departs from the mirror. Having passed a few steps to the bed, he falls exhausted on him, not drowsing, as he found himself in this strange place. The question in the head is spinning. Why is he here? Toya shoots boots and sinks on the bed when his stomach suddenly reminds himself. The young man realizes that he feels so hungry that he is not able to fall asleep. The hero drops his mantle and sighs thoughtfully. How wonderful it would be. At least something delicious now is at hand. He reads disappointment and dissatisfaction on his face. The young man breaks out of bed rapidly, puts his left hand forward, and is determined to try to open the storage facility. In his view, determination burns, and in the depths of the eye is the hope of success. From the first second, Kisaragi fails that he is upset, but instead of despair, he finds the strength to laugh at his own failure. It exhales loudly, trying to gather with thoughts. Suddenly, a huge list of Kisaragi's spirals appears in front of the guy's outstretched hand. This list includes many different items and materials. The young man reads the names of each of them carefully. Suddenly, Toya realizes that he accidentally threw into the repository of the magician of things that he never used, being a berserko. Holding his hand on the screen, he views all the materials that he managed to save on a new account. Suddenly, Kisaragi notices someone's presence behind his back. A stranger turns to him right now. The young man quickly closes the pantry with the tools and rotates, full of anxiety to see who came. This man is the same priest who participated in the call ceremony in the castle hall. He stood next to Princess Sharon. The priest turns to the hero, calling him a guest from another world. Thuja first cannot understand why they came to him. Suddenly, behind the priest there are two more knights. He looks carefully in the eye and solemnly announces that it is time to start a reverse call ritual, so Kisaragi should be in a hurry. While they head to the castle hall, the priest reports that the princess is now busy. He also adds that this time the rite of recall will be performed personally. When Kisaragi wanders the corridors of the castle slowly, from time to time looking into the room and passionately admiring the landscapes from the balcony, the priest reassures, He is a court magician, so there is nothing to worry about. Admiring the landscapes, Kasaragi suddenly notices Princess Sharon, along with a hero, whom he was called for help for the kingdom for the second time. Both stand on the balcony and talk vividly, having fun shaving, as if there are no worries in the world. Kisaragi is a little upset when he saw this place, but the thought of a long-awaited return home immediately returns his mood. Meanwhile, Thuja sharply looks at the city landscape and translates attention to the road. Kisaragi once again turns the city with a farewell look and realizes, tomorrow, when he returns to his usual world, he will expect many worries and things. Toya finally gets to the hall where the ceremony will take place, and stands in the center of the drawn in advance of the magical circle. Along with him, one of the men present puts a pearl on the floor to call back. The court magician solemnly announces the beginning of the rite. The court magician is preparing for a spell. He solemnly pronounces magical words, simultaneously lifting his left hand with a magic wand, directing it directly to the ceiling. On the tip of the wand is flickering the glass ball. The magicians intensify their spells, and their voices sound louder. White light erupts around Kisaragi. Thuja is genuinely rejoiced in the fact that he will finally be able to return to the usual life and everyday affairs. Kisaragi's condition is getting worse. The cheeks are covered with a feverish blush, and consciousness seems to be dim. But despite this, he does not lose confidence. Over time, all this will seem to him only a daily, unbelievable sleep. Toya catches only the last words of the priest, and even their content remains unclear to him. The priest mysteriously says that the foreigner who is on these lands should be moved to another place. Immediately after that, Kisaragi disappears without a trace. Finally, the guy gets to his feet and notices that he stands in the middle of the endless steppe, almost without any tree. He glances in the sun and begs for all of this to be someone's unsuccessful joke. However, the mind refuses to accept a new reality. He does not want and cannot believe what happened to him. For a while, the hero sits motionless in the middle of the steppe, not getting used to the idea that returning to his native world never happened. Kisaragi is confused and has no idea how to deal with this difficult situation. Kisaragi sits on the stairs for a while, and then again he asks himself if he has a chance to return to his world. The answer, most likely, remains disappointing. It is still difficult for him to get used to his own new look. Tawa holds his hand on platinum hair, throws his eye on his shoulders, and slowly heads to the nearest giant boulder to sit down. It descends on the stone to rest after all the upheavals. But as soon as he finds a little rest, another important question suddenly arises in his head. Kisaragi moves on a stone and looks at the sun thoughtfully. At this point, only one short question is spinning, simple, but unusually important. What is the way to move on? How to live on? The hero remembers how in the last world the guy went to work and earned himself for a living. He also remembers that he did not have any relatives left there, so Tai remained lonely. On the one hand, the young man is glad that he is worried about anyone, but his reflection quickly breaks the dissatisfied grunt in his stomach. Even at such unpleasant minutes, hunger does not let the guy release. Suddenly, Kisaragi mentions a spatial storage facility that stores many materials and artifacts to increase its level. He opens the storage and carefully flips the list of things until he finds the necessary object. After long searches among numerous things in his own inventory, he eventually finds bread, as many as 99 loaves. Such an discovery incredibly pleases him, and his face blossoms in a satisfied smile. Kisaragi whispered on a stone, tastes just extracted bread and concludes, everything that happens to it is not so bad. In addition, Toya notes that when he gets bread from his inventory, the figure, along with the name of the subject, decreases. Realizing this, the guy finally gets up and decides to act. Kisaragi still wanders in search of the answer to the question of how to live now, because he cannot get used to a new, completely different world. This place is strikingly different from where he was born and spent a large part of his life. The hero does not give up and does not lose determination. He decides that it is best to check the storage again, but this time more carefully. The young man waves his hand and the list materializes again around. Looking back on his reserves, Kisaragi finds that his entire hiding place was filled with weapons and objects with which he once overcame the game tests. Moreover, there are various things among this wealth, such as helmet and shields, which were valued in the last world for the weight of gold. The longer the hero considers the content of his repository, the more acute the longing of the world in which he once lived. However, Kisaragi understands perfectly. Now he is powerless to change something. Suddenly the guy encounters the legendary sword, the first of his kind masterwork, to which he once skillfully won the game from his past life. Without hesitation, he chooses this sword with his weapon and decides to rely on him. Weapons are alert. The hero begins his battle for survival from the usual. It is possible to lure trees. The hero is a little disappointed, because his blow has not even moved the trees from the place. However, he is not going to retreat. The hero is tempted and preparing to strike a new blow. Kisaragi confidently grabs the Basser sword with both hands and dares to draw the tree another decisive blow. Tuya is collected and determined. Obviously, he does not plan to give up so easy. More than an hour has passed, and the hero could not blame the tree. But instead of despair, he is convinced that even if these weapons are not for magicians, he will be able to master its power. After spending some time with wood, you both notice that he manages to strike much more confident. This is a lot of pleasures. He will now be able to use the sword Baster while remaining a magician. Departing from the tree, the hero decides that he should get to the nearest village or city. Only then will he be able to consider further steps. To get to a settlement, Kisaragi decides to check that there is something useful in the storage facility that will help him overcome this distance. Suddenly, when looking at her inventory, Kisaragi notices a horse there. He recalls that he once used this horse in the game until he reached 100 levels. Having acquired a more modern means of transportation, Kisaragi moved the faithful Skakoken for storage. Suddenly a bright light flashes over his head, blinking more and more. The hero raises his eyes and exclaims. Sincere anxiety sounds in his voice. Toya, feeling the danger, hastened a few steps from the fiery glow. Suddenly a horse emerges in front of the guy. Its gorgeous black mane waves, falls on the neck, and it itself is several times larger than the size of Kisaragi. The guy just can't believe his own eyes. Suddenly the horse returns to Kisaragi and rushes loudly. His piercing roar is so loud that the guy is already scattered from the surprise. Tuya looks around. He has no idea how to do, so he decides to simply watch the development of events. Suddenly the horse approaches Kisaragi and gently begins to lick his face. The guy is clearly not liked, so he asks the animal to stop. And Toya, watching it, notes that Kisaragi is definitely unlike some deliciousness. Kisaragi wipes his face with the sleeve of his outfit, which remained horse saliva. Turning to the animal, he says he wants to get into crowded places and asks the horse to take him to the nearest village. The horse turns out to be surprisingly obedient. As soon as Kisaragi speaks his request, the animal immediately sinks to the ground, allowing the boy to settle down comfortably on her back. The young man jumps into the saddle and sighs lightly. He is aware that it is time to start his life in this mysterious, foreign world. The horse moves forward slowly, and suddenly our hero explodes. He is covered by both fear and sincere confusion. The guy tries to restrain the horse while sitting, but all attempts are in vain. He desperately prefers, begging the animal to slow down, otherwise this crazy journey will end with a disaster. In the chaos of a crazy gallop, the guy suddenly notices the visas ahead. Looking around the cart, then he quickly guesses that travelers moved this way when a crowd of goblins suddenly attacked them. The monsters are now aiming at the guys. Despite the fear, travelers squeeze weapons in their hands. They are set to repel enemies. When Kisaragi raced his horse, looking carefully at the battle that unfolded in front of him, he tried to understand whether some patterns were traced in it. The hero felt confused, not knowing how to proceed, intervene and help or leave the place of events. While goblins are growing cheerfully towards travelers, Tai still hesitates whether to interfere and save guys. He is tormented by doubts. Is this really the right solution? After all, he is only a magician who had just stepped on this path. Staying in the saddle, Kisaragi turns to the horse, calling him to listen. With the hope in his voice, the hero asks for a faithful satellite of force so that he will help to cope with the goblins who attack travelers. Shooting the piercing rustle, the horse on a frantic gallop rushes straight to the horde of the goblins. The monsters do not even have time to understand where this unexpected enemy came from, and continue to rock around travelers in search of prey. The threat already hangs in them above their heads. Only a step, and it will fall on them ruthlessly. Neither Kisaragi, sitting in the saddle, nor goblins, crushed with hooves, did not have time to blink an eye when everything happened. The horse acted rapidly and ruthlessly, without sparing anyone on his way. It turned out that the sudden appearance was surprised not only by the goblins and Tai himself, but also by travelers who are already completely desperate in the hopes of any help from the outside. While the boys are confused, not deciding whether to fight, the horse is constantly straightening with enemies, leaving them no chance for a mercy. Kisaragi sitting riding no less than travelers, while Toya is holding on a horse, reflecting on the monster. A cut of a broken monster tentacle flies with a whistle. He fades, stunned at him, but in a moment he looks away, preferring not to linger in this horrific picture. The goblins begin to fuss and are covered with true horror when they see what fury beast is dealt with by their brothers. Frightened not to a joke, they completely forget about travelers and rush to the side trying to escape. The horse suddenly pulls again, unexpectedly and sharply, and a few drops of goblin's blood breaks directly on the face of Kisaragi. The guy is in a confusion, not understanding what to do next, so it remains motionless to sit on the animal's back. Finally, the horse stops and looks at the travelers silently, and Kisaragi, looking around in a panic, notices many bodies of monsters, whom his four-legged friend has just won. The horse suddenly rushes and looks around. Nervously turning the hooves, the animal carelessly occurs on the detached hand of the monster. Seeing this, Kisaragi feels an unpleasant cold, instinctively covering his mouth with his palm. Finally, Tai comes to his senses and, without going out of the horse, looks at one of the travelers. He dared slowly, both to a playful horse and to the Count himself. Kisaragi decides to get off the horse, but with surprise notices that the same three travelers who have recently attacked a flock of goblins, and who were later killed from the Hrivnia beast, are afraid not so much of his own, but this evil horse. Noticing that travelers are still wary of his horse, Kisaragi decides to discharge the tension. He quickly jumps from the saddle, and hurriedly explains that he did not intend to frighten anyone. Just his horse did not obey him. It is noticeable how a traveler sighs with relief. The fear who tormented travelers after the goblin's attack is gradually dispelled, and one of them dares to approach Kisaragi to get a conversation with the guy. The guy, as it comes to that, cautiously puts the sword in the vagina. With sincere gratitude, although with a slight note of distrust on the face, he says that the hero should not apologize, because he is all saved, and that means a lot. The guy who turns to Kisaragi adds that he is quite amazed at how skilled Thuja has mastered a fighting horse. The hero is genuinely surprised when a man calls his horse in combat, but without objections he accepts it. The horse begins to lick Kisaragi's face again, so thanks to the hero in his own way. Toya notes that the animal did everything exclusively for the sake of it, but the guy just smiles and adds, even if so, the horse still loves his master. Thoy lifts his eyebrows in surprise, watching the horse unexpectedly graciously huddles to him. As he sighs, he wipes the horse saliva from his face for the second time with a wide sleeve of his clothes, and returns to the conversation. It turns out that the guys whose hero saved were actually accompanied by a trade visa. It was an assignment from the Adventurers Guild. Travelers in a hurry make up their things, getting ready to move on and continue the construction started. Kisaragi points out that the events that have just happened to him are amazingly reminiscent of Sake's from his light novel. Meanwhile, another man, a merchant who expresses his sincere gratitude for salvation. One of the travelers rescued by Kisaragi invites the boy to go with them to the city, saying that he wants to thank for salvation. Kisaragi enthusiastically listens to the proposal of the merchant. It is difficult for him to believe that someone is able to so selflessly give him a hand of help. In his thoughts, he already goes over those who have voted to accompany him to the city. One of the travelers recalls that in the city where they go, the guild operates. The man advises the hero to receive the certificate of the conqueror. In his opinion, this document can be a great use. The hero is genuinely surprised by this proposal, because it is completely unclear what the traveler means. He asks what a certificate of conquest is and what it is needed. The traveler cannot believe that the hero actually asks such questions. The traveler decides to tell what the certificate of conquest is. It turns out that this document certifies the victory of the one who received it over the monster. If you present this guild certificate, you can receive a reward for destroyed monsters. Kisaragi recently won another monster. He explains that only the right ear should be taken from the creatures of such rank, because low-level creatures do not have a magic stone. Thuja nods carefully, they say, understands everything, and watches how the traveler cuts down the right ear of Goblin. The guy rescued by Kisaragi asks, let him do this business for the hero, so he wants to thank for his life. Travelers are very grateful to Kisaragi for their help. They capture trophy from goblins, vividly discussing their adventures. Taos thanks them. In order not to give his secret to this world, Kisaragi decides to deceive the travelers. He tells them that he has lost his memory, and therefore cannot explain how he found himself in the forest. When travelers ignite a campfire, one of those present addresses Tuyo with a question. Why did he still not join the Adventurers Guild? After receiving the status of an adventure seeker, he would be able to make life much easier. The hero thinks about the offer of one of the travelers. He is well aware that if he wants to stay in this world, it is worth thinking about this option. After all, the title of traveler is not the worst prospect for life here. Another traveler notes that if such an agreement really exists, and Tuyo will join the guild, he will be able to conclude a contract of subordination with a horse called. Kisaragi cannot hide his surprise. It turns out that in the New World, residents enter into agreements between owners and servants with the help of magic artifacts. However, it should be emphasized that only one who is recognized by the monster can conclude such a contract. Thuja learns that in this new world, not everyone has a fighting horse. Even most of the revered and experienced adventurers cannot shake such a luxury. Meanwhile, Kisaragi was the turn to watch the camp that travelers crashed. The hero thinks about the travelers' words about the contract of obedience while standing guard near the camp. His horse is quietly coming near, as if hearing carefully listening to the course of his rider's thoughts. The guy returns to the horse and looks carefully in his eyes. Kisaragi turns to a horse sitting nearby, asking whether he recognizes the hero with his master. It is evident that this question is worried. It is noticeably nervous. Finally, travelers, along with the hero, get the nearest city, where the gun of the adventure has instructed to deliver the cargo. It turns out that this city is called Fendi. Musting through the crowd on the busy streets, Kisaragi concludes that he got to a truly big and boiling city. He decides to stroll through the shopping streets, where the shelves stand almost close to each other. Toya noticed that even an incredible number of people are just a number of people near the benches. Suddenly, the hero decides to look at the passers-by on the street. His gaze stops on one girl, and when he is more careful, he realizes with surprise that even the habitats live in the city of Fendi. This discovery is quite striking. When the protagonist randomly encounters a girl from the race of animals, he finally comes to the realization he really was in another world. This idea causes incredible admiration in Kisaragi. Suddenly, travelers who accompanied the guy to the city are approaching Kisaragi. They report that now they will have to say goodbye to a brave hero, and so they say goodbye to Toy. Hearing this, the guy thanked the adventurers once more. Before leaving, travelers invite Kisaragi to join them for a glass when he completes his business. Hearing such an offer, the guy gladly agrees, accepting the invitation of merchants and adventurers. Toya lifts his gaze to the sky, inhales deep air, and then exhales with relief. He approaches his horse and with confidence in his voice announces that he is going on a journey from today as a real adventure seeker. As the hero already knew, to become a real adventure seeker, you must sign up in a guild. So now his road ran just to her building. The guild of the city of Fendi is distinguished by a simple but eloquent coat of arms. It crosses an axe and a sword. To get to the guild, Kisaragi first had to leave his horse in the stable. He takes his pet to the detachment, but he does not want to part with the owner. The horse tries to get out of the stable where he was left by Toy, but the hero clearly makes it clear that he will not leave his pet. He asks the horse at least to wait for him in the yard. The wishes of Kisaragi work. He still manages to take the horse in a stable. The young man strictly orders his pet to stay in place and not move from there. The others, noticing such an unusual horse, look at him with surprise. Before you go on, Toyo looks back again to throw the last look at his pet. His face shows a sincere hope that everything will be fine with the animal. Finally, Kisaragi gets to the guild building. The gorgeous decoration of the room in which he enters impresses it so much that the hero involuntarily reveals his admiration. It turns out that in the building of the guild, in addition to the one, there are many people, each of whom is occupied by their own business. Life is boiling here. Everyone has their own worries and responsibilities. Everyone comes here to choose the task to and complete it. The more closely the Kisaragi looks at the visitors in the guild, the more he is enveloped by the alarm. He understands that everyone is busy here, but this knowledge does not reassure his anxiety. In the building, the moon is given loud conversations in which people are vividly discussing their daily affairs. Several people gathered near the board with tasks, and Kisaragi passes by two guys who slowly pull a drink from wooden cups. He hopes that everything will be fine with them. Finally, the guy gets to the help rack. On the other side, he is met by a young girl and as a friendly ask what it can help. Kisaragi, embarrassed, begins something uncertainly whispered. However, the hero is gathering with thoughts, focuses on his purpose and clearly formulates it. Without delay and confidently, he states that he wants to register in a guild as an adventurer. After a short pause, Toya adds that he would very much like to conclude a submission with the horn. The girl realizes that the guy standing in front of her recently appeared in guild. Suddenly, the girl notes that horses do not need a contract of subordination. On this, Kisaragi calmly parts. His horse is not something ordinary there, but combat. Hearing the words of Thuja, the expression of the girl's face is instantly changing. She reports that the battle horse is Class B monster, so the hero must first register it. The girl, markedly worrying and not expecting such an answer at all, stretches the Kisaragi form for filling. In her thoughts, she sincerely confesses to herself that she would like to see a real battle horse one day. Kisaragi gets a table at the table, preparing to fill in the questionnaire, which he had just reached out by the girl from the information rack. However, suddenly it is covered by insight. The language of this world is completely unfamiliar to him. He looks carefully at the mysterious characters lined with rows on the sheet. Unexpectedly, the hero is aware that he can recognize and read unfamiliar symbols of the language of this world. Moreover, Kisaragi points out that he just derives some letters. They immediately turn into signs of the new world. Finally, the decisive moment has come. The design of a guild card for the hero. For Kisaragi, this is a real event that is of great importance. It turns out that the registration of the guild card requires a drop of blood of the person being registered. Kisaragi lightly pierces his finger with a thin needle, and then he presses the morning to the charming ball. The procedure of registration of the hero in the guild is successful. In a few minutes, the girl from the reception returns to the Thuja, holding a thing in her hands. As it turned out, the guild map of Kisaragi was wrapped in the napkin. Since this card also performs the function of the identity certificate, it can in no case be lost. The girl explains that it is only necessary to bring the map to herself, as she immediately draws the magical energy of the owner and displays his registration data. Kisaragi decides to check it for herself. The hero presses the card for a few seconds, then carefully lifts her to the eyes to look at the written. Look closely, the guy understands. His registration information is indeed indicated on it. The girl also explains the hero that he is able to take the task of one level exceeds his current rank in the guild. In addition, she clarifies. In the situation, it means E-Rong building. In addition to the registration card, during the entry into the guild, Kisaragi also received amulets intended for concluding a contract with a military horse. Passing the corridors of the building, he does not hide joy. From now on, he is a real adventure seeker. To conclude a subordination contract, the owner must wear a bracelet from a set of amulets. The suspension chain should be worn on the monster, but only with his consent. Only after fulfilling these conditions, the union is considered valid. The girl also gives Kisaragi a special certificate of identity of the servant, which others perceive as the contract. The girl is interested in the one whether he has any questions left. Kisaragi, without seconds, asks if she knows the place where he can be cut down by his fighting horse. The girl on the information rack mentally reassures the guy. They say, there is no reason to worry about the horse. She is already turning away in her head probable places where Toya could leave her battle jump. The girl finds several successful options, but without delay, one rejects one, because renting is too expensive. Watching her efforts, Kisaragi sincerely thanks the girl and confesses that her help is extremely valuable to him. Suddenly, the girl remembers that she never called Kisaragi. She apologizes for her carelessness, and finally seems like her name. In addition, the girl sincerely adds that she is very glad to get acquainted with that. As the girl called her name, Kisaragi's face was even more passionate, and the guy replied with genuine joy that he was also very happy to get acquainted with her. Suddenly, Melia leans to Toy and says he wants to share with him an important news about his fighting horse. The young man is surprised that the girl so quickly got the information he needs, but with interest and trust he is ready to listen to her. Suddenly, the girl is interrupted by a loud roar and a bundle that turned behind the door of the guild building. Kisaragi rotates instantly, trying to see what caused this noise. Suddenly, the door of the guild with a roar dissolves, and inside, a man, roughly bound by ropes, falls inside. A clear horror is read on his face. The attendees were frozen in surprise and fright, not understanding what happened. Suddenly, a scream is heard from the crowd in the guild. A real Herdolitzia came in the stable. A giant horse suddenly crazy and lost control. Kisaragi immediately understands who actually owns this hawk. Unfortunately, he learns that the horse on which he arrived in the guild building went crazy. Passers-by and shopkeepers, watching it, are noticeably frightened. Confusion prevails around, because no one knows how to proceed. An unrestrained horse can still not calm. Finally, the owner is in a hurry to reassure his pet. To the surprise to all residents of the city, he almost manages to cope with this difficult thing. Subsequently, Toya realizes that these men are members of the guild, who ordered him to get rid of the horse immediately. But of course, the hero does not think to comply with their order. The young man again, this time even more persistent, requires the horse to calm down. He adds threateningly, if he does not listen immediately, he will move on to himself, without him. Hearing this, the horse immediately calms down. The passion in his eyes fades, giving way to the place of the Tugi. Toya does not keep his evil at all. The hero was already going to scold the horse, but it was at this moment that one of the men shouted at the counter. The old man turned to him and noted that he was not a horse, but people. The man tells that the horse of such a rich black suit happens extremely rarely. Gravalny adds that the guys from guild tried to pick him up by tying a rope, which just stirred up the already frightened animal. The seller assures that the horse has a wonderful character, and adds that the animal simply does not want to part with its owner. This unexpected response confuses Kisaragi, and introduces it to confusion. The old man does not persuade and leads further. The daily routine of adventure seekers is as full of dangers as that ill-fated day. In addition, he does not even sympathize with those guys. In his opinion, they are guilty of their troubles. The grandfather advises not to despair, but to cheer up and treat special meat from Fandy. It turns out that the guild repeatedly recorded cases where in the middle of the day the ability to hear mysteriously disappeared, and no evidence was left. Kisaragi is gradually aware of how scares it. Kisaragi stands on the ground next to his horse. The guy tastes the meat leisurely, from time to time treating his loyal companion. Watching the horse with a clear pleasure chewing meat, the hero does not hide as a surprise. It is strange to him why the animal completely ignores the grass. Suddenly, the hero realizes that until you played the other account in that world last time, the horse was completely bored in his repository all this time. Kisaragi does not stop. His monologue continues. He returns to the horse and, when addressing him, says that he became his first friend in this unfamiliar world. Tua confesses that he does not want to lose such a friend at all. Kisrahi removes a necklace from his pocket that allows you to make an agreement with a stallion. The hero appeals to his companion for whether he could put this necklace on a horse, because they will have proof that the animal became their servant. The horse bows his head, recognizing consent, and allows Kisaragi to throw a necklace on his neck, finally fastening the subordination agreement. The hero puts the necklace on the neck of the horse and the bracelet to his hand, finally fixing the subjugation agreement. He realizes that it is time to give a horse name. Without hesitation for a minute, he calls him a Kokuyo, which means black like obsidian. When Toya completed and fixed the submission, the horse stood up on the wild and rushed. It was obvious that the animal was delighted. Kisaragi turned to Kokui, assigning him to take care of the new master. Expressing sincere affection and gratitude, Kokuyo again leans to Kisaragi and begins to lick his face gently. Kisaragi is not delighted with such manifestations of care, but patiently takes them. It turns out that this scene is closely watched by someone outsider, hiding on a bridge near the river, where Kisaragi and Kokuyo sit. While Toya screams on her pet, ordered to stop licking it, this observer does not look closely out of their eyes. It turns out that they are observed by a low girl with dark hair. Looking closer, she notices that it is not an ordinary, but a fighting horse next to Toya. The girl, without looking at this scene, slowly breaks the pieces of bread and chews carefully. It turns out that the girl belongs to the people of Colorless, as evidenced by her sharpened ears. Observing the events, she notices how deeply the battle horse is tied to Kisaragi. This spectacle is genuinely amazed. It does not even hide surprise. During his stay in the city of Fandy, the hero decides to settle for a certain time on the race Foxtail Restop, which he was advised in the guild. This shelter immediately makes a pleasant impression. It is cozy and friendly. As it turned out, this treatum is kept by bestie families. Parents and their children work together. The establishment is famous for its cuisine, and especially the corporate stew from the Orca. One day, while Kisaragi was still staying in this house, a young girl approached him and reported that she had prepared a dish for him. Suddenly, the girl who visited the one notices that the young man is still sleeping peacefully. She is genuinely surprised how he managed to sleep all the events, and concludes that the hero is truly incredibly exhausted. The hero, barely aware of reality under the half-stuck eyelids, almost does not perceive the girl's words. In response to her question, Kisaragi shums something under the nose and, without opening her eyes, remains motionless. Finally, Kisaragi is finally waking up and adjusting to a new day full of important things. For the first time in a long time, he sincerely rejoices that he finally was able to sleep properly. As the hero goes to check his horse, he is surprised to note his own ability to fall asleep without reproach, even in the most difficult circumstances. Finally, Kisaragi approaches the stable, finds the right detachment, and welcomes Kikuyo. To answer Kisaragi, the horse licks his face again. He perceives this gentle effect as an affirmative answer. The hero again wipes his face with a robe, smearing the saliva of the animals, and firmly decides he must definitely learn more about the mysterious world he got into. Kisaragi recalls how he learned that the local currency is identical here that he uses in the game. He recalls how he settled to the hotel and paid for 10 days, spending a very small amount of money on it. In addition, Thou realizes that he has no idea of the true value of his own money. He understands that he must definitely understand the economic intricacies of the city. The hero warns the girl who goes with him to the stable, which will soon be forced to leave her for a while. He is already turning around, going to go on the road when the girl suddenly stops his exclamation. The girl sincerely thanks Kisaragi for his support, and pouring water into a bowl for Kokue, asks the hero to return to the check-in. She explains her request that today is served in the tavern for dinner from the Orca, and Kisaragi is simply obliged to taste the dish. The young man hesitates and feels awkward without deciding to agree immediately. Once on the street then, first of all, decides to find out what the value of money is in the new world. He begins to study the economy of the city of Fandi, slowly strolling with a local bazaar and looking at prices. Wandering between the market counters, Kisaragi realizes that he has nothing to worry about money. During a walk, a woman approaches him and suggests treating apples. The hero corresponds to this consent and decides to buy fruits. It slowly goes the street, tasting the juicy apple. Walking through the streets of Fandi, the hero suddenly comes across a weapon shop. Kisaragi is interested in deciding to go and see a local range. He sincerely rejoices in the random find. He did not expect to see a weapon shop here. Without a moment, Kisaragi goes into the weapon shop. In his memory, the idea emerges. In the world of fantasy, must be swords. Without hesitation, he chooses one of the blades lying on the counter and takes it to his hands to test. Having carefully studied the range in the weapon store, Tuya understands that he definitely needs something more powerful than his current weapons. He approaches another rack, where a variety of blades and spears sparkle. But here none of the exhibits makes it impressed. Suddenly, a blacksmith approaches Kisaragi, which in the weapon shop forges a new sword. He addresses Tai with the question whether he has that magic. Having received the affirmative answer, Koval advises Kisaragi to visit the magical tool store. Hearing this proposal, Kisaragi does not believe his own ears. His joy has no limits. He excitedly asks whether Fandi City really has such a shop, and whether you can buy books and magic there. The blacksmith with a smile confirms, yes, such a shop exists. Toya recalls that he has never used magic in the game yet, but decides to visit a magic shop. There may be something extremely useful there. The hero goes outside, deciding to visit magical artifacts. He is reminded of how the owner last time noted that the establishment is called the Twilight Pavilion. The hero also mentioned that the seller became famous for his bazaar. The hero goes to the store. Without hesitation for a moment, Kisaragi strongly opens the door of the institution called Twilight Pavilion and turns to the seller. He notices a very young girl on the site of the merchant and does not even understand that she is a living being. The girl who sits on a chair reminds him of a porcelain doll rather than a real person. Kisaragi looks more attentive and finally realizes, before him, the Elfian. The girl suddenly opens her eyes. Toya is surprised to realize that he was wrong, considering her a simple doll. In a moment, she says she remembers it perfectly. She yawns lazily, and Kisaragi is amazed at how she can remember it at all. He does not have time to open his mouth, how the elf cuts him sharply. He is interested in whether he is looking for something. The hero is a little confused, noticing that a very young girl was the housewife. The surprise was clearly visible on his face. He clearly did not expect that the owner of the shop was so small. The Elfian, as if reading the thoughts of the hero, annoyedly points out that he really is much older than him. She emphasizes that no matter how tiny she does not seem, but a long-standing and quite independent woman. Kisaragi ridicules the violent reaction of the girl. The naked eye shows that the guy is a little confused and embarrassed. He addresses the girl, asking if his emotions have given his own expression. Neither the elf nor Kisaragi dare to continue to argue. Thuja, at ease, states that he is looking for books in magic. In addition, he adds that although he is only a beginner in the adventure world, he still has magical skills. It is clear that this girl is well-oriented in the product that he offers. She confidently names prices. Books for beginners are 10 silver. For those who have some experience, 50 silver. But the editions for real masters of their business are already evaluated in 2 gold coins. The Elfian is suitable with several books and carefully folds them in front of Kisaragi. The girl advises him to start with a textbook for beginners. This book contains simple spells that will come in handy in everyday life. Wandering through the city, Kisaragi has already solved the true value of his coins. As it turned out, 1 copper coin is 100 yen, silver costs as much as 10,000 yen, and gold is impressive, a whole million yen. For a long time, Kisaragi plunges into reflections, not dare to make a choice. He is embarrassed whether all 3 books should be purchased right away, or maybe it will be too costly for him. In the end, weighing all the and against, the hero confidently announces that he wanted to buy all the 3 books that he advised him to be an Elfian seller. The girl, stunned, is amazed at this choice of Kisaragi. After the elfish heir completes his decision, she notes that the hero is surprisingly different between others, despite her young age. She asks his name with curiosity, and the guy in response calls himself. The hero suddenly understands that it is time to pay for the purchase. Without a moment, he confidently extends his hand forward and orders to open his hiding place for things. In front of him, the storage is immediately materialized, from where Kisaragi removes the bag from money. The Elfine, noticing that the hero has the skill of storage, is slightly surprised to confess that it is unexpected for her. Kisaragi calmly confirms, yes, he is really capable of using this ability. Suddenly he is illuminated by an important thought. Thuja turns to Elf to the question of whether he was careless when he used his ability to cause storage directly in the eyes of everyone. The girl calmly points out that there is no need to be so cautious. She notes that although the technique used by the hero is truly unique, if he succeeded, the elf is quite capable of repeating it. Meanwhile, suddenly, a vial with some potion falls from the air into the girl's hand. Seeing this, Kisaragi sighs. Now it is clear to him that the elfish also has the skill to store things, as he is. The girl just smiles mysteriously and proudly points out that her ability to use this skill far exceeds the capabilities of Kisaragi. The elfish proudly states that it has a storage called Composition of the Twilight Sage of Natalia, and this magical ability allows her to store up to 5,000 kilograms of various things. The hero is aware that the ability to store as much as 5,000 kilograms in his inventory can be a great advantage. Kisaragi considers this skill really useful. After a brief reflection, the guy concludes, the elf's hiding is not equal to his own. To be honest, its storage space has long exceeded all possible limits on the number of things that can be placed there. The Elfian shines with happiness, because she finally managed to demonstrate her skills to someone. The hero approves her efforts, notes the power of her ability, but at the same time decides to leave in secret that her talent will never be able to compete with his own. Kisaragi, with hope in his voice, is wondered whether the guy has forgotten to buy something in the magical artifacts shop. But he just smiles and replies that he has already been going home. Alpha understands that he is time to return. The girl adds, if you suddenly want to buy something else, the doors of the magic artifacts shop are always open for him. Suddenly, the Elfian states that she saw a great magical talent in Kisulag. She reports that she is ready to personally teach the boy to witchcraft, gradually revealing to him the secrets of magic. However, she adds that her help will not be free. The boy will have to pay a certain price. Hearing these words, Tuya looks at the girl. He does not know how to respond to her unexpected phrase. Kisaragi is silent for a while, and then silently leaves the store. Returning to the arrival, Kisaragi immediately takes the study of books purchased from magical artifacts today. The guy does not die at a moment and is completely plunged into training. Without hesitation, he lights a candle on the table, pushes on a chair, puts a book in front of him and unfolds it. The hero is aware that he now needs to master the magic of recovery at the level he has already reached. The hero does not even have time to read a few words as something incomprehensible begins to happen to him. The letters, as if alive, sparkle him in front of his eyes, and words from the book suddenly come to life and flash out amazing flashes. Reflecting on his own feelings, Kisaragi realizes that all the spells recorded in the book in themselves were etched in his mind. The strange sensations suddenly disappear, and Kisaragi, stunned, looks at a bunch of books lying in front of him on the table. He cannot understand what had just happened to him. Toilio looks at his own hand and suddenly realizes that he is already able to use several powerful closures that have been packed in his mind while reading that mysterious book. Kisaragi is looking forward to the opportunity to experience new spells. He moves smoothly with his left hand and utters the charming formula. First, the hero decides to test the healing skill. He speaks the necessary words. Feeling his magical power activates. A bright white light flashes in the room where Kisaragi is located. The next morning, the homeowners of the hotel, the Renomes, were talking in the tavern. The girl wondered at her father, who at this moment stood behind a stand, whether he noticed something strange at night, such as glow. The man was surprised for a moment, but a friendly smile played on his face. The girl's father is surprised that she feels much better than yesterday. He is amazed. The body is full of strength, and the disease seemed to disappear. Kisaragi descends from her room to tavern. There, his warmth is greeted by a girl who has already made friends with the hero during his stay in the hotel. She confesses alarmed that she was very worried because Tai did not come for dinner. The young man explains that he returned from the city very tired, so he went to bed immediately. Kisaragi stands at the table, and the girl, meanwhile, goes to the kitchen, deciding to cook a delicious and nutritious breakfast. For a while, the girl returns, bringing Kisaragi a sweet hot soup of her own cooking and 2 loose buns. She is good-naturedly, reminding that he was hungry almost all day yesterday, so now he should be well. The guy thanks her for her care. He barely starts to eat. The hero feels that fatigue still does not let him go. Slowly lifts a wooden spoon with a steamed soup to his mouth, and is about to taste the dish that the girl brought to him. Kisaragi tastes the dish and is surprised to note how delicious it is cooked and appetizing. The grill notes that her secret is a large amount of orca meat, which makes the soup truly refined. Having eaten, Kisaragi, for the habit that has remained from his past life, puts his palms together and lifts them to the face. He sincerely thanks the girl for a wonderful, delicious lunch. Seeing this, the girl calls the weirdo. She even comes to mind whether this gesture is a special form of gratitude for a treat that reminds him of his native land. Kisaragi agrees with a slight sadness in his voice, mentioning nostalgia in the last world. And inside, the guy is genuinely surprised that the girl called him a weirdo. He is aware that this trait has rooted so deeply that it is not easy to get rid of it. After breakfast, the hero rises to his room again and tiredly descends on the bed near the window, exhaling hard. Toya pulls out a registration card from his pocket, looks at her and thinks that he can ever return to his former world. At the heart, there is another, no less disturbing question. What is waiting for him if you stay here forever? Kisaragi remembers the kingdom of Henriette, where Princess Sharon called him, and finally realizes that this state is part of the game world. After that, Toya realizes that the city of Fendi, where he is now, belongs to the kingdom of Serendi. Did not even mention such a state in the game. Toya recalls in what situation he was after participating in the reverse call ritual. He is still not sure whether the world in which he is now is at least something like that he saw in the game. The only thing Kisaragi is convinced is that he still has access to his pantry, where many valuable things should be stored. So he decides to check the contents of the repository again and opens the door. First of all, Tuya gets a special ring from her hiding place. It is created as a help for beginners. However, this item has an incredibly powerful property. It increases the experience of 100 times. Such rings were issued to balance the chances of all players. Without thinking of a single second, Kisaragi puts the ring on his finger. He is determined to become stronger, no matter how expensive it costs. In order to test the capabilities of his new ring, Kisugari goes to the forest. He soon approaches the entrance, located south of Fandi. The hero goes on a small expedition along with his fighting horse. When they arrive in a certain place, Kisaragi asks Kokuyo to stay on it. He assures that he will just check one extremely important thing. His Iraqi friend decides not to leave a horse without food and water, so the hero, using ordinary magic, pours him fresh water. Kisaragi notices the horse leaning to the water and starting to drink, and with relief realizes that the animal is smart and cautious. At the same time, the words of the owners of the traveling court come in memory. Dangerous monsters never happen in this forest. The hero gets a bastard sword, which always holds on to emergency situations, and carefully moves even deeper into the woods, looking carefully. Kisaragi understands that now you need to be especially careful and act with maximum caution. Moving further deep into the forest, the hero inadvertently thinks about how many monsters hide here. Suddenly, Kisaragi draws attention to the flock of goblins, who have caught up with a circle and devoured the prey. Some unhappy animal. The hero, staying in the ambush among the bushes, noticed with surprise that it took very little time to come across several monsters. Kisaragi decides not to rush into the battle at once, but to think about a further plan of action. He hides in thick bushes, remembering how he was an ordinary office servant in his past life, and now he will doubt whether he will be able to overcome Goblin. Tuya is especially doubted in her abilities when it comes to bi-legged goblins. He looks at one of these creepy creatures with a certain anxiety, is not sure if he can overcome it. Suddenly, Kisaragi recalls that goblins remain his enemies, so he should no longer hesitate. The decision was made. The hero inhales deeply into the full breaths and sneaks silently in Goblin, who is suspected and busy with his business. Kisaragi instantly waves with his massive sword, cutting the enemy on the back and affecting the tolerance. The unexpected attack immediately attracts the attention of the rest of the goblins. They jump into the attack, rapidly approaching that. Goblin exclaims something, but their language remains unclear for the hero. Kisaragi mercilessly destroys the monster who dared to attack him, skillfully waving his sword and mercilessly dealt with every enemy. It moves cleverly and lightning, leaving no opponents to have a moment to think of their actions for a moment. Having defeated a few more monsters, Kisaragi holds his eyes on his trembling hand and understands this is not what he felt in the game. He now faces real fears and danger, because every battle can cost him his own life. Finally, having destroyed everyone in the only monsters who lived in the found territory, he decides that the number of defeated monsters is already enough. Having kept breathing, the one stops for a short time to rest. Immediately afterwards, the guy unfolds his registration card to find out what results he has brought to him with so many monsters. The scene pleasantly impresses him. Kisaragi did not have the faith that he managed to climb 6 levels at a time. And immediately later, the 2-year-old realizes that the action of the ring, which he ended at the end, is really manifested. The guy finally realizes, as soon as he understood the mechanics of raising the level in the new world, before him, a clear path opens. He knows exactly what to do next. Without hesitation for a minute, Kisaragi goes in search of a flock of orcs, and soon confidently goes on their mark. He quickly straightens with stronger monsters, without spending time for unnecessary reflections. The hero ruthlessly performs his task, destroying enemies one by one. The hero collects trophies from the monster overthrown by him. Their number is simply stunning. Feeling that it is time to return to his faithful horse Kokuyo, he quickly turns around. However, before moving, it once again looks at the field littered with victorious fierce creatures. Kisaragi, with a slight movement of his hand, is looking at his opponents, and decides that it will be most convenient to place the bodies of the killed orcs in their storage. Toya checks her stocks. Now the guy can safely go towards his horse. It is not easy to get out of the forest. Every time it takes a lot of effort. But he notices Kokuyo, but the horse is covered with mud. The hero does not hesitate for a moment, and rushes to the animal. Kisaragi breaks from the place and rushes to his loyal comrade. Seeing that his horse is filled with blood, the guy is horrified. The heart is cold with fear. Going on the road, where the hero left the horse, Toya suddenly stops and looks around. He understands that the blood that is covered with a horse is not at all. These are the traces of the battle with the goblins that fell from his hand. Kisaragi praises her friend for a beautifully done business. He notes that he had no doubt about Kokuyo's abilities, a true brave fighting horse. You can see the animal rejoice, hearing such warm words from the owner, and proudly lifts his head. Kisarada looks carefully, standing right on the road, and carefully calculates the number of goblins crushed by his horse. The hero has more than 30 monster bodies scattered around. He has no idea what to do with so many dead creatures. The habitual robber notices that Kokuyo is contaminated with a bloody sticky film after the massacre above the goblins. Thuja promised that as soon as they returned to the permanent court, she would certainly cleanse the horse with the help of their magic. Before returning to the arrival, Thou goes to the building of the Aventurist Guild to hand over the materials obtained from the defeated monsters. Noticing how many bags with trophy brought Kisaragi, the girl was amazing in surprise. How many monsters he managed to overcome in one day. The one, a little embarrassed, replied that he was just fascinated by hunting. The hero gladly adds that there is still a lot of interesting things in his storage. Let's say a flock of orcs. Kisaragi already opens his mouth to answer something, but it is interrupted by the girl behind the counter. Hearing the word composition from him, she asks Kisaragi to wait a little. The hero responds in surprise to such words, but still agrees to fulfill her request. The girl appeals to that, and reports that she will bring him to the utility room, which is in the depths of the building, and also describes in detail where he should go. Hearing the mention of the pantry, all visitors to the guild with interest laid their eyes to Kisaragi. The girl explains to the hero that he should continue to keep the boy's ability to use the treasury. It turns out that this skill is extremely valuable. Many people are good for everything to seize it. The girl notes, if other teams find out that Kisaragi has a safe, they will certainly try to lure him to themselves. Hearing this then, at once he realizes he does not like such a development at all. Finally, Milia, together with Kisaragi, get to the warehouse. They are noticed by a young worker who is interested in a girl, whether they brought some materials. The young man is a little closer to Amelia, and he is interested in whether the hero brought them. It is immediately noticeable that he is somehow unnatural to Kisaragi, even with suspicion. He later turns out that his name is Far, and it is he who manages this workshop. The hero decides to introduce himself and calls his name with a smile. Thuja. In response, he notes that he had never seen him in the guild before, so he was wondering if Kisaragi has recently joined them. He immediately asks if he brought the necessary materials. The one hesitates, without deciding immediately to admit where it stores the materials obtained. After a short reflection, he finally replies that everything is in his repository. It is a pleasure in the fact that the guy understands the use of a storage, so he immediately asks Kisaragi to put all the items found on the table. However, the hero is hesitant, explaining that he has too much, and he is not sure whether it is appropriate to demonstrate all this right away. Dalok confidently states that every employee in this store is a real master of his own business, so it is not necessary to worry at all, and the beginner is not in front of anyone to worry or shy. Kisaragi replies that if he insists so much, he will undoubtedly outline all the trophies that have been obtained. The hero, with a light movement of the hand, opens his storage and begins to get everything necessary. Far and Milio silently watch it. Initially, Toya gets 200 ears of goblin from the storage. Behind them, 10 corpses of orcs, and then 30 mascara of wolves. And suddenly, while the hero still rakes the wolves he received from the storage, a little unexpected happens. Dalek stops him. The workshop worker, shocked to the heart of what he saw, is pleading with Kisaragi not to get endless materials from the warehouse. Almost all the workshop is already littered with a tricky body of monsters. Dalek recognizes defeat and agrees that he underestimated the hero's ability. He appeals to the guy to stop taking materials from the repository. It turns out that the bodies of killed monsters do not decompose in this place. The employee also points out that if Kisaragi will continue to return from hunting with so many killed prey, it can have bad consequences. Toya assures the distant that in the near future is not going to hunt. Far is interested in Kisaragi, whether he is an outstanding warrior, to which Milia with a smile replies that Toya has only an E. Kisaragi also confesses that he received an E rank only thanks to travelers who rescued. They helped him gather goblins' ears, and because of this, his level increased. Delok responds, they say, everything is clear to him. After some expectation, he approaches that and notes that the guild appeared simply an impressive newcomer. Estonia has almost left the guild building when Milia told him that the assessment of the materials obtained would take place tomorrow. The girl is also genuinely convinced that the hero is sure to increase her rank. Milia notes that Kisaragi has an unusually strange ratio of the materials obtained through his rank E. The guy in response says that he understood everything. The girl asks Tuya with doubt, is he really an ordinary magician? Because his skill does not correspond to the stated level. Amelia with a smile notes that it is better to call Kisaragi Berserko than a sorcerer, because his strength affects even the most experienced. Toya, having heard the existence of the Berserko class, shines with joy. He is delighted and immediately seeks to change his profession. The girl is so embarrassed by such a crazy passion that she was even a little scared. It turns out that Kisaragi seeks to become a real Berserko, who ruthlessly destroys all the enemies that happen in his path. Such a warrior exceeds ordinary fighters, but not to achieve this level by virtue of everyone. Melia with sadness notes that in their world, Berserkists exist only in legends. She does not recall any who would overcome the 100th level. Returning with Kokuyo to the place of collection, Kisaragi thinks how strange that no one even knows about the possibility of changing the profession after the 100th level. He recalls that the game was a function called Jobash, which many players were eagerly used. Hisaragi concludes that if you use the ring to enhance the effect, it will reach the goal much faster than it could count. And this is undoubtedly wonderful news. Toya opens her information card again. He notices that in just one clash, he managed to raise the level up to the 35th. The guy immediately concludes that if you make enough effort, it is quite realistic to reach the 100th level. Kisaragi understands that if he changes the profession to a warrior, nothing good will work out. He trusts his reasoning, which walks next to him. Suddenly, Toya stops near her horse, returns to him, and with genuine joy and confidence in the vote, loudly states that in this new world he will surely become a berser. He asks Kokuyo if he is ready to fight him. In response, the horse, as a sign of his devotion and affection, begins to lick his face again. That, to put it mildly, he does not please. Toya states that he needs to become even stronger. The hero states that he is coming to start his spiritual training as soon as possible, so he, together with Kokuyo, accelerates the step, and they go to the arrival even faster. Suddenly, the hero notices that something alarming happened near the hotel. There are exclamations and shouts around. Kisaragi and Kokuyo rapidly approach the temporary apartment, and immediately notice the alarming faces of its owners. The girl looks worriedly on Kisaragi with her father. While her face expresses excitement, her father retains complete calm and immobility. He returns to that, and reports that the hero should leave the hotel the next morning. This news finds the hero by surprise, and is amazed. Having listened to the disappointing news of the eviction of the heroes from the hotel, he returns to the guild. Melia, hearing this, cannot believe the words of the one. She, confused, asks once again whether it is true. The girl turns to Kisaragi and asks whether he is not a criminal, even in spite of his appearance. The guy in response assures that there was a terrible misunderstanding. He explains Melia why the owners asked Kisaragi to leave the check-in. It turns out that Kokuyo scares other horses in the stable. Melia refuses to believe that this could actually happen. Hisaragi complains of troubles. Several guests have in a hurry left the courtyard because their horses were scared of Kokuyo. The hero is aware of how absurd it sounds. Kisaragi pauses, his face is clouding. He strictly asks Melia to find another hotel for him. The girl smiles and points out, a similar story can happen anywhere. Millis has already decided everything. She advises Kisaragi not just a room, but a real estate. Hearing such a proposal, Tai does not hide the surprise. He asks whether a mansion can really be available. Melia replies that in the city, you can find inexpensive real estate. Melia adds that one special condition for the hero will have one special condition when renting an estate she is about to offer him. In addition, the owner of this house is Strange. Meanwhile, Kisaragi, along with the girl, come to the shop that Thuja has already visited earlier. Melia gladly crosses the threshold of the building, immediately notices the mistress, welcomes her named Natalia, and with a smile notes that they have not been seen for a long time. It turns out that the owner of this building is an Elfian who recently sold Kisaragi magical books. While yawning and wiping her eyes, she looks at unexpected visitors. Natalia lazily stretches, and noticing Mill throws. They say only some kind of shop lady visited. Mill calmly explains that they want to talk about the estate with her friend. Natalia asks for disappointment whether someone has decided to try the fate and rent the estate again. The girl sighs, adding that people learn nothing. She is wondering who came to her this time. Kisaragi appears on the doorstep, and Natalia immediately recognizes it. Melia, watching this scene, does not hide surprise. They seem to be familiar. Toya waves the elf with the hand. Kisaragi tells a girl from a guild who had previously visited Natalia to buy several magical books at artifacts. Natalia assures that everything is perfectly understood. She again addresses a hero by name and clarifies whether she was mistaken in her memoirs. While Kokuyo is waiting patiently on his owner on the porch, the elf proposes to go to the mansion. After agreeing, all three leave magical artifacts from the store. Natalia and Milia, together with Kokuyo, walk to the mansion, attracting the surprised views of Fandy's residence. The locals are clearly not used to witnessing such a picture in broad daylight. When Kisuragi walks down the street, a noise begins around. The locals are amazed at his fighting horse. People are surprised to look at the giant Scotcha, and the ominous look of Kokyo scares many inhabitants. After a long walk, the heroes find themselves in a new corner of the city. Kisuragi immediately notices that this area is striking the area for the elected. He does not hide the surprise, finding that the elves' estate is located here. When three went past a majestic and luxurious structure, Natalia suddenly looks around and points her finger. It proudly reports that this gorgeous villa belongs to her. Natalia's words were caught by Kisuragi by surprise. He does not immediately find what to answer. When the hero finally comes closer to the estate indicated by Natalia, he is covered by a mixture of grip and light shock. It is noticeable that, looking for a home, he did not expect to see such a gorgeous home. When the heroes approach the front entrance of the estate, Kisuragi asks in surprise whether this house will not be too luxurious for him. Natalia assures that if the guy rents this home, he is no longer worried about. In addition, Elf with an ironic smile notes, only two decides whether he really is able to live in such a luxurious estate. However, in this attractive lease proposal, clearly lies some trick. The doors of the estate are red. Natalia steps several steps inside. She immediately stops and is calling loudly by Ferris. The hero is confused. Is there someone else in the house, though it seems that no one here? Toyai, wanting to make sure that there is really someone in the building, carefully follows Natalia. Suddenly, he notices at the stairs as white smoke begins to be in the air. Kisurati, not understanding what is happening, is frightened by this incomprehensible phenomenon. The elf watches the jets of smoke with self-esteem, smiles and says, "Only the one who is recognized by a girl who suddenly appeared from a white haze has the right to live in this estate." Kisuragi cannot believe his own eyes. When the smoke is finally scattered, a sweet girl with blonde hair and clear eyes stands in front of the hero. As it turns out, her name is Ferris. She is the spirit of the estate she came to. Natalia is taking a few steps towards Ferris, which suddenly appears, and happily exclaims that they have not seen so long ago. Meanwhile, Kisuragi froze on the spot, not understanding where this girl came from here. Folding on the spot, the hero looks carefully at Ferris and concludes that she is a surprisingly beautiful girl. However, her face remains completely motionless. Kisuragi even compares her with a porcelain doll. Toya decides to find out more about a mysterious girl. He appeals to Natalia, asking whether she has a ghost that has settled in this building under the spirit of the estate. The Elfian returns to him disappointed and asks, unless he really knows it. Milia intervenes in the conversation and explains, as it is clear from the name, the spirit of the mansion lives inside the building itself. It is this creature that protects the house and gives its inhabitants good fortune. Toya is trying hard to mention what gives him this strange atmosphere. The hero is aware that the spirit of the estate reminds him of a being familiar from his previous life, a water Zeshikivari. The awareness of this a little frightens the guy. It turns out that it is the house that decides who will live in this house. Kisuragi suddenly realizes that even having a building, he will not be able to settle here if Ferris does not accept it. Kisuragi asks how to make Ferris to admit. Natalia assures that you do not need to do anything. Getting a confession is actually easier. The elf turns to the spirit of the estate and is interested in the girl how she treats Kisuragi. Ferris is carefully looked at the one, and the hero catches her clear reflection in her clear eyes. Kisuragi thinks for a moment. When asked by Natalia, she does not say a word, only barely nodding, restrained, and silently agreeing. So, without unnecessary explanations, it makes it clear to the guests, which does not object to the Kisuragi settle in the estate. Ferris is stunned and faded and loses the gift of language for a moment. But suddenly the girl is filled with laughter and confesses that now everything is clear. The Elfian summarizes, Kisuragi is really a good person. Natalia, blossoming with a smile, turns to the boy and gladly reports that he can now settle in this luxurious mansion. Milia, glowing with grip, turns to Kisuragi and notes that his recognition of the spirit of the estate is a real miracle. Toya is stunned by such a development and does not understand what has earned such an honor, however sincerely rejoices in this unexpected news. While Kisuragi shares her joy with Milia, Natalia thinks that the boy was approved not only by the military horse himself, but also by the spirit of the old estate. For the elf find, it seems extremely strange and even a little mysterious. The heroes return to the magical artifacts shop, where Natalia informs Kisaragi that the rental of a mansion will cost him 150,000 branches on a monthly basis. She adds that he usually does not discount. The hero pretends that renting this mansion will cost him almost 2 million branches a year. But the amount does not cause him any surprise or anxiety. He knows well that this fee is quite affordable. Without hesitation, Kisaragi agrees to this proposal and immediately shares the news with Natalia. The girl in response confesses that during the time spent in the estate, she is hungry and now wants to have something. Suddenly, Kisaragi waved his hand and solemnly stated that such an agreement should be celebrated. Instantly, in front of the heroes, plates with appetizing pieces of cake appear on the table. Natalia cannot hide her surprise from this miracle. Thuja is interested in the ELN, whether she sees the cake for the first time. Kisaragi explains in detail that on the plate lies sweets, which are called a cake. Natalia breaks the cake with a spoon, not realizing what it is. Without hesitation, she immediately puts a sweet piece in her mouth. The face of the elf is instantly changing. It blooms sincere pleasure and true joy. Following her, Mile takes a piece of cake. Natalia, filled with delight, asks what her hero treated. The girl admires that this unsurpassed taste and tender sweetness of the cake fascinated her, because for the first time in her life, she tastes such a wonderful dish. The hero, observing all this, realizes how dangerous the power of sweet can be. He is relieved that Natalia appealed to this delicacy. The girl immediately straightens with a piece of cake and immediately turns to Kisugari for the additive. The young man watches the way Natalia ate dessert, and in his look is a genuine surprise. The hero, with a serious expression of the face, states that he does not have a single piece of cake. In addition, he realizes that it is unlikely that you can just get things out of the storage room, and Natalia knows it well. Without hesitation for a moment, Natalia returns to that and proposes to conclude a new agreement. She smiles slyly and declares that she is ready to give away Kisaragi's estate if he shares a few more pieces of cake. The hero is so stunned by this unexpected offer that he quickly blows out of the sofa on which he just sat. Melia, no less, returns to Natalia sharply and, barely hiding surprise, asks what Elf says. Natalia tells in detail about her proposal. The girl adds that he still can't stay in this estate, so she is ready to give it. She appeals to that, wondering whether he considers it a favorable agreement, and agrees to such conditions. Without waiting for Kisaragi's answer, Natalia again declares that she would like a little more cake, and shows the hero an empty plate. She sincerely hopes that Tai will treat her this time. Kisaragi looks at Natalia, not understanding that she was thinking. Moreover, he concludes that Natalia proposed by Natalia is really extremely beneficial. Kisaragi suddenly states that he accepts the proposal of the Elfian. Hearing this, she, without hiding joy, asks whether the hero really says it sincerely. However, the guy offers Natalia not a cake, but something else is no less delicious, if she, of course, does not deny. Kisaragi removes another dessert from the pantry. Natalia is wondering that this time she is offered by the hero, and with indignation notes that there is no piece of cake on the table again. Toya calmly explains. In front of them, chocolate perf no less delicious than any cake. Despite the annoyance, Natalia still dares to taste the proposed hero of Parfa. From the first spoon, the girl is aware. This dessert is also incredibly delicious. Melia, watching Natalia taste good, is wondering if she can try dessert. Hearing this, the elfish turns to it and strictly answers that not. Hearing this, the voice and face of Melia is inadvertently given sadness, but she admits she did not hope for another answer from Natalia. The guild employee turns to that and reports that if the case comes to the contract of sale, he will need to return to the trading guild with the girl. 3 heroes, leaving the estate, move towards the guild building. Natalia does not hide her delight from the concluded agreement and happily exclaims that it is a wonderful arrangement. She cheerfully caresses that if there are still delicacies in Kisaragi, then she is ready to eat them all for crumbs. Kisaragi looks calm and balanced. He does not give him the idea. Who would think that he once exchanged a handful of sweets for a luxurious estate? On the way to the guild, when the characters still pass the ownership of the mansion, Thuja notices, "I do carelessly enjoy the walk. Fun in the green grass." Kisaragi understands the feeling of relief that his horse clearly liked this place. Finally, when your family gets to the trade guild building, they manage to successfully complete the sale agreement. the employee in the guild announces that the purchase procedure is officially completed. Kisaragi thanks the woman for her efforts and cooperation, through which the agreement was completed. He says it's time to say goodbye. However, the woman asks him to stay a little. Suddenly, the trade guild employee reports that after the purchase of the estate, another surprise is waiting for him: a real estate tax. Kisaragi, puzzled, again asks what tax he will have to pay. The worker replies that this year the property tax is 2 million branches. Hearing what an excessive amount the hero should pay, he was already in the horror. Kisaragi cannot believe his own ears. The worker explains that the estate that the hero purchased is worth a lot of money. Toya, a little confused and lugged, notes that he was convinced that Natalia had already paid everything for this real estate. Natalia calmly explains that the debt arose because no one has lived in this house before. The girl also confesses that she didn't even think that there would be someone who Ferris recognized. The Elfian notes that she decided she will not give the estate together with the spirit of whom the spirit does not perceive. The employee returns to her and assures that she will make an exception. Natalia advises Kisaragi not to worry about it, and adds that the hero should now take care of Ferris while she lives in the estate. Returning to the newly acquired luxurious mansion, then suddenly felt strange. This is not surprising, because he did not expected that one day would be the owner of the estate in a completely different world. Kisaragi with Kokio approach the mansion, and the hero plunges into thinking about his further steps. He is in no hurry, giving himself time to weigh everything. Suddenly, the protagonist turns to the horse and says that, apparently, Kakuyo is worth some time to be in the hiding place. With his hand, he causes the horse to disappear sharply without a trace. Sarahi still cannot believe that he managed to turn his horse back to the storage. He opens the safe and convinces that the horse really returned to his place. Tway exclaims that everything happened by accident, because he was convinced that it is impossible to hide a living creature in this world. But, he sums up, everything was only because I was initially the subject. Suddenly, the hero is aware. If Kokuyo could simply be stored, Kisaragi would not need a luxurious mansion and could live quietly in the hotel. In the end, the hero realizes that he cannot hold the horse forever in the repository, so he decides to release him. He causes an animal with a wave of his hand, and here is his faithful horse. It begins to bite the braids and head slightly. It is noticeable that the Kokuyo is covered by the rage because of the actions of Kisaragi, and the hero is well aware of it. Finally, Tai crosses the threshold of the estate, opens the heavy door wide, turns to Ferris and says, "I'm at home." Hardly hearing the familiar creaking, the girl instantly materializes in the hallway, immediately turning from a plume of white smoke into herself. Watching the situation, Kisaragi concludes that Ferris understands him perfectly. Now he is going to talk to a girl. The hero appeals to Ferris to take care of him from now on. He also acknowledges that his appearance in the house was unexpected, so he asks him to give him a tour of an estate. An expression known to everyone who saw Kisaragi appeared on Ferris's face. Those could not believe his own eyes. It seemed to him as if the girl had smiled at him. He decides that it was just his fantasy, and in fact Ferris's face remained unmoved. It turned out that Natalia warned him. The face of the spirit of the house was always inviolable. No emotion was reflected on it. In addition, the spirits of the house were deprived of the opportunity to talk. The hero also learned that even before the appearance of people in the house lived the spirits that carefully protected him. It is rumored that the dwelling where the spirit has settled is never destroyed and retains its appearance unchanged. It turned out that for many decades, many people wanted to take possession of the estate purchased by the hero. However, the soul of the house decided who would become his true master. During all these years, Ferris has not accepted a single person. During the excursion, which Ferris arranges Kisaragi, they come to a gorgeous vast bathroom decorated with statues of lions' heads. In the middle of the room stands a striking, beautiful bath, a real work of art. The hero, not hiding surprise, asks Ferrison if he can really use such a huge bath at any moment. The girl nods silently in response. Kisaragi, noticing Ferris' reaction, notes that it is extremely cool. For a while, Toya goes back to the bathroom and plunges into the water. He was convinced that the inhabitants of this new world, like the Japanese, certainly have the habit of using baths. Kisaragi notes that Ferris looked after her mansion. The hero is thinking about his own life. He decides to review his habits, increase his skill, and finally test his things. The hero goes to his feet and is already going to leave the bathroom. Awareness of many things that await him ahead does not leave his thoughts. As soon as Kisuga rises to the bathroom, Ferris suddenly appears in the room and causes the hero to be completely naked. There is no shadow of emotions on the girl's face. While Ferris stands motionless and looks carefully at Kisaragi, it is unexpectedly covered by a wave of embarrassment. The cheeks are burned with a blush. He is lost without any imagination how to behave in such a situation, so it simply retains silence. In a moment, Toya asks Ferris to leave the bath for a few minutes. Hearing this, the girl disappears from the room. Kisaragi feels anxiety because of what is happening. He remembers how he was told that he will see the home spirit, but understands that such care is quite superfluous in the bathroom. Suddenly, Kisaragi notices that it was just where Ferris had just stood in the bathroom. A set of clothes appeared. The hero guesses that his clothes were brought to him. Not even having time to dress, Tai decides to thank Ferris sincerely for his care and for the fact that she took care of the change for him. He notes that all ages have not enjoyed such a bath. Kisaragi understands that if Ferris does all the household chores, then the spirit of the dwelling is a real gift of fate. The hero dropped on a chair, plunging into reflections. Why did this girl recognize him? It cannot get rid of this thought. He is quite concerned about this issue. In the end, he decides that he will certainly ask her directly. Thinking about what a conversation with Ferris turns for him, the hero gradually plunges into a nap. At the same moment, a girl appears in the room and carefully covers the sleeping stool of the hero with a warm blanket. When Ferris throws a blanket on Kisaragi, she lowered nearby and looks carefully at the hero's face. The girl's look is full of tenderness and warmth. The next morning, the hero turns to Ferris and reports that it is time to go on. He also reports that he plans to take several tasks from the guild and raise his level, so he will awaken in the forest for another 3 days. Hearing this, Ferris was clearly concerned. Kisaragi also appeals to the girl to look after the estate until it is. Toya noticed that Ferris is concerned. It is unclear why the girl's face is anxious. Then he confidently tells her that everything will certainly be fine. The hero assures that although his appearance is deceptive, his strength is not lacking. He is still a skilled warrior. He promises Ferris that he will soon return home. Saying goodbye, Kisaragi gently puts her hand on her shoulder, and suddenly his palm passes through the girl's body. He immediately apologizes to the girl, because after his touch, her shoulder suddenly begins to bake. The house cannot be touched by simple mortal. In the end, Kisaragi leaves the estate and reports Ferris that it is time to move on. The girl stays inside, lightly touching her shoulder and inseparably drawing his gaze. Kisaragi goes to the central part of the western forest. The hero is taken for the task of rank D. He is instructed to curb the orcs. In order to confirm the victory, he must gather the right ears of the defeated monsters. With the purpose of Kisaragi copes perfectly, without unnecessary difficulty, and confidently destroys all monsters one by one. After the battle, Thuja settled on the body of the fallen orca, which he just overcame. Kikuyo stood nearby, watching silently. When reflecting everything that has happened, Thuja sums up. He is forced to work to pay for his new home in this foreign world. The hero is aware that the reward for this task should be worthy. But, nevertheless, he decides that he would not hurt to make a little more. The hero carefully examines the ring that he got from the repository, and notes that due to his power, the level increases much faster. Kisaragi recalls how Ferris said he would return home in 3 days. But nevertheless, the hero decides to stay in the woods for some time. He is spinning in his mind. Will everything be fine if you care for Ferris? While the hero wanders the forests, training and gaining new forces, Ferris is still waiting for him in the estate, looking after the day. The girl is desperately worried because he never returns home. While Kisaragi was outside the estate, he did not leave any monster at the living. Everyone who happened in his path, he mercilessly won. All the trophies of his creatures have replenished his secret treasury. It turns out that the storage of the hero is not burdened with additional weight, even when the number of things in it is growing rapidly. In addition, during his stay in the forest, the hero encounters many exciting little things in fierce fights. For example, after fighting with monsters, his weapon loses its sharpness through their blood. However, if you put a dull weapon back for storage and then get it, it will be clean and sharp again. The same thing happens with torn or contaminated clothing. It returns to its original condition. After long hunting and painstaking materials found, the hero finally decides to open his status and check it. Kisaragi watches this moment anxiously. Looking at the result, the one thanks the ring with amazement, which increases the experience 100 times, and jokingly calls this effect a true fraud. In the end, During his stay in the forest and destroying many monsters, the hero still was able to reach the cellular level. This discovery brought him real pleasure and pride in his own achievements. Kisaragi returns to Kokuyo and happily announces that he has finally managed to get closer to his dream, to become a crazy berserko. From excitement, the hero barely restrains the trembling. He is overwhelmed with delight and impatient anticipation. Suddenly, the hero has an option with the question whether he wants to change the class. Kisaragi gladly agrees without hiding his admiration. He can finally become a warrior. But as soon as he presses the confirmation, his face changes sharply. It flashed on the shadow of disappointment. It turns out that only the positions of a high magician and the supreme priest are available from all new ways. He is terribly angry that even these possible professions are again closely related to magic. Full of despair and disappointment, Kisaragi sinks to his knees and asks the windows of the information whether the other profession is also related to magic. He sincerely does not want to believe it. Toya tells that he read the magic grimoire and mastered all the spells of recovery. He is interested in, if one day becomes a supreme magician, will he continue to study magic in the future? Kisaragi returns the Kokuo to his senses, biting him with his head. Then Toya turns to the horse, noting that he is not at all. It has passed for a while, and the young man, finally freeing himself from heavy thoughts, states that, despite the bad news, he should move on to hunt. Again, erasing horse saliva from the head, he decides, until the sword in his hand, does not matter who you are in the specialty. And it is on this day that the profession is changing. Now Kisaragi receives a prestigious position of the first rank of high weight. It turns out that Kisaragi wanted to increase the profession of the highest magician to the 100th level. After that, he is interested in finding out what new specialization he can choose the young man next time. He makes so much effort just to become a berserko. After a long stay in the forest deaf, the hero is finally returned home after such a long absence. He is a frog. As soon as he crosses the threshold of the mansion, immediately apologizes to Ferris for late. She does not appear in front of the hero at once. It is only later that his view eventually grabs it. Kisaragi notices that Ferris's face washes tears. Suddenly, the girl reproaches him. They say, he delayed, and she was worried about him all this time. The excited toy runs to the girl and again begs her. He explains that he was too fond of increasing his level. But as soon as he is going to add something, as he suddenly notices something extremely important. Kisaragi turns to the girl and enthusiastically notes that Ferris is able to talk. Toya barely restrains her astonishment, and the girl, ceasing to cry, lifts his eyes on him. Kisaragi gladly confesses that he would be pleased with the girl. He also sincerely thanks her for the concern for the estate in his absence. Meanwhile, a lively conversation is going on in the guild. One of those present, full of hope for one newcomer, is surprised to share the news. The same beginner recently purchased a house in the city. Melia, one of the interlocutors, notes that if such a prominent adventure seeker like Tuya stayed in the city, it would be a real gift for the guild. A man standing by the window and looks out, shares. From the team from Dallas, he heard a lot of applause about Kisaragi. The man was a master of the Middle Ages named Ibrand, who embraces the title of sub-guild master. He confesses that he wanted to meet Tuya for a long time and is looking forward to this occasion. It takes a little time, and Kisaragi reappears in the guild again, learning that his rank has suddenly grown to C. He notes in surprise that he had recently raised his rank. Milia agrees with him, but adds that there is one important detail. A man suddenly appears behind Kisaragi and reports that this request has come from him. The same seems to be unable to recognize the mysterious stranger. The man approaches the main character and is welcomed with a smile, noting that I am glad to meet that. He later turns out that he holds the position of deputy guilder and calls himself the Ibrand. Hearing this name, many members of the guild turn sharply so that the stealthy look at the man. Despite the surprised looks, Ibrand with an unhumanous smile greets everyone with a good morning. After a short pause, the man suddenly lifts his hands up, seeking to light the spirit of adventure in the seeker. He loudly urges the traveler to move on, perform new tasks, and get considerable fortune. The crowd lively supports the exclamations of Ibrand, encouraging the hero. Kisaragi, considering this photo, is genuinely surprised. What is wrong with the brand? Milia remains silent. In response to his request, she only smiles awkwardly. After completing his inspirational speech to travelers, Ibrand turns to Thuja and politely asks a little time for the hero. Kisaragi is confused with hesitant, not finding words for answer. It turns out that the man approached Kisaragi, interested in collected materials and a workshop. The deputy chairman of the guild and the hero go there, although Toya does not understand why it is needed. When the characters approach the workshop, one of the workers looks around. Without spending time, he shouts the head of the workshop far that Kisaragi returned. He heard a lot of puzzles and alarming. Soon, workers gather around the bodies that the hero brought. Outraged, they demand that Kisaragi prohibit the workshop. One of the employees, barely holding back tears, pleases the one not to joke about bringing even more such materials. The heroes smile awkward and decide not to confess to the workers of the workshop that he has many materials in his warehouses. Ibran decides to tie a conversation and notes that Kisaragi is now a real, experienced adventure seeker, because he received the title of sailor, Rug C. He adds that the resources that the hero has received during his travels, the guild will be enough in the near future. When Thuja learns that he is already called a true adventurer, he is insanely rejoicing in his new status. But suddenly Ebron is called, and confesses that he was waiting for Kisarag. It turns out that he has several assignments that the hero can help with, the task of which Ebrand seeks to trust that is the support of traders. Without thinking for a minute, Kisaragi instantly refuses this proposal. Ebrand raises one of the numerous bodies of the monsters whom the hero won in battle, and appeals to that to review his decision again. The man adds that it would be surprisingly generously on his part. Kisaragi thinks that his answer is quite predictable, because the task assigned to him by the deputy guilder promises great trouble. In addition, the hero also prevents the task of doing the fact that he does not want to leave Ferris alone again at home, because she remembers how she worried during his past hunt. Then I turned to the brand E and said it my decision. He confessed that he has long sought to try, so now this young man agrees to long-term tasks, for example, to accompany someone or something on the road. Suddenly, Kisaragi and Ebrand break their conversation. Malaya is rapidly bursting into the workshop and turns to a subdural master loudly. It is noticeable that the girl holds a thing in her hands. It turns out that the girl has a card of the one. The nervous Ebrand is looking forward to what happened. Melia replies that she completed the update of the card, but noticed they're a little strange. Deputy Guildman looks carefully at her find. A man approaches him and, without curiosity, asks whether the guy is a mage 57th level. Kisaragi does not immediately believe that he hears. Such words seem incredible to him. When the guy completes his map, he realizes his new profession is the Supreme Magician, which he had just changed from the previous one. However, the guy notices that this change has not yet been shown on the card. It turns out that a special tool is needed in order to make some change in the card. In fact, the whole world will not find a person capable of changing their name or profession, because maps are unique artifacts that remain a mystery yet, and not fully revealed how they work. Kisaragi shines with happiness, realizing that now he does not have to worry about someone learning about his new job. Abran, stunned, cannot believe his own eyes when he reads the inscription on the card. The man notes that he has heard about the rapid increase in Kisaragi, but recognizes that such a rapid change is extremely unusual. In addition, he adds that among all adventurers in the Fenda, the highest rank is the rank of A. Ebron tells about a man who has spent 20 years to reach only the 42nd level, and uses this story as a comparison with Kisaragi. Suddenly, the deputy guildmaster says that, judging by the hero's level, he would have long had to get Kisaragi's rank heard. It is difficult for him to grasp as it is possible. The hero in despair is surprised. In this world, to raise his level, is the case so protracted and exhausting? At the same time, then, in this new world, no one but him has a magic thing like a ring that multiplies the experience gained. He concludes, no one just can guess that after reaching the 100th levels the opportunity to change the class. Ibarra notes that when Kisaragi's abilities become known to the general public, the guy will certainly call to serve at the royal court and try to keep it in every way. Saying this, the man slowly separates the carcass of the next monster. On the other hand, the sub-guild master notes that the service with the royal family may not be so bad. Mill notes that starting to serve the royal kind, her adventure career will end forever. Hearing the mention of the royal family, Toya remembers all the unpleasant events that happened to him during his castle. Kisaragi's face is instantly serious. With notes of annoyance in his voice, he states, Millie, who suggested that he serve the royal family, probably only jokes. Cutting the carcass of the next monster, the defeated Kisaragi, Ebrand watches a new expression on the hero's face. Watching the two reaction, he notes that because it seems that it does not like to work on the government. Removing the precious stone from the body of the wolf, the man looks at the hero and advises him to leave everything as it is. In addition, the man asks Melia to keep their conversation in secret. The girl cheerfully assures him that he will not be heard. Kisaragi watches with interest how Deputy Gilder passes the gem to one of the workshops. Meanwhile, Ebrond is unexpectedly addressed. What exactly did Thuja mean when he said she wanted to follow this man? Hearing the hero's request, the man gladly points out that if so, he may be able to become a good support to him. 3 heroes come to one of the numerous guild halls. It turns out that they found themselves in the famous room of materials that the organization is proud of. Here, you can really find many different things. The hero is genuinely rejoiced in the fact that he was given this opportunity. The man explains that this room contains information about the history of the country, its neighbors, and many other interesting things, so it is quite likely that Kisaragi will find answers to his questions. The young man rotates to the E-brand and asks whether everything is allowed to use in the room with materials. The face of the E-brand involuntarily acquires a surprised expression, and then the man specifies, "There is only one small condition." He explains the hero that everything in this room is of particular value, so if the guy wants to use any of the items, he will have to pay the right price. Thuja is somewhat embarrassed, hearing the word price. Suddenly, the apparatus with a gilded title makes the hero an unexpected offer. He states that if he agrees to accomplish the task for him, he will make an exception and allow Kisaragi to use everything in this room for free. Thada suggests that the conversation was still around the accompaniment. Thinking, he concludes that this agreement looks extremely profitable and really brings considerable benefit to him. After a short reflection, the hero confidently states that he fully accepts the conditions offered to him by the brand E. The man, having heard such an answer, is genuinely surprised and pleasantly impressed. The deputy gilder immediately agrees to allow Kisaragi to use all the materials in this room at his own discretion, but strictly forbids to carry anything from here. Ebrand also reported that in 10 days, they went to the accompanying mission in 10 days. The man asked the one not to be laid out and be sure to come on time. Kisaragi assures that he has become clear, and he sighs hard. Melia also decides to say goodbye to the hero. She notes that it is time to go because it is necessary to deal with papers. When the girl comes out, she confesses that Ebrand was a little united, though he told the hero about payment for the use of the Hall of Materials. In fact, the cost is only 1 copper coin. Hearing these words, the hero feels great indignation. He estimates that if you transfer coins to money from his former world, then to use things from the material storage would cost about 100. It turns out that the room with materials visits units. The local valuable books were actually ordinary manuscripts. Suddenly, Melia returns to the hero and confesses that he feels truly happy. She asks to say that he would like to leave the adventurer's way. The hero does not answer these words. Returning home, he concludes that he was wrapped around his finger. Meanwhile, Kisaragi realizes that the deputy gilder was actually a great master of his business. And here the hero suddenly notices a familiar figure that stands at the gate of his new home. Looking closer, the hero notices that Natalia stands at the gate of his house, trying to get to the mansion. Hearing someone's steps behind, the girl turns sharply, confidently points her finger on that, and states that her patience broke. She is tired of waiting. The hero asks in surprise whether something needs Natalia, to which the girl answers that she needs yesterday, as she said, a thing. Natalia confesses that he still cannot forget the taste of treats that Kisaragi treated her the day before. She also notes that she ate everything until the last crumb. The girl, with pain in his voice, asks whether the hero really is going to leave her. Leave with empty hands. She is wondering if Kisaragi hears her words in general. Toya does not hurry to answer Natalia. She assures that she is sure to listen to her. Meanwhile, the guy thinks, there is a question that he has long wanted to ask the girl, and it concerns Ferris. Suddenly, hearing the voice of the hero near the house, Natalia appeared next to him. The girl smiles widely and confesses that she is sincerely glad to see the owner of the estate. He tells that Ray reports Ferris about his return home, crossing the threshold of the estate. Ferris is wondering if something has happened in their absence. This is quietly replied to this that everything was quiet, and nothing unusual happened. The girl is slowly interested in why Tai returned so early. It is noticeable that it is not too talkative. The hero avoids answers to questions, only mysteriously notes that he understood everything. Ferris tries to understand what is happening, and Natalia, meanwhile, is simply stunned. It turns out that a girl cannot believe that Ferris is talking. She does not have no idea as possible at all, and can be said that Natalia even scare these heard words a little. After all, she had never heard to speak to someone. Kisaragi was surprised to turn to Natalia, asking. She didn't know that Ferris was able to talk. The elfish admits that she has never heard before the spirits of Mansion can communicate with words. Its stratification simply does not hide. Natalia confesses that although she has spent many years in this estate, there are still many secrets that she has not even guessed. The hero almost does not pay attention to her words and assures that they will certainly meet. Meanwhile, Natalia asks the boy to wait a few minutes. Natalia notes that she did not seek to receive books. She proposes to exchange a rare guide to the special magic that has brought with her, as well as a book about searching for a small handful of sweets. Hearing the girl's offer, the hero immediately remembers a special book. In his memory, he emerges that it hides powerful spells, which he has already encountered in the game from his past world. Kisaragi believes that Natalia's proposal is quite beneficial to him. He decides that this agreement is a real luck. Without thinking for a long time, Kisaragi immediately agrees to exchange magic books for sweets. Without hesitation, then he invites the girl to join him and Ferris for dinner, because she is now in the estate. The offer is a pleasant girl. A happy smile shines on her face. The hero understands that it was such a proposal from Natalia that he expected to exchange 2 books for sweets. Subsequently, together with Ferris, they cover on a table, behind which, having made it more convenient, there is an elf. For dinner, the hero decides to give an appetizing assortment on the grill together with Natalia, which well quenches the famine. This dish looks extremely attractive. Natalia, looking at the dish that has just been served for dinner, recognizes various types of meat. Kisaragi, noticing her hesitation, asks the girl not to pay attention to it and simply taste his proposed. When a girl is already going to bite the dish, the hero warns her, "Food is just from the plate, so you should be careful." Finally, dinner, Natalia, gladly glanced at the one, is interested. And what meat did he just serve her? Having tasted a piece of meat during dinner, the girl enthusiastically notes that she had never tasted so tender meat before. On the face of the elves, there is a very sincere pleasure from the meal. When a girl understands how delicious the dishes that Kisaragi prepared this time, she starts to absorb every piece from her plate faster and greed more eagerly. The hero is not even surprised by such appetite. But suddenly Ferris enters the room, and the hero, looking back, looks at the girl. He notices that Ferris, as always, left her food intact. It turns out that spirits receive vital energy and magical power directly from the earth without needing ordinary food. Felice explains that he receives strength through magic, so she does not need food. Kisaragi nods as a sign of understanding, although he keeps a dreamy hope in his soul. He will once be lucky to have dinner with this girl at one table. Ferris notes that when Thuja is in the estate, the magic energy of the earth becomes much taste. She flies a little closer to Kisaragi, and the guy is immediately embarrassed. I am amazed that magical power, it turns out, has its own taste. In addition, the guy was also lost because of the unexpected closeness of the girl. Natalia, keeping closely about everything that is happening, realizes that there are many things she didn't even know. The Elfa remembers everything that has happened in the last days since the hero has appeared. The unusual dishes she had not tasted before. The talkative diamond spirit. All this does not give it rest. Natalia concludes that the man who bought her estate hides many secrets. Reflecting on it, she continues to dinner slowly, while Kisaragi addresses a few words to Ferris. As a result, the heroes did not reach the final conclusion about Ferris. But Natalia appealed to the chocolate cake, which Toya soon showed her. After Natalia has saved dinner, she gladly notes that the dish was delicious. The girl adds that her evening has passed perfectly and left a pleasant impression. The elf, meanwhile, reminds that it's time to go home. Nearly crossing the threshold of the estate, Natalia looks around and jokingly says that she would not refuse if Tai brought her souvenirs to her every now and then. The main character just smiles and reminds her that now is the time to go. Kisaragi hardly believes that Natalia really visited the estate only for the sake of sweets. Meanwhile, Toli thoughtfully holds one of the books he received in exchange for candy. Returning to his office, the hero puts 2 books on the table. One of them is an exceptional magic guide, and the other is devoted to the art of search engines. As soon as the hero unfolds one of the books, the knowledge outlined on its pages is instantly absorbed by him. He assures that he now understands everything. Thus, it becomes known that at least in theory, the magic of spatial movement can really be done. Thuya concludes that the spell of sorcerers from the kingdom of Henriette moved him to the place where he eventually found himself. Jisur RD confesses that even with explanations on the pages, it is not easy to understand everything. He adds that Natalia's book is really impressive. He is especially captured by the author's personality. He unfolds the book near the root and notices the author is indicated by Natalia. The hero is in handy with indignation and disappointment, learning that the author of the book is his acquaintance. It is already swollen so that the tom is drawn to the floor with anger, but at the last moment it restrains. Sighing, the guy admits. Despite the author's identity, the book is incredibly exciting. Toil is staring at the starry sky outside the window, thinking whether the Italian can really be such an unusual person. The hero decides that on the eve of the day of serving to the accompanying mission, it is necessary to look into a room with materials to dive into the study. He unbearably wants to know as much about this mysterious world as possible. Kisaragi recalls how, having unfolded a map drawn on parchment, he was amazed at the depths of his soul. It turns out that the TUO is sincerely amazed. In the new world where he got, there are really those kingdoms: Henrietta, the Lunatsk Empire, and the state of Safaz, which he knew only from the game. In fact, Kisaragi realizes that he subconsciously hoped to see in the new world the same country with which he met in the game. However, the hero notes that there are many countries in this new world that he has never heard before. One of them is the kingdom of Sarandi, in which he is now. While the hero is trying to find the city of Fendi on the map, in which he is currently, a strange maiden figure appears behind him. It turned out that the girl standing behind him heard he was looking for the city of Fendi on the map. She approached Kisaragi and indicated to him where the city was. The girl advised the hero to look more closely. The girl asks whether the hero, when studying the route of support, examines the map so carefully. Tu does not respond immediately to her words, fascinating her appearance. Immediately after that, Kisaragi jumps back, covered with fright. The girl, watching his reaction, apologizes that she scared him. It turns out that the girl is already familiar with the name of the hero. She seems like her lumen's name, and it is she who heads a detachment that accompanies the one during this mission. Kisaragi recalls that 2 more adventurers are involved in this mission. He strongly extends the girl's hand for greeting. Luminous says Ebrand called them today. She confesses that she still feels the consequences of yesterday's party. Luminum is going to leave the room with materials and says goodbye to Kisaragi, noting that she was pleased to meet him. On farewell, she calls the hero a newcomer and adds with a smile that she puts high hopes on him. Kisaragi is embarrassed as Luminous slowly leaves the room. It is surprised and confused. The words are simply not. After all, he chooses a silence. Luminor acts without delay, and Kisugari, again turning to the map, notices that the kingdom of Henriette is located not far from the place where he is now. One is genuinely wondered if he will be able to return to his world if he visits the kingdom of Henrietta again. He decides that at least there he will be able to find a hint of returning home. On the other hand, the guy realizes that he is unlikely to leave the world that he has been so unexpectedly, because he has already got used to him. Finally, the day comes when the hero goes to his mission. Even before dawn, he is already in the mansion and calls Ferris. A moment before Kisarag, a girl, which he calls the symbol of Sandek, arises. There is a horse nearby. It is noticeable that the hero is genuinely pleased with the spirit of the house. It turns out that Ferris reported her temporary absence from the moment Kisaragi reported. The girl no longer appeared. The guy assures her that a maximum of 8 to 10 days will definitely return home. He asks Ferris to monitor the house until it is. Tears shine in the eyes of Ferris. Again, referring to the one, she begs him as soon as possible to return. Obviously, the girl sincerely does not want to part with the hero. Noticing the girl upset the hero's decision to leave the estate, he hesitates, perhaps even to refuse to participate in this dangerous mission. However, in the end, he warmly says goodbye to the spirit of the house. When the hero gets the place of collection, he notices a Lumen there. She reports that their task is to hold the Dumbledore traders. They should guarantee the safety of cargo and accompanied throughout the way to and forth. One of the teams is called Step Blades. It includes boys. Lumina emphasizes that everyone was warned in advance about the possible appearance of mighty monsters on the route, so everyone must be alert to battle. While Kisaragi looks carefully around the collection, one of the merchants is approached. He proclaims that he heard from a friend about the hero and his actions. The merchant then adds that his friend told how Kisaragi saved the group in the forest. Then Toya recalls the events of that day and confirms what he heard. The merchant notes that for the C rank, the hero is too young. He is amazed by the boy's bravery and considers him a great adventure seeker. and he asks Kisaragi to see them. All travelers who have joined this mission look focused and decisive. Luminous announces, "It's time to go." Heroes, having saddled horses, go on a journey. Kisaragi rides on a kake, full of determination and inner strength. Tolia turns to the horse, encouraging him. They say they should rush to complete the task and return home. One of the hero's companions ironically notes that he looks quite funny because of his smug manner to stay. He is approached by a young man in the name of Dao. He is convinced that the car received a C class only because he was on a powerful team. Dao is disrespectfully claimed that he does not overcome the magician like him, even Goblin alone. Dao turns to Kisaragi, warning not to show his superiority only because of the higher rank among the team. He adds that only they are only too capable of fighting properly. The mood of Kisaragi is somewhat depressed. It seems quite natural that the guy, most likely, will not believe that Thuja has coped with all this. Kisaragi agreed to accompany merchants to the western town called Dumbler, and is now doing this task. While they are moving forward, one of the warriors, a young man named Dau, sighs loudly from boredom and expresses hope that at least some goblin will happen to them on the road. The girl sitting in a trolley he controls turns to him and notes, "It is better not to say such words." She is sure. The most important thing is that the road is calm and safe. Dal confesses to her that she cannot stay and involuntarily demonstrates her true power of self, confident Kisarag. Tao looked at the hero and noted that he did not want to see such inappropriate behavior on his part. The hero was confused, not knowing how to respond to these words. Suddenly Luminous turns to the One, advising not to pay attention to the Dao. She confesses that locals really underestimate the magicians during their adventures. Kisaragi is surprised why this happens. The protagonist reflects that in team games, healers play a key role, so he does not consider them in vain. Luana also says that it seems to many as healers are minor players, because they are mostly left in the rear, and their true value is often diminished. The girl adds that if the guard is killed, a healer who is not able to harm the monsters only will be escaped in order not to become the next victim. Luminous notes, "No one wants to see a friend leave the team. This is especially painful for teams, where strong friendship and mutual understanding prevails." Lumina points out that if Tuya chose a partner in battle, then he must be sure of his understanding. At the same time, she emphasizes that the healer's path is also a decent choice that deserves respect. Kasargi is tirelessly stepping forward, thinking that joining the team is not the bad. While the hero is immersed in his thoughts, his horse suddenly calls to him. Thada decides to separate from merchant carts and dives further deep into the forest. The hero stops on a small lawn, jumps from Kokuyo, and touches the ground. Having glared at a careful look, he gladly states that this stop was just liked. The hero crosses his hands on his chest and activates the skill of search. Bright magical circles flash around him. It turned out that the search for search is based on the theory that Tuya Tsubuge's in a book on magical studies written by Natalia. He only borrowed the idea of her work, but he could already finish and bring the spell on his own. Thuja uses the ability that imperceptibly spreads magical energy in his body, forming a thin thread of force that captures the smallest movements of the opponents nearby. In simple words, it creates a kind of magical web. Thanks to the new ability, the hero determines that 300 wild boars are hidden in the radius of 200 meters around him. Upon learning where the enemies are hiding, Tuya instantly uses the only but powerful spell that he mastered, after moving to the class of the Supreme Magician. This spell is called Air Blades. With their help, the hero will easily cut down trees that interfered with the forest inspection. Once the trunks are lying on the ground, then at once notices the hidden boars. They are rapidly attacking, but it is lightning with them even more instantly. After completing the massacre on the enemies, the guy shakes his hands from dust and decides that this is enough. A satisfied smile appears on his face. He is clearly proud of work. Luminous notes that Kisaragi catches up with her sitting on a kokuo. She is wondering if he has already argued his business. Tuya apologizes. To discharge the atmosphere, the girl was starting a conversation and wondered if he had used to taste the orca meat from the ground. The hero never gives her a clear answer, so the girl thinks he jokes. Luminad notes that if they continue to keep such a pace, then the destination will soon get. Kisaragi impatiently dreams of returning home as soon as possible and seeing Ferris's gentle face. He thinks that he has neither time nor desire to bother with pathetic opponents. Finally, the night goes down, and the traveler lays out a small camp in the steppe. Most of them sit down to dine or start cooking. Dal, together with his friend, is snacked with dried meat. The young man is a little upset that he has nothing more delicious. Suddenly, Dal notices how Kisaragi wanders the camp slowly, looking carefully at all, as if he is looking for something. The young man himself holds a piece of dried meat in his teeth. The new moon confidently tells the hero that you can safely take food with you. With a sly smile turns to the magician and asks, "Are you really going to eat in the supplies of another's team?" Hearing these barbed words to your address, Kisaragi is dead for a moment, but almost immediately returns a fun look. The hero, without waving his hand, opens a storage facility and states that this place suits him. The rest of the Dallas team watches with surprise that she noticed at this moment. From the pantry, the guy brings a dining table, a chair, a few plates, a mug, and a giant stew of stew. The appearance of the hero is extremely pleased. He is clearly proud of his preparations for the task. Dal, stunned by what he saw, cannot believe his eyes, watching how fun tastes dinner. The hero explains, the dish is still hot, because immediately after cooking he put it in his hiding place. Kisaragi begins a meal. Feeling that the dish is burning, he carefully tastes it, trying not to burn, while his surprised satellites are delighted to watch how he eats. Suddenly, Lumen approaches that behind and with an envious smile, he notes that the dish eaten by the hero looks surprisingly appetizing, while she got only dry meat. The girl subtly hints that it would be nice if the hero had treated her with something delicious. Kisaragi is approached by several more participants in the Pastome Blade team, and one of the girls from this band is passionate about admiring that the dish that the hero has brought looks extremely appetizing. While Kikuyo is grateful to drink the water he was treated by the owner, the guy reports that he has a lot of food, so if someone else wishes, he can join him. Luminous Hobby notes how delicious the dish was brought by the hero. She confesses that she could not imagine. Once in the steppes, will try something so sophisticated. Having tasted a few more spoons, Lumen's size, they say, would perfectly complement the wine of something stronger. A girl from the Fang's pasture team gently asks her to suffer until they finally get to the city. While travelers enjoy dinner at the table, one of them turns to the Dew to join the company. In response, Dao abruptly refuses, making it clear that he does not need it. The young man, shouting loudly from afar, claims that the hero probably managed to trust in some influential team in order to participate in this mission with them. However, Thoi feels neither anger nor insults. On the contrary, he sincerely sympathizes with Dayu. The girl from the team notes that Thuja has a rare ability to store, and with respect he bows her head, because he has reached a rank with such a young age. After a short expectation, she apologizes to Kisaragi for the stubbornness of the doe, which is manifested even during extremely responsible tasks. Finally, the heroes come to the city called Safe Dumbledore Shelter. One of them exclaims that I am pleased with the prosperous arrival. Dumbledore's town looks small and cozy. Lumen approaches one of the merchants and points out that they were very lucky this time. No monster happened on the way. At the same time, the girl warns, on the way back it is not necessary to lose vigilance, because it is too early to relax. After talking to the merchant, the girl looks around and notices how Kisaragi carefully combs the mane of her horse. She is sorry to realize that she may not have a chance to see the true power of the one. After a successful trip to the city, Dumbledore stops in local tavern, ordering several mugs of beer. They have fun pushing glasses and exclaiming, "Hooray!" Some of them rejoice that tomorrow is finally a day off. In response, Lumen throws the idea of walking so that until the morning he does not crash himself, but Kisaragi only laughs, noting that they had already drank so well. Lumen, with a glass in his hand, goes closer to the hero and offers, "Let's drink with the whole team." Kisaragi lifts the mug to the face and thinks. Though he is not a hard-working enemy of alcohol, but he still does not like something in this drink. At least, in this world. The young man sighs disappointed. In this new world is too warm. So much so that the hero cannot even swallow a single drop. Ragi's bite decides to use magic to cool his drink even more. Luminous notices that Tai is speaking over his drink, and immediately the head rushes to the hero with questioning. She snatches a glass of chilled alcohol from his hands and persistently asks that Kisaragi had just changed his drink. Kisaragi, smiling awkwardly, explained Lumini that he simply fascinated his drink with magic. In the meantime, Tuya addressed the girl with a proposal. Does she want to taste his creation? The girl takes a few sips and surprised that she tastes surprisingly the drink she came out. She instantly pokes her finger into her glass, letting Kisaragi understand what she wants to cool down for her too. Kisaragi, without hesitation, agrees to fulfill her request. After learning about the new taste experience, Lumen immediately shares her discovery with his jobs. Toya cools the drinks for the whole team. One of the satellites is in surprise that even light cooling can so dramatically change the aroma and taste of the drink. Lumine also approaches the fallen Delu. The girl insists he must taste the icy liqueur. At first the guy refuses. Lumina is more urgently asking her to taste cold ale, and Dal replies that he understood everything. He carefully picks the mug from her hands and makes a few sips. The guy sincerely does not understand what the meaning is. What can change in the drink only from what is cooled. Suddenly, Dao is aware that he has just tasted. It is an incredibly delicious thing. He asks in surprise what it is. Kisaragi, full of joy, immediately suggests that he will gladly prepare a few more mugs for him, if he liked. The hero gladly notes that the magician can be a real find for their team. You can see that Tai just shines with happiness. He does not hide joy because of such a wonderful finale of the evening. In the end, the discontinuous doll recognizes his mistake, uncertainly agreeing with what he has heard. It looks and nervously twists in a wooden mug. Suddenly, Lumen again approaches that and states that he needs a serious conversation with the hero. Such words completely jumped him by surprise, so he was confused and blushed from unexpected embarrassment. Lumen comes to him a few steps closer and suddenly pronounces the request, "Stay with me forever." Kisaragi is so impressed that she does not immediately understand her words and asks what she meant. The girl has fun jumping on the table and with a casual smile requires the boy to cool her L by the end of her days. Dal and Toya are watching a drunken Lumen, sharing surprised views filled with easy misunderstanding. The next morning, Kisaragi wakes up before all and slowly leaves the night. In passing, it notes that after yesterday's festivities, the satellites are still snore. By the way, today he has a day off. He recalls the words of Milia, who assured that it is not difficult for members of the guild to find a job even in a foreign city. For a long time, the hero goes straight to the guild. The Danny town does not have any special local delicacies, but this town is famous for its humor market. Trade tents were lined up along the streets, around which life always rages. Residents are in a hurry to make purchases. Finally, the hero gets to the guild building in Dumbler. As soon as he is going to cross the threshold, as suddenly someone grabs him by the cloak, forcing him to turn. Looking back, the hero notices a little boy in front of him. With a serious look, he directly asks whether Kisaragi has the magic of healing. Toya asks if the guy really wants him to treat his wound, but the child answers she does not ask for help. The guy pulls out 3 copper from his pocket, everything he could save. He stretches them Kisaragi, begging to help him cure a girl named Saya. Kisaragi is somewhat surprised by such a request, looks intently into the face of the child. He thinks about how best to do next. Meanwhile, the baby notes that he had already addressed many for help, but everyone he met said that 3 coins were not enough. Suddenly, the guy standing next to the hero distracts a stranger. The child is thrown in neglect and asked why he is still wandering near the guild. As it turned out, 3 adult men with a self-confident look are approaching the boy. One of them, scornfully saying, "A boy of slum has nothing to do near the guild." Another man notes that no adventure seeker will take the task for such a meager reward. He is supported by another one who asks why the child has not yet made any conclusions from his own life. Kisaragi hears how men do not respond about children from the shelter, and his indignation grows. The words are clearly not liked by them. One of them approaches the child and tries to grab him by the hand. He mockingly notes that even if the hero helps the boy, he will receive nothing worth in response. But suddenly the hero grabs him by the hand. With a fury in the voice, Tai cuts off that she does not need advice from strangers. He sharply twists the hand of a man, forcing him to get out of pain. In response, 2 of the offended comrades immediately come out of themselves and start screaming at that. When the hero is already preparing to strike and rush into battle against 2 opponents, the guild door suddenly dissolves. The girl runs out of the room, and without holding back emotions, shouts something out of the fighters loudly. It turned out that the girl came to raise the participants of the fight. Because not far from the building of the guild, the fight was strictly forbidden. Both opponents had to let each other. One of the 3 strangers hides the sword in the vagina and, after all, casts a look, promises not to forget this meeting. Their group disappears slowly from the square, leaving Kisaragi and the boy himself in the middle of the Maidan. The girl who came out of the guild building escorts the departing men. She does not leave her feeling that she had already seen them somewhere. However, Kisaragi is not concerned. The guy, filled with new confidence, again turns to the hero. Toya calls her name. It turns out that the boy is called Leo, and he clearly rejoices in acquaintance with the hero. Kisaragi turns to him. The hero squats to be face to face with a boy and jokingly asks to give all his money. Kisaragi gently holds his hand on the baby's head. He strongly states that Leo is accepting the task, and it is incredibly pleasing the guy. Joy is so overwhelming him that he barely holds back tears of happiness. After a few streets, the heroes finally get down. This is where Leo lives. The poor are barely holding the heaps, and the exhausted faces of the locals immediately rush into the eye. The local people live in poverty and need. Kisaragi is quite surprised that the wilds are located quite near the city center. Many residents here have an exhausted and tired look. Toya realizes that it is a trade city, so here is always crowded and humorous. Finally, the characters get to the place where the boy sought to bring Kisaragi. Smiling happily, he points to a small house that stands nearby. The house where children live looks much better than other disadvantages. As the heroes cross the threshold, they are immediately surrounded by a band of little ones who welcomes Leo. Children are looking forward to a guy if he managed to find someone who can help them. The guy enthusiastically reports that he called the one who possesses therapeutic magic. One of the girls of the band approaches Kisaragi and is wondering if he is a healer. Suddenly, the hero looks at another girl, whose hands were cozy with his own sewn toy rabbit. After hiding her fucking face behind the toy, she burst into shame and asked to help her younger sister. He confidently assured that the baby could safely rely on him, and, when he was calm, nodded to reassure the girl opposite. As soon as they enter the room, Kisaragi is wondering if there are adults in the house. Children say that there are no adults, so their younger sister Sai tries how to replace them with their parents. It turned out that because of the long, diligent work, their younger sister Sia became ill. The girl breathes hard while lying on the bed in her room. Her condition has deteriorated significantly. She looks very bad. Seeing the girl, then at once realizes that she is his peer. He is genuinely sorry for her, so young, and has already taken care of so much baby. It has passed all a week since Seifel has become ill, but its condition does not improve. Children, following Kisaragi, quietly enter the room where the sick girl lies. To check the temperature of a sick girl, he gently puts her hand on her forehead and feels immediately. The fever is really strong. Children with anxiety follow the actions of the hero without hiding fear in the eyes. At the same time, they are excitedly asked if their younger sister will be able to recover. Among the whisper through tears, the warning is heard. If everything goes on, it can end tragically. Thinking about what his illness can lead to, children suddenly explode in a loud, coherent crying. Kisaragi confidently turns to Leole, assuring that he may not worry and safely entrust him with all the worries. The hero gently holds his hand on the boy's head, giving a sense of calm and confidence. Kisaragi carefully takes the girl by the hand and is aware. He is not a doctor, so he is not able to determine her illness. However, the hero understands. There is only the only way that can return the girl to health. Two heroes decide to act with care and use the healing spells that are already subject to them. They alternately impose treatment and more powerful recovery, and the window of the home will screams with bright flashes of white glow. It has passed some time from the beginning of treatment, and SIA finally opens the eyes, noticing that it feels much better. She looks around and understands that there is no one in the room. The girl is slowly getting up on the bed, touches her face and feels a pleasant lightness. Her health is significantly improved. Suddenly, she remembers the numerous children living with her, and having shook, hurries to check whether everything is fine with them. When the sow enters the dining room, there is a generously served table before her eyes, where she attracts the variety of dishes. She is told that food is plenty of food. All children can eat good. It is a great pleasure in all the baby. She notices a stranger who is comfortable at the head of the table. At the same moment, other children turn to look at their sister, who has just returned. The girl, the apparent confusion of which gives the surprise, fastens for a moment. However, in her eyes, a genuine passion is visible. Meanwhile, the children she cares about joyfully approach this and have fun saying that Toya healed her with magic. These words bring the girl into a real surprise. Suddenly, Saya notices that she has only pajamas. Not at all the right look when a guest is at home. The girl is embarrassed, blushed, hastily explains that he will now be dressed. Dressing, Saya descends again to the dining room and thanks the hero. She thankfully notes that he not only healed her magic, but also took care of children, treating them with food. The children again coincide around the girl, passionately telling how a cauldron of delicious food appeared in their eyes. In anticipation that Sia would offer her to pay, The heroine hastened to reassure, not to worry, because she has already taken this task from Leo. After a short pause, Kisaragi quietly admits that he has no relatives. His gaze reflects deep sadness. Seiya assures that he helped them a lot. The girl, smiling, adds, if suddenly he needs something, she will certainly put her shoulder. But suddenly her words interrupt an unexpected sound. The girl's belly grunts loudly from hunger. Kisaragi promises the girl lunch if he feels well. Seiya gladly accepts the proposal. Girlfriends reach her bowl of hot soup, and the main character with a smile wants a delicious. Having tried a spoonful of soup, Seiya feels his incredible taste. She enthusiastically notes that the dish is filled with various ingredients. Suddenly, Kisaragi is wondering whether the girl manages this institution on her own. The girl slowly lays the spoon, getting ready to answer. Sha is quietly confessing that her mother took care of this place last year, but she died of a serious illness. It turned out that most local residents were people who lost their homes or relatives during the invasion of the kingdom of Henrietta. 7 children who lived in this house were killed. With indignation in the voice of Seiya confidently states that only she is able to protect children. The girl firmly promises to cope with this task. Sanya is convinced that the kingdom of Henrietta will definitely answer for all the crimes he committed. Hearing the girl's words, the hero notes that he should not be forced. He emphasizes that Seiya cares for every child in the house. Kisaragi gives an example of Leole, who in despair turned to passers-by, asking for help for his sick sister. The hero assures that all the inhabitants of this house seek to be a support for her. He gently adds, to ask for help is quite natural. At this point, a tear rolls out of the girl's eyes and falls quietly into a bowl with soup. The girl suddenly blows in tears, from joy and pain at the same time. She confesses in a trembling voice that now everything has become clear, and admits that he really says sincerely. Seeing that the girl was crying, Kisaragi immediately begins to apologize to her. But in response, she assures that he misunderstood everything. At this moment, the girl's plush rabbit is stealing on them through the window. Children with a smile on their faces exclaim that their younger brother and sister are perfectly fit. A real sweet couple. Hearing this, Seiya and Kisaragi immediately begin to wave the cheerful assumptions of the baby, who flooded with carefree laughter. The guy with the girl deny that the children are mistaken, but they are emphasizing. The older sister's cheeks are just burning, so the young couple looks real in love. Suddenly, the question of children is the question. Is Kisaragi really going to go? The guy replies that the next day he has to leave this city and return home. However, before leaving Kisaragi, he decides to take care of his family for the last time. He goes to the pantry and takes a bowl with soup from there to leave them food. The girl is stunned in a pan, which suddenly materializes from nothing, and as long as she asks where she came from. In response to the question of Sister Leo enthusiastically, he notes that the hero is truly incredible. When Kisaragi departs from the house of a large family, a whole crowd of children runs towards him with their older sister. The children call him back again, adding that their sister would like to see him again. The young man assures that if the path again brings him to this city, he will certainly visit them. All the children, together with their return to their sister Seiya, are persistently asking him to visit them again. The baby's face shines with happiness. When the hero returns to the place where he stopped to spend the night in another city, on the road he comes across an old man who asks him to treat him with a lacquer. Kisaragi replies that this is not possible. What the old man just smiles at, assuring that everything is fine, and specifies whether that is really so. Thus turns away, thoughtfully concerned with the fate of children, but does not understand how she can guarantee them safety. In order to interest the boy somehow, the old man tries to lure him to his tavern in all possible ways, but none of them works. Suddenly behind Kisaragi is unknown from the scope hits the old sword. The one with a deaf moan falls to the ground. The hero looks rapidly and sees in the crowd familiar faces from the square. They disdain that their grandfather only interfered with them. 3 men who tried to attack Leola in the afternoon are ominously saying that Kisaragi finally traced. When an elderly man falls from blows, one of the attackers disrespectfully states that he is just doing. The old man, faint with pain, assures that he is really bad. At this point, Kisaragi leans up to help him. The man appeals to Kisaragi, reproaching that he was behaving in the afternoon, as if he were already a great person. The other is interested. Is this guy who in the eyes of everyone immediately becomes pathetic? The man, whom Kisaragi broke his hand in the afternoon, looked at the hero and noted that the equipment of him, at least where. He wondered if he was not a rich. Someone else notes that in the wild, hardly anyone will pay attention to the disappearance of another adventurer. The old, still conscious, pleading, asks to the one immediately. But the young man just reassures him. They say, "You should not worry." In an effort to help the wounded, the hero applies his ability for healing for the second day. The surprised grandfather comes up and, not believing to himself, notices that his back pain has disappeared. Kisaragi urges him to leave this place as soon as possible, because here is about to ignite the battle. One of the three men who watches how that helps the old man ask if the priest is in front of them. Without waiting for the answer, he with a mocking smile adds that the priests, they say, only know how to run. Suddenly, a guy with his hand, damaged by his hand, comes to the hero, grabs him by the collar and presses sharply against the wall. The old one, frightened to death, flee instantly. A new acquaintance feverishly states that he has heard of a pretty girl who lives with Kisaragi, and the hand promises that they are worried about her. An annoyed guy provokes why adventurers can't do at his own discretion. The hero, tired of endless chats, decides to move from words to business. Suddenly, Kisaragi pulls a sword from the pantry and powerfully beats the arms on the chin of the man standing in front of him. Others present, stunned, cannot believe that the hero took up the legendary Bastmek. They cannot believe that they attacked a person with the ability to store things. However, the protagonist, with appetite and no doubt, states that he will now do as he wants. The hero suddenly realizes that he never had to fight himself. But, nevertheless, he understands. If it leaves these prodigies unattended, SIA will be in great danger. Two men, deciding that then is just bluffing. They say that they will not behave on such cheap tricks and rush to it with an attack. The hero immediately accepts the battle, feeling that he should remember something important. It is noticeable that Tai does not feel fear at her opponents. Kisaragi decides to act as once in the game. It cleverly evades the enemy's fall, and then strikes himself. He knows neither pity nor mercy. Kisaragi sends the enemy into flight at one striking blow to the sword, causing only silent shock and confusion into his friend. Finally, Kisaragi decides to take up the last opponent. Trustedly struck from the back when the guy turned away, he swings to his foot, preparing to strike a dishonest blow. Suddenly, Toya rotates sharply, and a powerful blow knocks weapons out of the hands of the last enemy. At the same time, he sends the enemy to the wall. A man with a loud groan breaks the wooden door, markedly angry. The hero manages to reflect the other villain to the hands of the sword just under the chin. He, holding on the jaw, laughs. Can a priest actually own a sword and own the arts of battle? Kisaragi understands. To become an adventure seeker under the power of anyone. Even those who are deeply spoiled can join this trail. For the people who won, the hero, he looks like a real monster. The first of the Trinity, a man, decides to take advantage of the last opportunity. He rushes forward to attack the old and escape. By swinging his weapon, he exclaims, calling the defenseless old to run away immediately. Suddenly, the sword, which the man held over his head, cuts in half a horizontal incision. He looks at his sword, considering only his barely noticeable fragment, and cannot believe what happened to him. The hero returns to the man and warns sharply, "You must stop acting like garbage." This is carefully observed by the old one. Kisaragi again resorts to his magical technique of the sword, and confesses that it is not sure whether he will be able to resist, not kill that man. Subsequently, he leads to the Dumbledore Guild of 3 attackers, firmly connected after a fight with him. The girl who is on duty on the post immediately orders to send this trinity to the prison. Those looks at his own hands and realizes that the battle has brought him pleasure. It was such a conclusion that expected. The girl from the guild reports that the men who have brought the hero have long been suspected, but no evidence of their guilt failed. She emphasizes that they now have a witness, so the guild will finally be able to hold criminals. The girl apologizes for drawing her husband from another city in their affairs. She assures that if her help is needed, she is ready to fulfill any conditions. Kisugari offers her help. He tells her a girl named Saya, who lives in the wild and takes care of her own shelter for the needy. At this time, Sita plunged into work with documents. When it seems that the papers came to life under her hands, she will rasp the window, letting the fresh air into the room, and looks out with interest. While the girl admires the starry sky, the hero in the guild appeals to the workers to take care of the shelter pupils. Toya explains that it is impossible for children to live where only criminals and dangerous persons like these people are around. The girl assures that everything is clear to her, and adds that the guild is responsible for this shelter. From these words, Kisaragi shines with joy. Then the girl turns to a boy by name. She confesses that he advises him, because the real masters of adventure live in the city of Fandi. The young man clearly flattens such a compliment, and he does not hide his pleasure. The grandfather, who was rescued by Toya, again tries to invite the boy to the tavern, but he politely refuses, explaining that he should get up at dawn. The hero returns to the hotel where he stopped. He is overwhelmed by joy. Now that Sao and other children are safe, excitement has retreated. On the way to the hotel, admiring the star sky, the hero decides to buy a few memorable souvenirs for Natalia. The next morning, the city of Fandi shudders at a shrill cry that announces the beginning of a new adventure. Natalia, stunned herd, asks with surprise whether that time leaves the city for a long time. The girl notes with annoyance that she will not be able to taste the dishes that Toy prepares. Melia, to reassure her, they say, the hero will return in 2 days. Meanwhile, Natalia is still hesitant to eat. 2 men in the guild watch 2 girls. One of them is interested in who the little girl is, and his friend almost instantly answers. It turns out that Natalia is an elven mentor in a magical tool shop that proudly calls herself a sage. The girls interrupt the conversation for a moment to throw an angry look at men. Suddenly, the waist respects Melia again, insisting that she has to worry her. It turned out that the girl sought to turn to a woman from a guild with a certain question. She was interested in information concerning the hero. Behind a cup of tea, 2 girls talk about Kisaragi. Melia shares the news that has become a personal secretary of the hero. Natalia notes, apparently she really wants to know her something about this guy. Melia wondered if Natalia seemed strange that Kisaragi immediately recognized at home as he had stepped on the threshold. The Elfian replies that he has no idea. She explains that only the spirit of this home knows the true cause of what has happened. At the same time, there are people who are chosen by their spirits from birth. Natalia confesses that she dreams of getting to know someone like that. The Elfka calmly tells that she once lived in the country where she served Magina in an immortal sanctuary. Amelia, having learned such an unexpected fact about the girl's past with whom she has a conversation, sincerely amazed. She had no idea that her interlocutor was once such a significant person. Instead, Natalia notes, said quite impolite, the country in which the Elfian lived was strikingly different from those lands where humanity prevailed other races. Here, everyone could live in harmony without knowing the oppression or injustice. Natalina giftedness was immediately seen in this kingdom, and for a long time she served there Magina in the sanctuary of the immortals. Natalia recalls how she talked to the emperor of that state. He wondered if she really wanted to resign. Responding, Natalia noted that the invasion of the kingdom of Henrietta has stopped recently, so she could leave her position. She also noted that she decided to retire precisely because she remembered the man she finally became a truly worthy emperor. The emperor wondered what plans Natalia had after leaving the palace. She said with a smile that she would rest and go on a trip, and later opened her own shop somewhere in a cozy corner. In addition, she was very interested in how to get the title of the High Sage, which was mentioned in the ancient elven foliate found in the village. The emperor replied that Natalia was well aware and he was sure she would undoubtedly achieve it. The girl confirmed his words, agreeing with him. Before saying goodbye, the man asked Natalia to visit Charlotte, because she was very tied to the Elfian. As it turned out, the king had a daughter named Charlotte. From birth she received unique magical abilities. The daughter of the king had a unique gift. The spirits were literally blooming next to her. The mystical creatures themselves were drawn to the princess, as if she were an insurmountable magnet for them. Natalia found Charlotte in the garden when she decided to say goodbye to her. The girl again spent time with the spirit company. Natalia wondered if she did not interfere with her arrival. Seeing the elf, the girl gladly called her aunt. Natalia, having heard such an appeal, strictly asked the girl to contact her as her older sister. Charlotte replied that Natalia has lived in the castle since her father was small. However, Natalia asked the girl to continue to contact her sister, despite it. The girl noticed that her mentor was going somewhere. Charlotte wondered where she was going, and Natalia replied that she was heading to a place near the castle. The girl wondered with interest when the ELN was returning. Natalia replied that she was unknown. She only suggested that the Elfian may appear when Charlotte would already be collected under the crown. Stunned, she hesitantly turned to the mentor with a question. Natalia replied that Charlotte is the future empress, and a key figure in the bright future of this country. In addition, the girl noted that Charlotte has a special commitment to the spirits. So over time she will grow and adapt the magic of spirits. Natalia had already reached out to stroke the girl on her head, as suddenly their conversation interrupted a ringing baby voice. It was a girl who was looking for Charlotte, and finally she found her. A girl with horns on her head raced after Charlotte. She was breathless to return to the castle immediately, as the music teacher was angry with the beasts. Charlotte looked at the girl and, contacting her in the name of Arthuria, was noticeably excited. Charlotte was outraged that the music teacher usually makes her remark only when she really breaks something, and now nothing like this has happened. Natalia notes that Arthuries are probably not easy to care for Charlotte. The girl confirms her words, adding, although Charlotte has been 5 years old, she still behaves lightly and inadvertently. Suddenly, Natalia wondered if the girl was at least 5 years old. Without waiting for the answer, she immediately noted that people grow up surprisingly quickly. Suddenly, Arthuria asked Natalia to the question of why everyone in the castle called her Lolioga and what it means. Hearing this, Natalia did not joke. The flames broke out at the tip of her finger, and she cheeped fiercely who dared to say. The girl promised. Those who did it are waiting for the lesson that they remember for life. Arthuria firmly grabbed Charlotte by her hand and announced that it was time to move, and Natalia at that moment was looking thoughtfully at her burned finger. Finally, Charlotte turned and said goodbye to Natalia, again turning to her as her aunt. The elfish, with a slight disappointment, notes that she asked the girl to turn to her older sister, not aunt. It has been 10 years since then. Natalia, mentioning it, looks thoughtfully at the window, hoping that those children have grown up with worthy people. She recalls how Ferris did not even recognize her when buying an estate. Then there was a small confusion with the trade guild. Of course, Ferris did not allow Natalia to settle in this estate, but the very idea of the house with her own spirit seemed to her quite exciting. Miles asks what you need to do in order for the spirit to recognize you. Natalia replies that there are many things left in the world that she has no idea. The Elfine again and again scrolls in the mind that there are so many things in the world that she has no idea. Inside, it has raised a wave of annoyance from the awareness of this unknown. She believes that if there is a path to enlightenment, then that can go. However, this role is not at all. Meanwhile, Kisaragi, along with the satellites, go back to the town of Fandi. They decide to make a short stop and break the camp where Luminous offered. In her heart, the hope is that the surrounding silence will not be disturbed in the same way as throughout the path. The hero supports this opinion, assuring that she shares her hope. Lumen approaches Kisaragi and notes that many adventurers dream of their own fighting horse. In response, Toya, not hiding, notes that the horse got it quite by accident. The hero quickly understands. To tell the girl that Kokuyo was hidden in his repository is not at all. Lumina appeals to the thought of Kisarag's fighting horse. The guy with a light smile notes that the magician seems to be too long to differ among others. Suddenly, a different expression is emerging on the boy's face. He says that he will never forget how Kisaragi has cooled his drink. The new moon adds, "It is worth admitting. Thatya is also good." Kisaragi notes that Dals began to treat him otherwise after he has cooled L. One of the members of the Dals team is interested in the boy if he savored the soup. He replies with a smile that he really liked the dish. Suddenly the hero distracts his horse, which seems to have felt the approach of danger. Without a second, the hero goes for intelligence. He again uses the ability to find, but this time he comes across a whole flock of monsters. Kisaragi instantly understands that he will not cope with so many enemies if he uses only long-range magic monsters too much. Toya immediately reports Aluminum that a large horde of the monster is rapidly approaching their camp. To hear a spooky roar and a thud, and Travelers covers true horror, Luminous explains that this sound is made orcs. The girl watches a whole number of strangers from the forest. Hearing the loud through roar, Lumin is instantly aware that such a horrific growl can only be given to one creature: orc. The merchant, having heard this news, almost loses its self-control and immediately begins to panic. A girl with a threatening voice orders all merchants to hide immediately in their carts. Hearing the team, the merchants rush themselves in different directions, and, without a moment, almost jumping, they are taken to their carts, full of tension and anxiety. It turns out that a stunning number of orcs are coming on the horizon. The Pastor Fan's team fades with surprise. It is hard to believe that such a horde is Mo the monsters. Warriors are preparing for a fight, but the orcs appear numerous and faster, which only exacerbates the fear of travelers. One of the shooters with a cry asks how many monsters sit on them. Kisaragi watches the giant monsters with decent confidence and determination, who are constantly emerging from the forest thicket. It is noticeable that he relies entirely on his own strength, combat experience, and professionalism, so he feels no fear at all. In response to the question, Luminor reports that approximately 30 orcs were approaching. The girl is noticeably anxious, they will have to fight with this considerable flock of monsters. It turns out that orcs are creatures that usually attack animals, people, and other monsters, and then eat their victims. Their appearance is extremely ugly. Their muzzles resemble pork. Kisaragi firmly decides. He is simply obliged to use the only mastered spell. But suddenly Lumen is approached, calling a hero by name. Her unexpected gesture completely knocks Kisaragi out of his chosen path. The girl turns to the one, confessing that she is very relying on the commitment of the forces that stand on the other side. Kisaragi does not immediately catch what the decision is, because in his head matures a completely different idea. The guys from the Pasture Fangs team, despite the eerie fear of the monsters, try to calculate how many enemies attacked them. Most of them are so covered by horror that they are unable to move. Fear is shaking them like shackles. Suddenly, one of the members of the team notices. The monster stopped, and hesitance. The other, in a surprise, exclaims, "They say," does not understand why this happens. On his face, there is a clear fear, like a shadow that envelops the whole city. Lumen approaches the shepherd and says that she has almost understood why the monster behaves that way. The girl points her hand at Kisaragi's battle horse named and shouts loudly that, probably, the monster is frightened by the brave scotcha of the hero, which is why they cannot come closer. Luminous decides that in the presence of Kokuyo on the battlefield, the enemies will not dare to step in their direction. However, suddenly she is interrupted by another warrior who is frightened by the girl, so that she looks more closely at the eagle flock. A girl from a Pastor fan team, wrapped in a real horror, in her look panic, and a voice trembles from unbearable fear. It seems that among the crowd, she managed to see something much more scary than the usual orcs. Suddenly, another orc is slowly emerging from the thick forest shrub much larger than others. All its figure is decorated with trophies made of wild monsters. It turns out that they are faced with the orc general itself, the highest and most powerful being in the hierarchy of orcs. Kisaragi asks what the name higher race means. The Luminor explains that although representatives of the higher race are not marked by any special abilities, they are endowed with reason. The girls confess. It was quite predictable that the strength of the orcs far exceeds their capabilities. Many are trembling with fear. It is difficult to even imagine how to resist such a huge monsters, among which are especially dangerous creatures of the highest stage. One of the orcs, noticing the traveler standing right in front of him, stopped for a moment, staring. Then, with a greedy and disgusting expression, he licked his dried lips, so that saliva began to drain on his chin. This spooky gesture forced the already frightened boys to tremble even harder. Suddenly, one of the girls from the team of shepherds named a queen is sinking on a kneeling, covered with panic, and desperately burst into tears. Her sudden breakdown was a lot of frightened teammates. Dahl turns to that. He, with excitement and anxiety in his voice, reports that he has an extremely important request to the hero. The new moon is clearly on the verge, despair and fear mixed in his eyes. The voice trembles, but he is trying to master himself. In his hand, he squeezes the sword. Dahl appeals to Kisaragi with a request that if suddenly there is a disaster and they will not be able to overcome orcs or defeat, Kisaragi must save 2 girls from shepherds, girlfriends, gave them, and immediately take them to the city. It turns out that all 4 friends are originally from one town and went to the guns of the adventure together. The reason for this was the restless Dal. Since childhood, he dreamed of becoming a real adventure seeker and raising his own flag. The voice of Tao trembles from despair and fear when he exclaims that his own death is not frightened. There is nothing wrong with that. With all his heart, he wants to protect each of his friends. But his sincere confession is suddenly interrupted by a girl, a beloved Tao in which tears will appear in the eyes. The girl, barely holding back tears, with despair assures that he will never leave his friend in trouble. In the eyes of the Tao, both sadness and sincere gratitude are felt. Moreover, Dahlia Girl confesses that if he leaves the team and perish, she will not stand life without him. One of the friends puts his hand on his shoulder, and he, feeling support, decides to apologize for his comrades for his harsh words. They say that their team, Fangs of Freelands, will not perish in this gloomy place. It is noticeable that travelers are determined and set to enter into a duel with the orc. Watching this touching scene, the hero does not sincerely understand what happened at all. Kisaragi cannot understand why the boys are already condemning themselves to death, although they met only with the usual, worthless orcs. At that moment, Kisaragi remembers the conversation that took place in the workshop. At that time, Milia suddenly wondered in Tuya whether it was a priest. Her question was quite unexpected. It turns out that even Class B warrior has the border of his capabilities when he faces the orcs alone. When the hero brought the whole horde of the defeated enemies, the mastercraft was in surprise. Did he really be able to deal with everyone alone? Melius responded sharply to the distant that she did not understand any of his words, so she decided that the guy was saying something completely unreasonable. She immediately reminded him that Kisarag has a battle horse, a monster of Class B, who faithfully serves and supports the hero. The girl, illuminated with a joyful smile, turned to the hero, and excitedly wondered if she understood everything right. He confirmed this somewhat, that he agreed with her conclusions, although in fact most of the monsters still won the one alone. Before rushing into battle with a group of orcs, Tu is carefully examining the opponents, trying to understand who is dealing with. Quickly weighing all the threats, he determines that the general is the greatest danger among this pack. Even such an experienced warrior, like Lumen, cannot hide anxiety by watching events. Its belonging to rank B indicates a great skill in battle, so its excitement only emphasizes the seriousness of the situation. Kisaragi realizes that it is time to act without delay. Having made a decisive swing of his hand, he remembers that even the doll with his team rely on him. Meanwhile, the orcs are also preparing to attack people. Finally, the orcs are on the offensive. They are aggressive and dangerous, like wild predators. Particularly frightened by their leader, One-Eyed General. His body is decorated with trophy from animal fangs gained in cruel battles, which strikingly distinguishes it among other orcs. Lumina calls with anxiety, noticing how the monster is confidently moving forward. The girl is ready to rush into the orcs without hesitation. Lumina calls on all travelers not to give up and repel a flock of monsters, even if you have to go for anything. Meanwhile, the general of the orc is rushing forward, and with a lightning attack is pointing at the boys. Suddenly, Kisaragi, ahead of the monster, rapidly approaching him, squeezing his sword, and will cut his head with one powerful blow. At the same time, Toya jumps on her horse to the monster, and then his teeth grabs her hand, pulling it with the root. Watching Kisaragi mercilessly strikes the enemies of the blow, Lumen is at the same time admired and terrified. It is difficult for a girl to believe that she sees her own eyes. While Kisaragi leads an offensive on the rest of the monsters, he skillfully wields not only his giant sword, but also uses the magic, mastered from the magic books that Natalia handed them to him. Many different ones are hidden in these phallics. To overcome one of the orcs in the pack, Kisaragi rapidly strikes a few shots with a left, and then uses the fireball skill. The fire covers the face of the enemy as soon as it spends its strength. The rest of the monsters retreat in horror, seeing this creepy scene. However, the hero does not pity any of his opponents. The monster did not stay away from his rapid attack. After the battle, his face remains unmoved. Only the look of the one becomes even more strict and focused. This time, the hero skillfully waves his huge sword, causing crushing blows to monsters. At the same time, the faithful horse does not remain away. He fiercely supports the owner, ruthlessly trampling the creatures under the hooves. Kisaragi flies up again, and with all his power strikes the orcs that surround him, cutting off his heads with several monsters. Guys from the group Pasturefangs, watching the battle between Kisaragi and orcs, cannot hide their surprise. They tremble from what they saw and do not believe in their own eyes. What he creates on the battlefield seems to be absolutely impossible to him. Luma also stunned at the hero, not realizing that the hell took away just happened. The girl is stunned by what she saw. She has not yet released a shock. Suddenly, Lumina is aware that in the look of Kisaragi, when he destroys monsters, she recognizes something familiar. This cold glitter reminds her of an ancient legend. The girl instantly concludes that Toya is a true double of the legendary Berser. Meanwhile, the filled with the joy and passion of Kisaragi turns to the team, wondering if they join it. He had already decided to fight on his own. Stunned travelers, as a horror, do not dare and move. The Luminovs leisurely wipes the bloody splashes of the orca from the face. Without hesitation for a moment, Lumen orders everyone to follow Kisaragi. They move even deeper into the forest when someone in the group asks whether she really intends to continue. Dal, with a joyful smile, notes that they are still alive. Louis calmly stifles. They say, "Just that is. This should not be doubt." Meanwhile, the traveler stops near the fallen orc bodies. At this point, Kisaragi approaches his horse and sincerely thanks Kikuyo for his devotion and help. Luminous notes that in fact all the orcs have won the hero, not a horse. The girl also draws attention to the fact that his fighting style is extremely unusual. She has never seen someone possessed such a giant sword, and at the same time applied magical techniques. In response, he notes that he always beats side by side with Kokuyo, so this time there was nothing unexpected or unusual during the battle. Lumen is already going to deny the hero. But suddenly he runs up with a passionate Dao and enthusiastically exclaims the name of Kisaragi. Hearing that someone is turning to him, the guy turns and asks in the Dao what happened. However, the young man is hesitant and does not respond immediately. Suddenly he lifts his gaze on that. She gave a genuine gratitude in her eyes, and he thanks the hero. Dahl also adds that it was thanks to that one of his comrades was killed. The rest of the guys from the Pasture Fangs team also cast grateful glances at the hero, but he immediately answers with a smile. He should not only thank him, because the other guy also fought on an equal footing. Another team member notes that it has already sounded similar words, only a waste of time. Akima picks up, adding, "If they continue to fight at this pace, the consequences can become too serious." The characters think about what to do with the bodies of orcs. One of the young men in the team complains about excessive expenses. He proposes to cut off the orcs as evidence of victory. But suddenly the main character suddenly reassures everyone, declaring that the boys will not have to worry about it. With a slight smile, he waves his hand. Kisaragi gladly points out that he is not difficult to hide such a handful in his repositories. Hardly led her hand. All the bodies of the monsters were immediately disappeared. Lumen, having witnessed this miracle, does not hide genuine surprise. The guys from the Pasture Fangs team are full of delight and surprise from what they saw. The most stunned Dal is just confused and cannot understand where all these monsters disappeared. When the monster corporation suddenly disappears from under the feet of Lumina and those, it dissolves at the same time around the boys' team guys covered with panic, instantly bounce sideways. Kisaragi, noticing something strange, restlessly asks what has happened and with surprise turns to traders. They are just sitting in the cart, and raising their eyebrows, sung something in response without hurrying to explain anything. Fendi is whole and unharmed. The distance exhales with relief. Toya crosses the threshold of the guild, and Milia meets him with a sincere smile, thanking for his hard work. The girl also turns to him, holding an object in her hands. The guilder's lady gladly informs Kisaragi that he finally welcomes him to raise B. The girl, holding a card in her hands, reports it. The hero takes a card, studies her carefully, and without holding back joyful surprise exclaims, "He really climbed to rank B." As it turned out, according to the guild rules, to increase to rank B, it is enough to only successfully complete the task with escort. Milia reports this by the hero. The idea of Ebrand is to promote the hero as fast as possible. At this point, Ebrand himself descends the stairs to the common hall. As soon as the deputy guilder notices the hero, his face changes instantly, from strict to friendly. With a wide smile, he waved Kisaragi with his hand. The hero immediately realizes that everything has gone into place. But suddenly, while he talks to Toya, his attention is distracted by a guy who is careful. His voice sounds a little guilty. It turns out that Dahl approached him. Kisaragi asks what happened, to what Dahl is responsible. He apologizes to the fact that he allowed himself unpleasant statements to the address of the one, and had badly treated him. Suddenly, another Pasture Fangs participant interferes with the conversation, noting that the dolls almost never apologize. This is a true rarity. The guy is embarrassed and asks her to silence. Kisaragi also assures that you should not worry about such little things. Lumina quietly sneaks into Dala and Kisaragi, hugs the boys and says fun, though look from which side, if we have done the task together, so we are real adventurers. The heroes are embarrassed and begin to look shy. While Ebrand and Milio are watching travelers, Luminous proposes to celebrate the successful completion of the mission by tasting an eagle stew at the Lighttail race. Someone else voices the idea of lifting a glass of chilled elu. Hearing about orc meat, someone from the crowd exclaims that he does not want to taste it. After all, these creatures can devour people. Kisaragi, hearing this, only smiles and laughs quietly. The hero remembers every adventure and all whom he met during the mission, and suddenly realizes, despite everything, he is surprisingly good now. Kisaragi finally returns home to a mansion. Crossing the threshold, he immediately calls Ferris. The girl appears instantly, and the hero immediately apologizes for the delay. However, Ferris looks upset. Tears appear in the eyes of Ferris. She confesses that it is incredibly happy to finally see that at home. Ferris warmly welcomes him and adds that she has been very lacking in his presence lately. Seeing Ferris's tears, Kisaragi is in a confusion of how to support her. Suddenly, he becomes one knee and sincerely admits that he often felt lonely during the task. The hero confesses that throughout the trip he dreamed of returning home, because he knew that Ferris was looking forward to him. Hearing these words, the girl is embarrassed and cannot hide her embarrassment. Kisaragi still stands in front of Ferris when the girl suddenly raises her hand. Thuja, noticing her red face and tears rolling on the cheeks, asks what happened. Those recalls how he has repeatedly heard from others that it is impossible to touch the spirit of the house. Nevertheless, he is encouraged to check this opinion in his own experience, and he carefully extends his hand to the girl's face. Unexpectedly, Ferris grabs Kisaragi by his hand. The hero, with a confused surprise and light blush on his face, feels this unexpected closeness. Unexpectedly for that, Ferris gently touches his cheeks and gives the hero a gentle smile. Her face clearly shows genuine joy. The touch lasts only a moment. Kisaragi is barely touched by Ferris's cheeks as a girl dissolves in a white haze. Toya is surprised to look at her hand, realizing that he had just felt something quite unusual. In a few moments, Ferris again finds himself next to the hero, as if he emerges from the white cloud of smoke. She confesses that this is the last touch for today, and gently smiles Kisaragi, a look full of warmth and care. The girl turns to him by name. Ferris confesses that she felt true happiness when Thuja touched her. Meanwhile, the Kokuyo is sleeping peacefully in the high grass under the windows of the estate. At this time, in the walls of the Guild of Adventure, Ebrand has a conversation with Lumen. He sincerely thanks her for his devotion and effort. Lumen stands at the door, looking forward and focused on Deputy Gilder, unobtrusive, but with interest she asked her, "How did Tuyu showed himself during the battle?" Lumina enters the room, quietly sits on the sofa, and only then answers the man. She tells Ebrand that on the way back, they came across a detachment of the Orc, which was managed by the Orc itself. Ebrand cannot restrain surprise when hearing these words. While the girl was drinking tea from the mug, which she was treated by the Deputy Gilder, Luminous noted that when she faced with such a flock of monsters, she was already preparing for the worst. Her own death. Having made a few sips from his cup after friendly hugs, Lumen emphasizes that everyone was able to return to the city of Fendi, only thanks to the help of Tuya in battle. She also points out that his fighting horse is a powerful, like a real demon. Lumina looks at his reflection on the surface of the mug and notes that no matter how powerful the power of the Kokuyo is, she is still far from Kisaragi's power. For a while, the girl finally confesses. Even if her fate is to die, she still seeks to fight Kisaragi to see with her own eyes what he is capable of in a true battle. Ibrahim thinks about the window and says slowly, "If Lumen characterizes the hero so, things are much more serious than it seemed." He makes it clear that he realized everything and advises the girl to relax a little. Lumen also reports that he has one news for Ibran, which she listened from merchants to a mission. The course of the battle between the Kingdom Jaraneth and the Loneth Empire has changed unexpectedly. At this point, two people dressed in long, though different, robes, rushing heads. There is a noticeable fear in the faces. They are in a hurry to breathe and breathe hard, seeking to break away from persecution. On the way, one of them fails and falls, and the other, noticing it, stops instantly and looking back is alarmed. It turns out that one of the two girls who rush right now are Arthuria, a helper of Princess Charlotte. She turns to a girlfriend and asks worriedly whether everything is fine, although she realizes that she does not need answers. As it turned out, another girl named Charlotte soothes the girlfriend, urging not to worry. At the same time, she nervously corrects the robe in which she just came. The artery warns that to stop in such a forest is extremely risky, so girls should not be delayed here for a moment and should go immediately. Charlotte lifts his gaze to the sky with confidence and says that is why they are simply obliged to meet with the sage, no matter what the price is. It has been 3 months since the accompanying mission has ended. That evening there was a special revival in the tractor. Someone has fun and promises to make him an exception, especially this time. In Taverna, Dal invites the hero to join his detachment, Lugs. In his voice is the perseverance and seriousness of the intentions. Having learned about it, Kisaragi declines without hesitation, stating that such a proposal is not interested in him. No, Would the hero refuse to join the team after all the trials they experienced together? Kisaragi honestly confesses. He needs a guy in the group only for the sake of ice. The girl asks to stop the dispute, because they have just completed work and everyone is terribly tired. But suddenly one of the guys, the pastor Fengs, who is in the band, unexpectedly shares. He heard something interesting from his client. It turns out that he learned that a war broke out between the kingdom of Henriette and the Empire. The guys are surprised to look at the girl who voiced these news instead of a boy, but this is not all the information that the characters should know. It turns out that the hero acts on the side of the kingdom of Henrietta. Hearing this news, Kisaragi instantly recognizes who it is about. He tries to remember when the girl was talking about the hero. Did she mean the guy who was called to the castle for the second time instead of Kisaragi? It turns out that in the new world, as if in some game, wars are flashing. The kingdom of Henrietta, starting a clash with the Lunat Empire, was in the position of those who are pushed. Due to the balance of forces, neither party can gain an advantage, and this dead end has been going on for many years. The guy says that the hero of the kingdom is so powerful that he is already compared to a real monster. Several cities on the side of the crazy are already lying in ruins. The guy with Elu Kukle notes that if the course of the battle is not in favor, even the neutral kingdom of Sarandi may be at risk. Kisugaragi asks whether he implies that Sarandi can also be drawn into the war. Dao assures that there is no reason to worry because on the side of Lunat, the most fair general. At this point, the waitress with fox ears approaches them and apologizes for the delay. She reports that an order for one of the men is already ready. Suddenly, he exclaims that in the event of the victory of the kingdom of Henrietta, in the war of all the animals in this country, there is a death. A frightened girl from Surprise drops a tray with food. After that, the confused Dao apologizes, but his girl screams in angry. A frightened waitress in a hurry gathers everything that has fallen on the floor. Kisaragi returns to the girl and realizes that if the kingdom of Henrietta won the war, all who are not people will inevitably become slaves. Suddenly, Toya recalls how Princess Sharon from the kingdom of Henriette remembered that their state would also join the war. Suddenly, a girl named Akima, who sits next to the main character, raises the question. Who do you think can be considered stronger, Kisaragi or the heroine of the kingdom, Henriette? Toya, watching behind, notes that the opponent was unexpectedly strong. Kisaragi strongly replies that they should not be forgotten. They are faced with a real character. Thuja is rejected on the back of the chair and remembers. In the end, the lack of honorary title of the hero was the reason why he was thrown from the castle as if it were unnecessary. Memories about it will be sole. When Kisaragi returns to the estate, a somewhat annoyed Farise meets him on the threshold. She welcomes too, holding her hands in his sides, and immediately reproaches him for hobbies of drinking, they say. It harms him too much. Toya with delight notes that the vocabulary of the spirit of this house is constantly replenished, and the guy cannot help but rejoice in such success. Kisaragi, referring to the words of Ferris, apologizes to the girl for her tendency to use alcohol. But he replies that he forgives this weakness. The girl informs Kisaragi that she has already had a bath for him, for which he sincerely thanks to her. Going to the bathroom, the hero is interested in the girl whether something special in the estate has happened today. Ferris replies that Natalia went to the estate to have a little snack. Hearing this and preparing for bathing, Taya laughs with the elf, and Ferris stands near him. Suddenly the hero turns sharply, and states Ferris that she cannot go with him to the bathroom. A shadow of disappointment flashed on the girl's face, but she carefully hides her true emotions, not wanting to give that Kisaragi's request had been upset. As it turned out, after accompanying during the mission, the girl began to walk everywhere for Kisaragi on the estate, wherever he went, which complicated his life. Kisaragi recalls the evening when the headlight confessed that she also wanted to go with him. However, the hero immediately states, of course, he did not allow her to do it. It turned out that Kisaragi could not even touch Farise from the same day when he gently ran his hand on her cheek. He concludes that the girl herself does not seem to understand the reasons for this strange distance between them. The hero is relaxed in the bath, enjoying the warmth of the water, and with pleasure he thinks how he is fortunate that he now lives near the city of Fandi. He thinks so, because from the moment of his arrival he met here many sincere and good people. Setting up in the bath, Kisaragi reflects. Even if he returned into his world, he would probably be released from work. At that moment it comes to him that there is really no desire to return. He wants to leave everything as it is now. Toya understands that in the city of Fandi he could enjoy a calm, measured life, without worrying about any hassle. Suddenly the hero rotates and notices Ferris with a noise from behind the wall, and watches it closely until he relaxes in the bath. The girl rests on the wall, staring at the goat. It is a little brought in the bathroom and is interested in what happened. Hearing this, the girl turns sharply. It is obvious that Ferris is focused on something important, her view of his own way. She almost does not turn to the hero, saying only one phrase to say goodbye. She recognized her mistake. Toria remained embarrassed, and without realizing what really happened. Milia apologizes to him for his act. The girl apologizes to Kisaragi for so unexpectedly calling him to the guild. The hero remains silent and does not answer. At that time, Toya notes that Milia mentioned that Ibrand has a guy a certain assignment. As soon as the hero crosses the threshold of the room where the brand is, there is a picture before his eyes. The man enthusiastically carves the orca figure. Deputy Gilder welcomes Kisaragi with a smile, rejoicing in his long-awaited appearance. The man, almost without a look from the wooden thread, turns to that and reports that he has an urgent assignment for him. There are many different tools on the table next to the wooden figure. Kisaragi cannot realize why the Ibrand master cuts an orca tree directly in his office. The artist with gilded honors only nod towards Milia. They say all the details of the mission will explain to the hero. The girl unfolds the book and begins to tell. Somewhere in the northern forests, a small village hid. In this village, residents usually supply fabrics to Fandi. However, for several weeks, they have no connection with them. Nothing to hear about the peasants. Milia says that a team of adventure of the rank of C, sent by Guild, went to the village, but they also disappeared. Kisaragi is quite surprised when he learns that they were disappeared. Ibrahim explains that the monster has recently begun to show unprecedented activity, and this is a consequence of the war that is now burning in the north of the Moon Empire. In response, Malaya strongly states that he wants to entrust the investigation into the mysterious disappearance of peasants. In addition, Ibrand notes that with a new horse, the hero will be able to immediately go into the forest exploration. At this point, Kisaragi remembers Kokuyo. Toya believes that even if the guild workers are confident in their own, the journey still promises a lot of difficulties. Ibrand decides to put out a certain condition for the boy. The master of the unit reports that he will instruct further trophies from the monsters defeated by that monsters. Hearing this proposal, the hero agrees with passion, without even thinking about the details of the task. Hearing about the requirements that the Brand E is going to put forward, Milia understands that the workshop workers will probably complain, not only the deputy chairman of the guild, but also to her. The man is well aware of this. Kisaragi believes that this proposal has come very appropriate, because he has long wanted to try himself in something like that. And Ibran adds that if the hero can handle the task, another interesting gift will be waiting for him. A mysterious gift is an orca figure. The chief guild master Zeltz, with self-confidence, states that he will hand this statuette to the brilliant task. However, the hero only shrugs and refuses, they say, such a thing to nothing. Meanwhile, a real battle unfolds in the northern forest. An unknown warrior faces the goblins that live in these parts. It turned out that Charlotte and Arthur Uria were victims of goblin attack, but the first girl quickly dealt with enemies. After that, Charlotte turns to her friend with anxiety, interested in her well-being. Charlotte looks guilty and apologizes to Arthuria for going so far for this girl. Hearing the words of friends, Arthuria assures them that everything is fine with her, because to protect Charlotte is her duty. She tries to take a breath, but it is difficult for her to cope with it. Arthuria confidently states that they will soon find the way from this forest. Yes, as she pronounces these words, her legs are clearing. The girl faints and falls to the ground. Charlotte does not have time to pick up a girlfriend and only remains to raise Arthuria and carry it. As soon as Charlotte puts Arturi on her back, she boldly states that the Empress will never make it difficult. The girl decisively, though shaking, continues her way. It turned out that a month ago, the kingdom of Henrietta suddenly began an offensive, and the Empire, whose princess was Charlotte, immediately sent her troops. However, the events unfolded at all as expected. The restless king sat on the throne, clamping his head with his hands and repeating the question, how could it happen to him? What about the war that took place every day? The girl announced the king of the defeat of their army, and he could not believe it. Suddenly, the army commander broke into the throne hall and asked the king to send the knights of his detachment to the war. Seeing how this man enters the throne hall, The subjects did not hide joy. They assured with delight. With Herod Dono on their side, they were not afraid of any battle with the kingdom of Henrietta. The defeat is not threatened. Arthuria approached the head of the army, to the father. She turned to him, calling his father, and he gently said her name. Not seeing his daughter for a long time because of constant fighting, he gently stroked her on his head and noted that she had grown up. Arthuria was very concerned because of his father's desire to go to war. However, the man assured her that there was no reason to excite. Charlotte advised her girlfriend to trust the invincible Heretta and release fears before possible troubles. The girls were full of optimism. After all, Heretta warriors, hardened by numerous battles, went to war. The people have no doubt about their victory. Suddenly, a terrible news came in the walls of the castle. Arthuria refused to believe heard. She exclaimed with despair that this could not happen. The girl's heart could not accept the terrible truth. Her father was killed in the war, and she did not want to put up with it. As it turned out, at the end of the battle, the father of Arthuria personally went out into the arena to challenge in the duel of the one who called himself a hero. When the king heard about it, he stood up with the throne, surprised and excited by unexpected news. Warriors who returned from the battlefield reported that the enemy army was extremely rapidly. In a matter of days, all the kingdom paths could be blocked. Upon learning of this, the king appealed to Arthuria to take Charlotte with him. The ruler decided to take a desperate action. He asked the girls to go to the next kingdom as soon as possible. The expression of his face was a gloomy and full anxiety. Charlotte screamed that she would not run away on his own, leaving her family in the kingdom, which was attacked by the neighboring state. Her eyes were already filled with tears. The girl barely held back despair. The king firmly answered the daughter that escape was not a way out of any circumstances. He emphasized that nowadays her wisdom and strength, the power of the true owner of hearts, Natalia, needed the kingdom. The king announced that he instructs to find a girl to those who are most related to her. Arthuria and Charlotte are covered by fear. Finally, two girls sat down in royal carriages and went beyond the castle in another country. The father with Charlotte's mother escorted their eyes, full of excitement and joy. The king noted that after the defeat of Heretta, he was interested in whether the course of the battle with the advent of Natalia would change. His wife, covered with fear, held firmly for him. The man assured that he would be praying to protect Natalia, who went in search of her. It turned out that only Charlotte and Arthuria managed to escape from all over the kingdom. However, the pursuers were already catching up, and the guards, without hesitation, sacrificed their lives to save the girls. While Arthurians are without consciousness, Charlotte decides to drink her, hoping that it will help the girl to get rid of. This plan really manages. Charlotte manages to bring Arthuria to consciousness, as planned. Arthuria comes to mind and is surprised to notice that she sits under a tree. Charlotte, glowing with joy, exclaims that it is endless to see her girlfriend again with consciousness. Arthuria noticed the empty flask that is lying next to her, and apologizes to Charlotte that there is no water. Only the shadows walking on the walls overcome. In a moment, Arthuria again apologizes, this time for his troubled fate of the royal knight, which caused so much hassle. Charlotte continues to be silent without saying the word. The girl asks Charlotte if they will really see Natalia. She thinks where this elfish can be. In response, Charlotte soothes her friend, they say. Much does not surprise them. The girl recalls how, after those cheerful jokes with Natalia, they both got used to something from her. But these common pranks left alone warm memories that girlfriends still share with a smile. With a slight smile on her face, she recalls how Natalia was sometimes angry with the girl. Despite the fact that it was a long time ago, it is these memories of the mentor that remain the most expensive and warmest for her. Charlotte gently takes his girlfriend by his hand and says he cheerfully, "You need to believe." Charlotte, holding Arius joyfully, confidently assures that the goddess Terrari will certainly come to their rescue. Arthuria watches Charlotte with enthusiasm. Suddenly, Charlotte with tears in his eyes shudders, and Arthuria notices it. Her girlfriend states with determination that for the sake of everyone who is no longer nearby, she will fight without hesitation until the very end. Arthuria agrees with the girl. Her words are pure truth. Such a devoted knight of royal blood like it will never retreat or lose faith. Hugging Charlotte, Arthuria remembers her father and realizes that if for the safety of Charlotte he had to sacrifice her own life, she would not even hesitate. The choice would be unambiguous. Suddenly, both girls notice the smoke rising from the thickets of the forest. One of them, without holding back the excitement, exclaims that it is necessary to find out immediately where he came from. After a while, friends go to the edge of the forest, where numerous wooden houses grow in front of them. Arthuria notes that she has no doubt. It is a real village. She turns to Charlotte and is relieved. Now they are safe. Arthuria is happy to share with Charlotte the idea. Perhaps girls will be able to ask the local residents to share food and water with them. Charlotte looks around and notes that he is not a soul around. But suddenly, Arthuria points his finger in a certain direction and states that someone is there. The girl stops suddenly, stunned and frightened by surprise. It turns out that just under the girl's feet lies a piece of human meat. Noticing this, they are in amazement and frighten the loud cry. Suddenly, Charlotte looks into one of the huts in the village and notices a strange figure inside, which is not like a person at all. At that moment it comes to it. Who is actually the one who is inside the building? 3 orcs watch them from darkness, devouring the human corpse. Unfortunately for friends, the monsters notice girls. Seeing the girls, the orcs move rapidly in their direction. Charlotte is screaming with horror. Now this village has turned into an orc cell. Meanwhile, the girls are already a whole flock of monsters, ready to attack. Suddenly, 2 of them are rushing to the girls, intending to attack. Arthuria instantly intercepts Charlotte, because her duty is to protect his girlfriend. Charlotte falls to the ground and screams loudly with horror, while Arthuria, without hesitation, grabs the sword from the vagina, preparing to repel the monsters. In despair, Charlotte begins to sob, begging God for salvation so that none of them will die from the paws of monsters. One of the orcs that rapidly ran was already swollen by a dub to strike Arthuria. Charlotte, holding his breath, silently begged at least to come to their rescue. The girl inhales deeply, and with despair in her voice begins to ask someone to come to their rescue as soon as possible. Suddenly, someone activates the skill of reinforcement on the Bastardo sword. The stranger who rushed to the help of the girls was Kisaragi. Washing the orcs, he destroyed 2 monsters with one powerful blow to the sword. However, the hero cannot keep his balance and stop in time. He tries to slow down with a sword, but the situation goes out of control. Desperately mowing 2 orcs, he flies into the wall of a wooden hut. Kisaragi breaks into a shack. The door is cracking and flying under the pressure of his body. The girls witness this scene and look sympathetically at the hero. Nevertheless, Thoy does not lose optimism, and says with a smile that he was certain there were still survivors in the village. He confesses that he felt some other, unlike monsters' presence, and immediately rushed to the aid of those who could be in trouble. The hero suddenly picks up and looks around with anxiety. In the shack, where his fate was brought, the guy notices many human bodies. Horribly, he realizes that it is the surplus of the same group that Guild recently sent to the village. Kisaragi covers horror when she realizes that all the locals without exception became the prey of insatiable orcs. Arthuria is interested in who the one is. The hero promises to tell the girls later in detail, and now insists that they will hide as soon as possible. A flock of orcs is already preparing to rush at Kisarag, but he confidently states that he will handle all the monsters. The hero quietly holds in one hand a heavy sword block. Having removed the glove, Turia with the help of his search spell determines, in the flock of orcs 10. Make sure that there is no more person in the village. He decides to try another idea. While Arthuria takes Charlotte to a safe place, the girl is thinking about who really is Kisaragi. Meanwhile, the guy is preparing to use some magic. The hero focuses. In his left hand he collects the power of the wind, and in the right, ignites the flame of fire. Her face is full of confidence and unbreakable determination. Kisaragi, combining different elements in their palms, rushes forward, attacking enemies. It turns out that this ability to mix magical forces is called combination magic. Watching everything that is happening, Charlotte turns to Arthuria and is surprised, confessing that she has never seen such a striking witchcraft. The hero fills the elements with powerful energy and drains them into a fierce storm. This spectacle at the same time captures and frightens. The flames are raging as if he lives. It is preparing to release this destructive force against the orcs. Charlotte covers his face with his palm, holding his breath away from the magic, which Kisaragi creates. She addresses the girlfriend asking what is the spell, but Arthurius are also powerless to solve this secret. At this time, Thuja destroys the monster one by one, skillfully throwing fireballs in them. Finally, the battle is coming to an end, and the sword is firmly in the ground. Charlotte and Arthuria, watching this picture, do not hide their delight and joy, while Kisaragi retains focus. The hero shines with pleasure. For the first time, he managed to combine the magic of fire and wind. At first, he doubted his idea, thought that nothing would work out of it. However, the result exceeded all his expectations. Kisaragi rescued girls try to attract the attention of boys. They first stand aside, but in the end, they dare to come closer. Thuja returns to the girls, smiles warmly and apologizes, wondering if everything is fine with them. At that moment, a huge monster rushed to him. The girl with anxiety exclaims that he is something near the hero. Charlotte and Arthur Uria, covered by fear, were caught on the spot. A huge orc, decorated with fangs of fallen monsters, is rapidly rushing to the hero behind. He waves with his massive mace, trying to take his head with one blow. Kisaragi rotates with a surprise, and, seeing the monster, is genuinely surprised. Are such smart orcs found in such a depth? However, the hero does not think to flee, because the rescue is already in a hurry to his faithful brother. There is a tank of hooves behind his back. Having taken a few decisive steps forward, then she states that he passes this monster to his partner. Suddenly, Kisaragi's horse named Kokuyo jumps forward and instantly from Gririsa. Girls do not believe their own eyes. Arthuria with Charlotte was exclaimed, it seemed to them that they had just boarded a real battle horse. As soon as the last enemy falls dead, Kisaragi approaches the girls with a caring question about their condition. And in the meantime, Kokuyo ruthlessly breaks down the monster's head, which she has lost in battle. Charlotte sincerely hopes that their rescuer will not be the enemy. Without hesitation, the girl expresses her gratitude. Kisaragi asks Charlotte whether she knows where the peasants disappeared. The girl replies that he is only halfway of her journey with her friend. She adds that they got to this village by accident. Suddenly, one of the girls remembers that they have forgotten to introduce themselves. She cheerfully reports that her name is Charlotte, but the hero is allowed to turn to her simple, a layer. At the same time, she introduces him to her girlfriend, calling her by the name of Arthuria. Hearing this, Arthuria shrinks eyebrows from irritation. Kisaragi notices how horns tremble in Aorsha. Suddenly, the girl lowers her head even lower than Thuja surprises. Charlotte, however, feels quite inconvenient. Suddenly, his girlfriend Charlotte raises his head and looks at Kisaragi with tenderness in his eyes. She has unexpectedly wondered if Tai is already married. The girl begins to worry noticeably. The hero, absolutely confused and not hoping to hear a similar question, he asks confusedly. It is embarrassed and embarrassment, because everything that happens seems to him a solid sofa. Suddenly, Charlotte grabs her girlfriend, who is about to rush on Kisaragi, and asks her to calm down. Arthuria also turns to the hero and assures that if he marries her, he will be able to do everything he wants with her. The horse Ragi's horse looks strictly at the girl, and he immediately calms down. Arthuria hastily addresses the hero with apologies, sincerely regretting that she gave freedom to emotions for no good reason. Charlotte tells the fact that in the Arthuria tribe there is a habit of instinctive levels to look for strong satellites. The hero is a little surprised by such an unusual custom. While Arthuria is in a state of confusion, trying to understand what is happening, Kisaragi considers her a rather strange girl. Suddenly, he remembers that he has not yet introduced himself, and hastily tells them his name, Thuja. Kisaragi decides to introduce himself as a traveler from the town of Fandi. His comrades, when he heard such an answer, fade for a moment in full surprise. Charlotte rapidly runs to Tuya, grabs him by his shoulders, and with a high voice begins to play the scene, as if he were truly a native of the same city of Fandi, which lies in the kingdom of Sarandi. The young man confirms that she has understood everything correctly. Charlotte and Arthur Uria exchange joyful captured views. Charlotte appeals to that and asks to fulfill one request for her, to take her together with Arthuria to the city of Fandi. Charlotte emphasizes that they need to get to this place at any cost, because it is here that they have to meet with the sage Natalia. Hearing a familiar name, Kisaragi is amazed at a wonder that the elf is acquaintances. He clarifies whether it is about Lolisigi. The girl also does not hide the surprise, hearing a familiar statement. Charlotte and Arthur Arias are delighted if Kisaragi is familiar with Natalia. This is a smile with a smile that this girl comes to visit him every day. Sitting on his knees from grip, Charlotte praises fate for the opportunity to meet a real hero. This is a true, heavenly blessing. Meanwhile, Arthuria whispers Tuya that they need to disappear from here as soon as possible. Kisaragi holds his gaze on a shack, where he previously came across the bodies of fallen guilders of adventures. Thinking, He asks the girls to help him with one thing before they go back to the town of Fandy. The boys pull out all bodies from the hut and carefully cover them with white sheets. Meanwhile, Charlotte collects information cards of dead adventurers and transmits them to Kisaragi. The girl explains that these are guild cards she found in these people. Toya, with gratitude, she notes that it will deprive him of unnecessary hassle, and thanks her. Kisaragi inspects the bodies of the dead and states that he should take them with him to the city of Fandy. Raising his hand, he activates the ability to open the storage. Arthuria is amazed. The hero has the skill of the treasury too. A moment, and the breathless bodies disappear without a trace. Charlotte speaks to the dead, wishing them eternal rest. Arthuria notes that usually bodies do not return home. Thuya is silent. She does not see the point of answering the girl's words. A few months have passed since that was the adventure seeker. Suddenly the guy realized that he gradually began to get used to death. Having completed things with the bodies of the dead, Kisaragi realizes that it is time to take care of girls. The young man is aware that with the advent of 2 more girlfriends, the horses continue to be only 1, and this can be a serious obstacle to the city. Toya takes the Kikuyo sideways and asks the girls to wait a little. They agree without any hesitation. The hero opens the storage for the second time and begins to carefully scratch inside in search of the right thing. Toya recalls that he was convinced that somewhere here he should be stored exactly what would help them get to the city of Fandy. Finally, after a few minutes of useless searches in the storage, Kisaragi with delight reveals exactly what he hunted for. The smile itself blossoms on his face. It turns out that in the pantry, Kisaragi encounters the trolley icon. The man is surprised to realize that he has never used it so far. But the moment has come to fix everything. When the girls finally notice the crew offered by Kisaragi, their faces blossom enthusiastically. Such a journey seems to them a true fairy tale. As soon as the robbed Gukuo comes to the girls, they all shout at once, enthusiastically noting how gorgeous this transport looks. Kisaragi inspects the carriage that he just got out of the storage and realizes that she looks much more luxurious than he imagined. At this point, the girls also notice that this carriage is drawn to a real battle stallion. Arthuria realizes that even the royal guard does not have such luxurious transport. Charlotte makes efforts to bring the girl to her senses. Kisaragi, having come closer and hearing the passage of the conversation, thinks whether Arthuria really mentioned something about the royal guard. Tu looks more closely at Charlotte and comes to the conclusion. As if not to look, in the girl immediately falls into the eye of her noble origin. Suddenly, Kisaragi decides that he will no longer be questioned about girls, because he considers it a futile business, which also seems to him too exhausting and uninteresting. Suddenly Charlotte returns to the one sharply and, not at all discorded, asks the hero directly if he belongs to the noble kind, without hiding his interest. Charlotte adds that even in the whole empire, it is unlikely that at least someone who could sway such an incredible carriage. Arthuria hints that such behavior is not entirely appropriate. Kisaragi also notes that the girls behave quite strange. The hero notes that it is better for girls not to ask too much questions, otherwise he will not ask them. Arthuria replies that everything is perfectly understood. Toya opens the door of the carriage, inviting the girls inside, and he sits on the driver to drive a horse. Finally, Kisaragi pulls the harness and announces time to go. However, suddenly Charlotte casts a restless look at the wheels of the crew in which he sits. The girl is delighted with a girlfriend how wonderful they rush on this crew. Toy looks to them and with a smile adds that he is extremely pleased to see their joyful faces. Suddenly, the hero is aware that there is no such technology in this world. So the surprise of the girl is quite natural. Charlotte suddenly notices how young Kisaragi, but at the same time he is unmoved. The girl likes this feature of Tuya openly. It is noticeable in her look. Arthuria remembers and shares how calm the hero remained when he crashed with those orcs. Toya awkwardly replies that she is fond of martial arts. In fact, the hero thinks of himself. It is not difficult to keep peace of mind, because in fact he has long crossed the border of 30. Arthuria is talking to Charlotte, expressing confidence that Kisaragi is known in all parts of the magician. In surprise, Charlotte notes that she had never heard about the kind of witchcraft that the guy used. Arthuria is not going to retreat. She is convinced that if Tuya is such a striking saber, then she is sure to be a warrior. Charlotte denies. A real warrior is unable to possess such powerful magic. Meanwhile, Tuya, without letting them out of sight, carefully listens to the dispute of girls. he decides to dispel the girls' doubts about his profession, so he turns to them and explains. In fact, he is a priest. However, this work has one interesting feature. Upon learning of who Kisaragi works, Arthuria exclaims that he cannot believe the hero is a priest. Suddenly Charlotte, as if understanding everything, states that everything is clear to her. She assumes that Toya is a student of Natalia. Charlotte notes that, despite the fact that Natalia owns magic, she just started her way to the title of the sage. In addition, the girl recalls that, she said, Natalia gained many different knowledge on the way to the sage. At that moment, Kisaragi realizes that he finally revealed the secret of why Natalia had so many magical books. Arthuria confesses that she finally realized why Tuya had such an unusual magic she had not yet seen. In response, Charlotte notes that she has now become clear where such extraordinary strength came from in Kisaragi. When the hero rushes, he notes with relief that the girls are not questioned about his personal affairs. At the same time, his mind does not find rest because of another new concern. Kisaragi hesitates whether he should tell Arthuria and Charlotte the truth about his true profession. The hero recalls how he gained experience with perseverance, seeking to gain a new profession, berserker. But fate disposed of differently. He made a change of specialization and unexpectedly became a high magic. Kisaragi recalls one fierce battle that he led with another influential and no less dangerous enemy. As always, Thuya ruthlessly and lightly dealt with his enemy. Only one wave of hands, and the spell had already erased the enemy from the face of the earth. Kisaragi also mentions another episode from his expedition. He spent 7 days, gaining experience constantly, and although it was quite exhausted, he still managed to achieve the desired result. It turned out that the hero reached the 100th level again, however, this time as a supreme magician. It was a great pleasure in the guy. A new hint was shown on the map. The system was interested in whether it wanted to change the profession. Without hesitation, the guy confirmed his choice for the 3rd time. It turned out that in order to get the strongest profession in the game, one had to change several minor classes. For the Berser, this way is the line of the profession of warrior. When the window was choosing a profession, there was no record. Kisaragi exclaimed that it was simply incredible. Even there are no other magical classes. He did not imagine what to do now to move to the warrior's war. Suddenly, Kokuyo, grabbing his knees with his teeth behind the hood of the cloak, stopped him sharply. The hero turned to the horse in surprise. Do you want to say that it is enough to improve, and everything will work? Then there was only one thought in the head. Without spending time, he shared her with his families. It turned out that Kisaragi read a lot of books, but none told him how to return the berserko to the previous state. It was quite upset him. However, the hero, looking at the horse, decides not to lose hope in advance. He tried to comfort himself with the idea that he was still able to win almost all opponents who dare to attack him. However, these considerations almost did not add Kisaragi confidence or fighting. Then Kokuyo decided to support the guy in his trouble. The horse clutched his teeth again into the hoods of the owner, which was quite surprised. Suddenly, still clamping the Kisagi hoods between the teeth, he sharply turned and pushed the boy from himself as possible. The landing of Toeya was far from the lung. He gave up on the ground, still not understanding what caused such whims of his horse. Kisaragi turned his gaze to Kokuyo and asked sharply what had happened to the animal. The hero looked around suddenly, and a fascinating picture appeared before his eyes. He opened the picturesque expanses of the country in which he was. The horizons stretched so widely that Tai kept breathing with surprise. The charming landscape struck his imagination. He returns to Kokuyo again, asking if he really believes that the world they live in detail and interesting. The hero confesses that he forgot about it, because he focused only on raising his own level. Kisaragi notices something strange. As soon as the guy looks at this landscape, anxiety in his eyes instantly dispels. She rotates and, already anticipating the answer, asks if he really alone. Looking at the horse, then I made sure that he had not left alone. The guy noted that despite his own strength, he should not lose caution. The hero felt a new influx of inspiration. Kisaragi assured that he would inevitably rise even higher by professional steps. And even if there is a war, he does not have to meet her alone. Kokuyo will remain next to him. The horse, for the 3rd time, bit the owner again. Kisaragi glanced at his families with a gloomy look and again wiped saliva from the face of the mantle sleeve. Running his hand, he finally decided not to delay any moment. Kisaragi promised that he would inevitably share all the difficulties with Kokuyo. In addition, it turned out that the next after the magician and supreme magician profession is the highest in the branch that the hero now goes. Kusaragi changed his profession again. This time he chose the path of the sage. However, as a result, its level decreased again. Kisaragi recalls that when he became a sage, he felt one significant change. The limits of magic were significantly expanded. In addition, he has another new ability. The ability to combine a spell through a skill called magical combination. The hero suddenly realizes Natalia is undoubtedly not inferior to him in wisdom. Despite their inconspicuous, worn-out likeness, even in this world, anyone who grows and opens new forces changes dramatically over time. The hero rotates sharply to make sure that everything is fine with the girls. When Toya looks at the girls, he notices that they are sleeping peacefully. He concludes that they are extremely tired and decides not to bother them. Kisaragi understands that now, when he managed to get such a high level, he has the opportunity to use one artifact in the way he had only dreamed of. He removes the ring from his finger, which has multiplied the experience, and suddenly realizes that from now on, the effect of this decoration is inaccessible to him, because the artifact acts only on the main branch of the profession. The one lifts the ring to the face, considering it with mixed feelings. It is not a reason to give it a possible unjust advantage. The hero is barely noticeable of this thought, and suddenly a few drops of rain fall on his head unexpectedly. The hero is aware that with the beginning of the rain, he will have to accelerate much to get home as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Natalia and Ferris are talking about the estate of the One. Natalia is dissatisfied that Kisaragi is delayed again. Sitting on the sofa and carelessly swaying, Natalia sighs again. The hero retains again and has not yet returned home. Hearing such unpleasant words to the owner of the estate where she lives, Ferris notes that Toya does her work honestly. In addition, the girl appeals to Natalia, reminding her that she is already grown up, and it would be worth getting rid of childhood selfishness. Natalia begins to complain about the constant late, but Ferris unceremoniously breaks her compassionate notes. Suddenly, Elf asks with interest, "Is it true that Ferris is already used to the new owner of the estate?" After receiving the answer from the girl, Natalia is wondering if she also mentions their first meeting. Ferris does not respond, and Natalia tells what she was looking for housing in this city. And so someone from the trading guild advised her this mansion. It turned out that the sellers were silenced that this mansion was inhabited by the spirit in order to find the buyer easier. When Natalia first saw the spirit that lived in this house, she was struck so much that even Ferris could not put up with her presence, and the girl no longer imagined a resident of this estate. Ferris and No Idea had to let Natalia into a mansion who had recently acquired. The Elfian was amazed to the depths of the soul. In the end, the scammer who turned this fraudulent scheme was found in the trading guild, and he was immediately kicked out. Then another employee of the guild came to Natalia and apologized to her. In the end, they agreed. Instead of refunding a mansion, Natalia was able to rent her store, and at a significant price. The Elfian notes that he considers the estate with a spirit inside an extremely exciting phenomenon. Ferris listens to her indifferently without showing any interest. Natalia bites a piece of donut and then turns to Ferris. She lifts the donut so that the hole in it is right in front of the girl's face. Her features are clearly visible through this sweet frame. Elf holds the look on the girl and is interested in what Tai looks in her eyes. The little one, without hesitation, replies, "It is Toy, a real one." Hearing some noise outside the window, both girls look back there. Natalia first dares to break silence and reports that it is pouring out of a bucket outside. She again expresses anxiety. Where did Kisaragi go? Meanwhile, the hero leads the crew with a blurred rein, which has become a real off-road. He turns to Kokui and orders the horse to rush. The animal obediently accelerates running, and suddenly, Kisaragi notices something unusual ahead. At this point, Charlotte and Arthuria finally open their eyes. Sleepy and confused, they are not yet fully aware of what is happening around. Suddenly, Arthuria looks out the carriage window and poses the hero questions, and Charlotte, meanwhile, adjusts the hairstyle. The horror and anger of Arthuria. Her look stops on 6 unknown in intricate cloaks, which are facing face, hidden under the hoods. One of the men in the mantle notes that the decision to put the guard on the road was absolutely correct. The other adds that they themselves intended to cross the border. Arthuria suddenly realizes that people in cloaks were waiting for them. Charlotte, shudering with horror, does not believe. Did these strangers follow them from the beginning? Meanwhile, Kisaragi, confused and upset, is in vain to understand who these mysterious figures are. Arthuria leaves the carriage and apologizes to the hero for drawing him into her difficulties. She decides to finally tell who are the people around them. As it turned out, The carriage was surrounded by knights from the kingdom of Henriette. Most of them have already removed the hood from their steel helmets and exposed swords, ready for battle. One of the knights mockingly mocking the girls, not believing that they will be able to slip away from the elite detachment of the royal guard. At this point, Kisaragi exhales, trying to calm down. He asks again whether the knights who circulate around him are the kingdom of Henriette. The thunderstorm suddenly joins the roar of thunder, and bright lightning flashes. Ferris looks out the window worriedly, waiting for the hope of finally back home. Removing the sword from the vagina, she notes that those who have now surrounded them once deprived the lives of her comrades. Three, also not too light memories of the inhabitants of the kingdom of Henriette. Arthuria confidently states that she will handle the kingdom of Henrietta. She is ready to fight at any moment. One of the knights contemptuously calls the girl a vicious beast, squeezes his sword more firmly, and rushing from the place, rushes to her, preparing to strike. The girl skillfully reflects the knight's blow, jumping it by surprise. The knight, without going to retreat, is preparing to continue the fight. In the midst of the clash, Arthuria has time to call Kisaragi, so that she immediately runs to the city and does not look back. The girl also appeals to Thua to take Charlotte with her to the city, because Arthuria cannot allow her to die here. Arthuria is always in the forest, in all circumstances. The knights of the kingdom of Henrietta, having heard the conversation of the girls, claim that any resistance is in vain. They run rapidly to the one who controls a mechanical horse, and strictly warn that no one can escape. They will not allow it. Without hesitation for a moment, the hero jumps out of the driver's seat and a vigorous gesture waves his hand. Immediately after the action of Kisaragi, with a rattles on the ground, a helmet falls on the ground. A warrior of a warrior from the kingdom of Henrietta is cut inside him. The huge sword suddenly materializes in the hand of the guy, and at the same moment the headless body of a soldier with a deaf roar settles on the ground. Other night guests, undoubtedly not hoping that Tuya will be able to repel them, solidify in a real surprise. The guy confesses that he does not know why these girls became the object of persecution. The hero warns that if the knights do not retreat immediately, they have serious consequences. Saying this, Tai holds the sword right near the head of one of the knights. Suddenly, a man, at whose head Kisaragi holds the tip of the ball, turns to the hero and is interested. Is he sure of his own forces? The Seamless Knight adds that their detachment cannot allow the failure of this mission in any circumstances. Arthuria angrily exclaims to Kisaragi, warning that before them, the cream of the elite of the kingdom of Henrietta. She hints that you should be extremely careful. The man who was under the blade of the sword of the One suddenly squeezes his arms with force. Pushing the heroic blade with his hand, he tries to counter. At the same time, the cold voice of Arthuria is heard. Even if someone from the detachment will die, they will not retreat. Kisaragi skillfully evades the ball directed by the leader of the kingdom of Henrietta. It is noticeable that this unexpected blow has caught the hero by surprise. Toya looks at a man without a helmet, suddenly realizing how skillfully he possesses the art of the sword. Gaizaridi realizes that the current attackers are strikingly different from those with whom he has encountered in Dumbledore. Toya realizes that he should at least a little restrain during this battle. This will be his last mistake. The hero believes that he has long realized people are doomed to death. He has already resigned himself to the fact that they are killed by swords or burned by magic. While Toya is thinking about it, his blade is again rubbed to shine. I sincerely seek to fight with the hero, but Toya sharply blocks his path, extending his hand forward. At this time, one of the soldiers who was without a helmet draws that the boy's horse is not ordinary. It is a battle stallion. He confidently approaches Kisaragi and assures that his detachment will certainly catch this horse, after which he will personally transfer the animal to the possession of the kingdom of Henriette. Kisaragi is in no hurry to rush to the captain of the detachment. Slowly, with anger on the face, he scropses in his head the memories of how the kingdom of Henrietta caused him into this world. Toya understands, never to delay. He has long accepted the bitter truth. He will have to take on someone else's lives. Kisaragi felt it a moment when he first in the new world got to weapons. The young man is determined. Toya cleverly evades the attack of the team leader and instantly strikes him with a sword. At that moment, the hero's thought is that he always knew that sooner or later he would have to kill someone. Toya realizes, it is better to be the one who strikes than becoming a victim. Charlotte is observed on the side of all this with anxiety. Kisaragi's blow accurately involves the boy in the stomach, and he drops on his knees. Shocked, the man realizes that he incredibly underestimated the young man, but already too late to regret it. The acute pain that pierces his whole body makes him cone in half, and now life has finally left his body. Other knights are stunned. They have a regular guy in their eyes, just shortened their commander's age. Meanwhile, Kisaragi looks calmly at the overthrown enemy, but quickly rejects philosophical reflections. Now is not the time for self-eating. He turns away, not allowing doubt to take possession of it. Without a second, Kisaragi breaks out of place, activates the intensifying ability, and rushes to the rest of the knights of the kingdom of Henrietta. The warriors are straying. Suddenly, the white sphere flashes around the hero, and he lightly slips past two knights, ruthlessly destroying them in place. Other hard shock. What is happening? Just does not fit them in their heads. The hero moves at incredible speed. Kisaragi is lightning between the knights, ruthlessly destroying them one by one. It seemed that the blood of the dead soldiers dissolved in the flow of rain. Finally, Tuya causes the last blow. The last of the soldiers of the detachment sent to the kingdom of Henriette falls nearby. Suddenly the hero stops sharply. The bodies of numerous soldiers, whom he had just struck, are scattered around him. His face is full of fierce, and in his eyes, icy seriousness. Kisaragi is ordered not to move. A knight who grabbed Arthritia keeps her sword near her throat, clearly making it clear that it is only necessary to go, and the girl is pain. Arthuria froze with fear without dare to move. Two surviving knights with rage throw ominous views on that. Having jumped the carriage side, Charlotte rushes forward, a full desire to save a girlfriend. Meanwhile, one of the knights holding Arthritia turns to Kisaragi. In his voice, he vibrates frankly hostile. Who is this guy? He further turns to the hero, noting that, unlike the foolish guy whom that just killed, the knight himself is not so simple. He then offers Kisaragi an agreement. Hearing that the knight is saying the hero, Arthuria exclaims loudly so that he does not in any way get into a conversation with these people. To force the girl to silence, the knight holding her in captivity with his partner pierces her shoulder with a sword. She cried out loudly. Watching this, Charlotte does not stand. She explodes with cry and tears, trying to force the knights to stop mockery from her girlfriend. The knight, holding Armoria for the hair, turns to Kisaragi. If the hero allows them to escape, he will release the girl. Looking at Tuya, the knight sharply orders him to throw a sword. Without hesitation, the hero confidently takes the sword into his hands and slowly turns him. You can see how reflections go after his look. He considers his further step. The sword still pierces the shoulder of Arthuria, and it shooks loudly with pain. The hero, hearing her cry, hurriedly pulls his weapon. He wakes his hand carelessly, and his sword can easily be behind his back. Arthuria, witnessing your actions, exclaims his name and begins to tremble. One of the knights, holding the girl in captivity, laughs at the one and states that she is about to use it as weapons. He cynically adds that the hero should thank him, because he deprived the warriors of unnecessary hassle. One of the knights firmly squeezes the sword's arms with both hands and rushes rapidly on that, intending to attack the guy. With a threat in his voice he throws, "Let the hero not dare to laugh at him, because without a sword, he is worthless." Suddenly, Kisaragi raises his hand easily, an almost invisible weapon's flying with a whistle on the knight, but he quickly evades. It turns out that Kisaragi uses an air blade to keep up with the battle with Henry knights belonging to the kingdom detachment. Meanwhile, another knight constantly causes new wounds to Arthrician's shoulder. Kisaragi in horror realizes that the guy has offensive magic. In response, Toya just smiles and notes that his appearance is misleading. In fact, he is not young as it seems. While the hero is distracting both knights with his combat spell, Arthurians rapidly grabs the sword that lay nearby and sneaks from the back to one of the opponents. Choosing loudly, she rapidly drives the sword into the chest of the knight, jumping it suddenly and trying to immerse the blade as deeply as possible. The knight breaks a spooky pain, and she falls with powerless shadow to the girl's feet. Arthuria, staggered with horror, cannot turn a breath. The girl with relief says that with the knights is finally over. It is overwhelmed by both fear and joy at the same time. At this point, the excited Charlotte rapidly runs to his girlfriend, pleasing her name and trying to get to her as soon as possible. Seeing the wound on the shoulders of Arthria, Charlotte asks Horror whether everything is fine with his girlfriend. But she just smiles and assures that it is only a slight scratch for her. Suddenly, Arthuria grabs over his shoulder. Acute pain pierces him, and she exclaims through tears. Charlotte, also crying, asks her girlfriend to apologize, begging for her to forgive her all that happened because of their fault. Justified. She is trying to make a dressing of improvised materials for Arthuria. While Toya is enthusiastically exploring the past night attacks, Charlotte carefully tied his girlfriend's shoulder wound. Suddenly, he brings out from the reflection of Charlotte sobbing. Through tears, she apologizes for drawing the boy into their troubles. Obviously, both girls torment the feeling of guilt for what happened. Kisaragi once again remembers all nights when he deprived the knights of life on the orders of Henry in the kingdom. He suddenly falls. The rain that began halfway is still pouring constantly. Thuja thinks why he was called into this world. He compares his adventures with the scenario of a light novel. Usually when someone is called to another reality, a divine figure will certainly appear on the hero's way to become a mentor. However, in the case of Kisaragi, nothing like this happened. Finally, the hero comes to his senses and goes away from the soulless bodies. Walking past Kokui, he approaches the girl sitting on the ground. Turning to Arthra, the hero asks if he will allow him to look at the wound left by the knights. Arthrichian applies his hand to the wounded shoulder, activating the skill of absolute healing. A soft white light flashes around her palm. Suddenly Arthuria realizes that the pain has completely disappeared. It is difficult for her to believe it. Even a moment ago she suffered, and now nothing reminds of past torment. Charlotte shines with joy. Her girlfriend is finally good, and nothing is shaking her movements. Kisargi asks Arthuria if she is able to cope on her own, to which the girl confidently answers that it is not a problem for her. The hero turns to the girls and emphasizes that it is absolutely impossible to leave these bodies just in the forest. Kisaragi appeals to Arthur and Charlotte to help him again, but both girls unanimously say that they will certainly support the one. Arthur, Yuria, and Charlotte soon return to the carriage, and Kisaragi occupies Kucher. The hero looks to the sky and, having evaluated the clouds, concludes that the rain will soon subside. With these words, he turns to the girls and tells them about his observations. It has passed for a while, and the hero looks back to Charlotte and Arthuria to share the joyous news. Their path is almost over. The city is already nearby. Hearing this, the girls shine with happiness and do not hide their impatience. They will finally meet Natalia soon. When they approach the city gate, then he remembered that the gates were closed with the onset of twilight, so he suggested staying for a night near and going on to dawn. Charlotte assures that he understands everything, but cannot conceal his disappointment. Arthuria insists, "You should listen to the words, Thuja." Finally, Hisaragi finds the perfect place for a small camp. He leads the girls there with Kakuyo. Tuya thinks, knowing, cannot allow Arthuria and Charlotte to spend the night, and the cart is too tight to be comfortable there. The hero sighs heavily and admits with annoyance. In this almost hopeless situation, there is only one tried decision. Kisaragi turns to Arthuria and Charlotte, asking them first to give him one promise before giving the girls shelter at night. Toya asks girls not to tell anyone about his ability to use the storage skill. On the faces of the girls, there is a decisive expression, and Arthuria with Charlotte assures that they will inevitably retain the information heard in secret. Kisaragi, satisfied with their support, waves his hand in response. She barely moved lightly. A small tent suddenly grows in front of the girls. The hero asks how they are such a surprise. Arthuria stops in surprise, seeing a true tent in front of him. Kisaragi approaches the temporary storage, pushes some of the tissue and calls for girls to look inside. Diving into the darkness of the tent, the girls are surprised to notice that what came before their eyes is simply not fitted in their heads. Charlotte goes deeper into the tent and notices two cozy sofas, between which there is a small coffee table. There are two comfortable beds in opposite corners. The girl exclaims that she could not imagine how spacious the tent could be. While Arthuria carefully examines the room, Charlotte looks around with a noticeable excitement and asks whether this tent is a magical artifact. Charlotte goes outside and goes to Kisaragi. Turning by name, she asks how it is to have such a tent. Charlotte suddenly stops and apologizes to Toya for the fact that, contrary to his promise, she again covered his questions. In response, Toya assures that all this is for the benefit of the girls. When Arthuria and Charlotte leaves the tent to the night air, Kisaragi with a light wave of the hand creates a real miracle. Just before them, a campfire and a table, filled with kitchen utensils, appears from nothingness. He invites girls to taste his dinner. Toya calls for the element of fire. A spark flashes on his fingers, which instantly occupies a pile of firewood. Kisaragi assures that he has chosen dishes that are cooked fastest and easiest for the trip. In response, Charlotte only smiles, saying, "The main thing is that the food is hot. This is enough." Tolly reports that she has prepared in advance for Arthuria and Charlotte. Hearing this, the girls look at their shabby and contaminated things. Joy covers them. They are pleased to like them. Dressing, the girls, along with Toya, gathered in a tent to dine the whole company. Arthuria, with a light note of nostalgia, asked how many days have passed since they just had dinner without reason, clearly missing the calm and warm moments of the past. After Charlotte's meal, he puts his hands and sincerely thanks God for delicious food. Arthuria repeats these words of gratitude after her. At that moment, Kisaragi is trying hard to express his dissatisfaction with what is happening, but he understands well. Now it is not the best time. Finally, the hero comes out of the tent and tells the girls that they can safely stay here for the night. Charlotte asks in surprise where Tai will spend the night now. The guy replies that although the tent has the protection against monsters, someone should still remain on guard and protect the temporary camp. In fact, Kisaragi's departure is caused by completely different causes. The hero is well aware. He is inconvenient to divide a tent with two strangers he almost knows. As soon as the Thuja departs at a sufficient distance from the tent, Arthuria with Charlotte immediately start a conversation about him. The first is to violate Charlotte's silence. She notes that Thuja is really extremely kind and responsive. Hearing this, Arthuria grasps from bed, full of admiration, and exclaims that the guy is incredibly strong. It is noticeable that the girl is striking to the heart. Arthuria grabs a pillow and admires with delight that he only remembers the Battle of Kisaragi. Even the spirit is intercepting. Sorked with such frankness, Charlotte sincerely confesses that he is counting the days until the moment she can finally get to know Natalia. After that, Charlotte turns a little, playfully twisting a strand of hair on her finger, and confesses that she even runs cold on the skin when she remembers the heroic image of that. Arthuria asks what her girlfriend implies, which he is aware that they say she had nothing special. It is worth noting that Kisaragi also liked Charlotte. At this point, the hero talks to Kokuyo. He confesses a horse that, as predicted, feels extremely exhausted. Toya confesses to himself that he is encouraged to communicate with those two girls, but decides to wait for it. Kisaragi realizes that it is better to rest a little in the open air than then become easy prey for thieves. The hero, with wisdom in his gaze, along with his horse, look at the flames of the fire, which just came to life before them. Kisaragi, without drawing a look from the burning logs, asks his horse if he shares his thoughts, but hears only silence in response. The guy is immersed in reflection and asks himself whether he has crossed the line, after which there is no gate before his former life. Kisaragi thinks about what he could offer others. Looking thoughtfully in the sky, his eyelids weigh, and he gradually begins to dock and sway to the ground. But suddenly the Kokuyo will burst into his head again, without letting the hero fall. Kisaragi, comforting himself next to Kokuyu, which soon stood up after him, calmly sleeps at the fire. The next day, the Trinity finally reached the city of Fandi. Kisaragi asked the girls whether they were ready to plunge into the rhythm of this city, which Charlotte assured Toya may not worry about them. The guard meets the guards near the city gate. He first turns to the one, and then she is wondering where he had this trolley. Kisaragi began to say that on his way back to the city, came in the woods on two girls pursued by robbers. The thieves stole their horse, so the hero could not leave the poor for the same way. He harnessed his own horse and helped the girls get to the city, pulling their cart. Kisaragi mentally remembers how Charlotte and Arthuria instructed the play to mislead the guards, because the girls did not have identification cards. However, the guard with a mockery notes that the story of the girls is completely failed. Despite all the drama of the situation, the man notes that he still needs at least some evidence of the truthfulness of this story, because the verification of facts is an integral part of his work. Through the carriage window, the security guard notices two girls. They tremble with fear, sobbing and hugging each other firmly, wrapping in a joint scarf. Charlotte, with tears in his eyes, tells how the road to the city of bandits took away all the valuable things from them. Emotions overwhelm her, and she can no longer restrain her tears. Suddenly, Charlotte raises his hand and enthusiastically announces that contrary to the attack, it remains alive. The girl confidently states that he is convinced that everything that happened to her is actually hidden luck. Kisaragi recalls how Charlotte assured him that she has viewed many performances, so it can skillfully transform into any role. However, the guy believes that she still overcomes a little. Suddenly the guard turns to Charlotte, and Toya seems that their deception is about to open. After that, the security guard begins to wave the gums from their eyes, and notes that the girls, apparently, had to suffer a lot. Seeing such a reaction, the hero finally understands that his excitement was in vain. Everything goes smoothly. Toya appeals to the guard with a request to pass them to the city. He agrees without hesitation and, smiling, notes that Kisaragi must certainly watch for girls. The first thing of Kisaragi goes to the magical artifacts store. He barely crosses the threshold, as Toya already asks if Natalia was not here. As it turned out, the Elfian is actually in the store. At that moment, she is busy with the fact that she gets books from the upper shelves of the Shatsk. Hardly hearing the voice of a guy who has just entered, she immediately recognizes him. After getting one of the books, Natalia indignantly points out that she has been tired of waiting for a day until she returns her. Immediately afterwards, a girl with an ironic smile asks if he fell in love with her a hero, to which he calmly answers that only he brought to her guests. Natalia looks at the front door and notices two high figures wrapped in warm clothes. The elf tense. Suddenly, two guests begin to approach Natalia, and it seems to her as if it were extremely suspicious, even dangerous people. Meanwhile, the elf is unexpectedly stitched to the ladder from which he removes the books. Natalia does not even a moment to fall. Charlotte, shaking with happiness, already picks her up in his arms and has time to shout, "Anti!" The room has a deaf knock. A few books slipped from the shelves and fell hard to the floor. Hugging Natalia, Charlotte exclaims why the girl calls the Elfian aunt. This moving scene unfolds in the eyes of Arthuria. Not standing more, she removes the hood and opens Natalia her face. Looking closer to the girls, the elf exclaims the names of Arthuria and Charlotte without hiding her astonishment. She just can't believe her own eyes. Kisaragi is concentrated, and with a warm smile watching Natalia shares with the girls as a surprise. They have grown up so much that it is difficult to recognize her in them. Arthuria and Charlotte, wiping tears of joy and smiling, confess that it has passed incredibly a long time since they last met. One of the girls notes that Natalia has not changed since then. The Elfka is interested in response to what the interlocutor meant. A light blush broke out on Natalie's cheeks. She looked away, confessing that she does not hide her astonishment. Is it really Charlotte and Arthuria? The girls smiled at her and said welcome that she was glad to get acquainted with her. The Layer and AR stood next to Natalia. According to their backs, a bookcase with volumes arranged on the shelves stood. Natalia, casting sideways at that, wondered why he was here with his grandfather. He had already answered the Layer. He explained that Toya, a student of Natalie, saved them in the forest. From the words, Natalie was insanely surprised. She turned her gaze on that and, not hiding the curiosity, wondered if he was, sometimes, a student. Toya only lowered his eyes. His cheeks lit up with shame, and he could not answer. In a few moments, Natalie ran up to Toy. She stuck her hands in the sides and laughed loudly without stopping. She then stated that once, Tai, her student, he was, they say, a guy decent. Toya turned away with annoyance and threw that he was now staging Natalie himself. The day dropped on a fairy tale. A brick building has overgrown with green plants. Char and Ar turned to Natalie with interest. They wanted to see with their own eyes what she was capable of. Natalia sat down and shared rumors that came to her about my trip. She learned with relief that our father was still alive. The girls stood side by side, and the Arjar squeezed and trembled with anger. Those looked carefully at the girls and caught their mood. The Layer put her hand on our shoulder, and Ar. She trembled from the rage, squeezing his fist and lifting it up. Natalie concentrated and looked silently in front of her. There was a book on the table, littered with magical symbols, along with written accessories. A little time passed before Natalie broke his silence and called that. Thada came to Natalie. He was frankly impressed when he learned from her that he could hide the girls in his estate. The girls standing nearby were also surprised at no less than such an unexpected offer. Sharp hesitantly put her hand on her chest and quietly confessed that she did not want to burden her appearance. The window was opened on the ground floor of the house. Natalie, meanwhile, added that girls are still looking, so they will be very likely to find them. Natalie stopped before that, emphasizing that these girls are a noble kind and need protection. She suggested that a little better weigh her answer and think again, whether you should hide them at least for a while. Toya blushed and hesitantly tried to deny. However, before that, he understood. No matter how much he looked at this situation, in any case there would be difficulties. Natalia closed her eyes and tilted her head, confessing that she really asked her to meet her. Toya looked at Natalia with surprise, hesitating whether she really gave him her respect with such a gesture. The boys were still in the room. Toya replied that he was quite liked. But how will Ferris come to this? Natalie assured, there is nothing to worry about. If the spirit of the house has already accepted the one, now he can bring to the house of anyone. Toya recalled the girl's face and glasses, and Natalia returned him to a vulnerable memory until he signed the contract. His incomprehensible gift really allows you to invite the guests to the house that he wants to see. Sharp, putting her hand on her chest and with a smile on her face, acknowledged that a real house. She assured that she wanted to look at him. Natalie stood next to Shearer and noted that she was feeling a great connection with the spirits. She suggested that Ferris and Shearer would definitely understand and make friends. And Toya, in the meantime, he was worried about the girls. Toya scratched the back of his back and finally agreed to shelter the girls, though only for a while. The girls were amazed and at the same time glad that Toya agreed at least a simple Natalie. We glanced at the girls, and he only smiled in response, thinking that they were clearly hunting for them, so he had no right to refuse them. Two went to the door, but, stopping, looked around and reported that he went to the guild to report on the events. Shaw and AR bowed to him for farewell, and Natalie responded that she would also join. She had to talk to them about something important. Light clouds floated in the sky. The bell tower rose over all the nearby homes. Toya explained to the girls that they could visit him after the bell sounds. The girls were eager to get on this proposal. In one of the rooms of the guild house, which risen on several floors, Toya, Distant, Melia, and Abrand gathered at the table. Abrand asked in Distant whether he could have a farewell meeting. Far, leaning on the wall, calmly agreed with the question of Ebrad. Ebron quietly took the tokens from the table and began to consider them carefully. Returning the tokens on the table, he looked. Just in front of him, people with heavy bags and carts moved the wide streets. Ebrand, sitting opposite the one, expressed his gratitude for his work, and then wondered if there was something else that he would like to tell. Those looked carefully at Abrand and replied that he really had something else he wanted to share. Thuja with a loud sound throws an iron helmet, obtained in a fight with knights during the protection of Shaw and AR, directly on the table. The present in the room were stunned by the look of the helmet. Toya, without rushing his eye, lied that royal detachments in the forest were attacked. After the fight, he took with him the bodies of the dead. Ebron exclaimed in surprise that he did not understand why Henrietta's soldiers were in the forest. Toya stared forward, realizing that it is simply impossible to tell about Lair and R. Everyone in the room was tightly followed the words of the one when he suggested that the soldiers would chase after the enemies that were running out of the battlefield. Far, crossing his arms on his chest, stood next to Melia. The girl noted that she heard a lot of stories about fugitives from the Lunatian Empire. If they dare to cross the border, a serious international scandal may erupt. A soldier helmet fell loudly on the table. The boys thought they were looking for the military in the forest. Ibrahim, having supported his chin with his hands, confidently stated that he understood the whole essence, and now he should report as soon as possible to the head of the guild. Toa looked at the helmet with the guild emblem lying on the table in front of him. He did not leave curiosity. Who is the leader of this guild? At the door to the room was a small table, and a picture hung on the wall. Ebrand ordered a Dilak to carry a proven person to the bodies of the soldiers who won Tai. Dilak without hesitation agreed to execute this order. The boys were already going to leave the room when the Ebrand shouted. He looked around and saw a wooden figure in the hands of Ebrand. Ebrand recalled that Toya forgot to pick up his thing, but Toya just shrugged. She doesn't need it. The boys stood near the wooden structure. Dilak hid his hands in his pockets and noted that their business was standing still until Tuo was nearby. Toa smiled guilty and apologized. Behind them was Melia. Toyai looked away and asked the Daylok to talk about the wielder. The heart, without pulling his hands out of his pockets, answered restrained. This man almost does not show people. In addition, he is the son of the ruler of this city. The boys crossed the threshold and found themselves in the center of a spacious room surrounded by numerous tables. Daylak continued to be shared with his reflections. If he is already taught for the description of this person, then he was clearly not different. But then, he treated the words of the Daylak with distrust. Melia tried to support a Daylok who took something. He regretted that this man always forces others to do his job. In addition, he assigns things that never belong to him. Tuya thought that it was better not to have business with such a man. Melia is indignant that the real head of the guild was Ebrand. The heart, having gained a look at Tuya, confirmed that he and the rest of his comrades considered Ebrand the leader. In response, Tuya wondered if they were frightened by Ibrand with her carved figures. The Delixa spread the fabric on the table, explaining that it was a common whim of electronic brands. As soon as he began to excite the adventure, he invented some weird action to reassure himself. Melia stood next to him and kept the edge of the canvas. Thata responded in surprise to the explanation of the Delix. Della added that, despite all her weirdness, Ibrand remained a person to rely on. At that moment, Ibrand himself stood by the window in his office, holding a cup. The two-story house plunged into a green thicket. Everything around was wrapped in plants. Meanwhile, Natalie, along with the girls, was in the room. She carefully combed Charles's hair, noting that her gorgeous hair got tangled even more than usual. In the hands of Natalia there was a comb with thin bristles, and her words, full of sympathy for a bold garret, forced our faces to gloom. Tears appeared on the face. Natalia gently put her hands on her head, emphasizing that the girls were extremely brave. They have already experienced so much, although they still have some difficulties. Lifting her gaze, Natalia noticed a chandelier with extinct candles on the ceiling. Natalia dressed on that armor. He proudly descended on the bodies of the defeated warriors, lifted his sword above his head, and squeezed the flag in his hands. Natalia's thoughts were the question: is that a hero? The girls settled on the couch and worried about Natalie. They assured her that much could be achieved with such power. However, Natalie retreated sideways, cast her gaze on them, and answered coldly that all this was in vain. Her abilities are not able to break the course of the battle. There was a small bedside table in the room. Natalia continued. No country in the world would come to the aid of the state, which is defeated in the war. You should look for a hero. From these words, the layer clenched his fists from rage. AR cast a look at the layer and suggested that you seek help from the one. The layer did not hide the surprise from this thought. Opposite the girls rested Natalie, skeptically noting that the one is only a regular Stitches. The layer did not agree. Natalie is wrong. Thata is really extraordinary, and also he wants to become his wife. The face of AR. It was blossomed. She immediately covered her cheeks with her palms and exclaimed that the layer should by no means mention her of that moment. Embarrassment and shame covered the girl from head to heels. Natalie, however, moved her gaze from one to the other. It seemed to her that the animal was actually in love. The girls remembered how to use the witchcraft skillfully. The layer noted that he possesses such a magical art that they have never seen before. He was able to combine two different types of magic at the same time. Natalia listened in a whisper, not fully understanding what the layer was talking about. The layer raised her hands and smilingly suggested that she probably had taught that incredible magic to that incredible magic. Natalie, hearing it, laughed loudly, and on the table between them was a cup of fragrant hot tea. Natalie looked closely at the girls and noted that in this case, the two could also be involved in the war. Hearing this, the girls have anxious expressions on their faces. Natalina's words were not joke. Hearing the call, the girls hurried to leave the room. Natalia was thinking about the girls' words. Does Togus really possess first-class magic? Mountains stood outside the city. Their peaks were clearly visible. The layer and army, which went in front, stopped, stunned, looking forward. The boys, meanwhile, stood in front of Togi's home. The girls were delighted with this gorgeous mansion. Tu climbed the stairs quietly, and Natalie caught up with him. The layer confidently stated that Tu is from a noble family. However, he turned sharply and denied that she was wrong. Those, turning away, went to the door and stated that the layer should not say such meaningless things. Now he will introduce everyone. Natalie rushed, indignantly emphasizing that it was her mansion, who just took away. The layer wondered where the spirit of the house went. Toya called Ferris, and she immediately appeared in the room. Shah of Aroma watched her with admiration, unable to believe that it really happens. Toya looked concerned about his hand, then squeezed her into his fist. He was embarrassed with the back of his back and smiling, apologized to Ferris for late. She stood in front of him, watching her every movement. Ferris put her palm on her chest, worried about asking if everything was okay. Seeing the surprise on Ferrison's face, he dropped on one knee, gave her a sincere smile, and thanked her for the care, assuring that everything was fine with him. There was a Chess and R, watching him carefully. The layer and AR were amazed and exclaimed that the house was really able to talk. The layer extended her hand forward, and then she smiled uncertainly. Natalie, crossing her hands on her chest, noted that this world was full of secrets. AR looked at her with surprise. The girls greeted Ferris. Sharson, with a shy smile, noted that two found extremely kindness for them. Paris did not look from the girls. Toya looked at Ferris and asked how she was feeling. However, Ferris was silent and remained stationary without even trying to answer. Ferris burst into tears, reproaching Tu fool. Tu stretched his hand forward, quietly saying her name. The Rob and the Arcs were thrown at each other with surprised glances. They were unpleasantly stunned by Ferris' anger. Natalie replied that Ferris was a real exception, and it was she who envied him through that. Toya turned in confusion, not understanding what Natalie was referring to. Large stairs could rise to the second floor. Natalie began telling the girls what they should do next. The girls noted that the spirit of the house should be honored. Natalie raised her hand and added that the spirit of the house should be kept in order and care for the residents. Ferris hung in the air, restrained in front of the house. Natalie went forward and stated that the estate could confiscate. Toya glanced nervously on Natalia, and then turned away and quickly left the girls. They stunned his views. Going the corridor, then he thought, Ferris always occupied a special place in his heart. Without hesitation, he scored her number, stepping forward. Meanwhile, a horse named Tu was quietly in the outline near the house on the floor. Ferris set her next to him. She was the first to break the silence, confessing that she told the one something unpleasant, and she could not understand why she did so. The horse turned his head to Ferris. Ferris remembered how it was surrounded by people, and for the first time thought, her duties were not limited to cleaning home. Ferris remembered both adults and baby. It seemed to be enough for the role of the observer, but the excitement and doubt in the soul. Paris remembered her first meeting with that. Then she wanted to talk to him crazy. She hesitantly froze in the middle of the room, covered by the fear of taking the first step. But unexpectedly, Toya praised her for the first time. Ferris smiled and confessed. She'd just be next to her, and now she should apologize to him. The horse sat side by side, listening carefully to her words. Toya was on the street and saw a horse, to whom he immediately headed. The horse stood in the middle of the street, then suddenly fell and began to swing on the ground. Ferris appeared behind him. Ferris lowered her head, sincerely apologizing to Toy. In response, Toya also apologized. Meanwhile, the horse had fun rolled around the ground. Ferris was confused, noticing the girls. Toya immediately explained why he decided to hide them at home. The girls looked at Ferris smiling, and she met their gaze. They pleaded guilty and asked themselves to take them. The day stood outside. The layer approached Ferris and suggested becoming friends. Their views met. Both looked at each other in their eyes. Ferris nodded to consent, and the boys immediately exploded with joyful delight. Natalia was quietly gripping to the boys from behind. She happily reported that the boys seemed to be the best, and the wedding will take place in the estate. Toya was angry with Natalia. The boys were passionate about their plans for the future, and in the meantime Natalia was talking to Ferris. Toya decided that girls would be much safer next to Natalie. The coal rolled on the floor, and Natalia, smiling, suggested to celebrate the housewarming. The layer and the AR, also smiling, supported its idea. They suddenly interrupted Natalia's conversation, which they knocked down something from the panther. Toyo had a conversation with Natalie, and clouds were quietly floating over her heads. The horse suddenly approached the back. Thada smiled. The boys quickly found common ground and rejoiced in dating. The mansion was filled with the ringing voices of the girls, passionately discussing each other. At that time, Gildemaster Sinones was in the city, holding a knightly helmet in his hands, and he was enthusiastically discussing the troubles that arose with Mark E. After entering, Ibran never gave the word. Those who have already noted went to the exit. The Ibran sat silently on a chair, immersed in shouts and silence, which were created by Hay and Voy. Carefully pulling himself to his helmet, he slowly put it on, thinking what step to take on. The night came. The girls gathered in the room and discussed their further plans lively. The layer froze by the window, determined to save the empire, investing in it all its strength. A few days passed, and the sun's rays shone on the guild building. The boys decided to go there to decorate girls as new adventures. The stable was Milio, who welcomed Shah and Ara. In response, they smiled warmly and nodded welcome. The mute smiled timidly, then took the pen and went to fill the documents. Toya stood next to her. Further, Dal rose from the table and slowly moved to Toy with a gloomy expression. Stopping nearby, he looked closely at Toy, forcing him to die of fear. Then Dal turned his gaze on the girls, and they became creepy from his expression. Not saying the words, he sharply turned and went away. Toya rushed to stop him, and then looked Dalla for a long time, thinking that after that event he was extremely strange. The boys were on the street near the exquisite house. The girls, meanwhile, shared emotions and impressions of the first meeting with the guild. Shaw remembered how she was in the circle of other adventure seekers, and received an invitation to become members of their team. Those looking at the girls a bit thought what they were beautiful. Meanwhile, the girls could not hide their joy. They were sincerely rejoicing that they finally became adventurers. Shaw lowered her head and said softly that as soon as they learned something about the situation in the country, they would immediately return there with Natalie. Toya watched the girl who stood in front of him. Toya introduced warriors and a hero with blonde hair, emphasizing that he was now clear. But he suddenly warned, "Enemies await them." The girls lowered their eyes, remained silent, not finding words. The window was opened in the room. Natalia looked into an open window, causing candy, and treated them with guys. She wondered at what level the girls had already reached. Toya with the girls stood just in front of the window, on the street. The girls discovered that the AR took 37th place, and the chess rose up to the 5th. Natalie became angry, hearing the answer of the Shah. Having discouraged, Shaw noted that she just wanted to become a real lady. Natalie said that her father's lair never listened to her words, because the lair of the spirit was in the lair. Ferris stopped near Natalie. The lair, putting her hand on her chest, frozen her mouth wide open, and did not look at Natalie. Toy stood near her. She looked carefully at the lair. Toya mentioned the conversation with Melia about the spiritic magic. Then Melia raised her finger, emphasizing her words. Magicians capable of managing spirits are extremely rare. The lair was scattered and confessed that she obeyed only the weak spirits. Melia, leaning on the table, gently supported the girl, cheering her not to give up. He watched the lair enthusiastically, wondering. He never met such work in the game. How wonderful this world is. The bright sun shone high above the earth, filling everything around warmth and light. Toya noted that if the lair fails to take advantage of his abilities during the battle, he will have to look for another way out. The lair was embarrassed and clenched. Sharp put her hand on her heart, trying to say something, but she was interrupted by AR. But she suggested that Tai would take up the training of Sharp. Puzzled, Sharp turned his gaze to AR. Raising her hand, AR confidently stated that she was ready for everything for the sake of Sharp's safety. Sharp frozen at these words and looked at her silently. Hearing the words of ours, Natalie seemed to be a joy. Happiness blossomed on her face. AR realized that Toya had already learned everything he needed from Natalie. Meanwhile, the lair plunged into memories. She remembered how she left the castle and said goodbye to her parents. She scattered and, without holding back emotions, exclaimed that she also wanted to be useful for everyone. Shaw and R looked at, in their eyes, a warm laughter flashed. And Natalie, looking out the window on the one, suggested that he start a girls' workout on her own. Natalia remembered how she once taught her students. Having spread her hands and sides, she said that they did not drew. Toya realized that he could not leave the girls themselves. When they heard that they could go to the forest with him, their faces shone with joy. Natalia leaned her hands on the windowsill and, smiling, listened to the boys' conversation with interest. The boys went to the bazaar. Toya greeted a girl, a man and an elderly woman. A cat was passing in the market, passing by. The boys filled the whole bag with a provision. Toya carried a bag, a charm, a basket, and AR headed with a backpack. The boys were quietly overlooked by the words that Tai was popular with locals, although in fact he simply helped them with shopping. The boys passed by a shop, the showcase of which was fluttering with colorful jewelry. The lair, not resisting the curiosity, rushed to see it closer. Toya with R talked about the lair, noting how happy it looks. It turns out that in her home country she is unable to just walk the streets. Meanwhile, the lair sat sideways and enthusiastically looked at the holiday jewelry. Hearing the boys' conversation, the Shah was concerned about their gaze. The boys were at home and Tai offered girls with weapons and armor. Trying all this, the girls stood in front of that, slightly awkward. The girls considered things carefully. Each item had its own unique property. For Shah, these artifacts strengthened magic and reduced its cost. And our things were distinguished by great protection. Sayulat glanced at the girls and thought that with such equipment they did not threaten anything. Once in front of that, the girls listened closely to how he explained. In a while, this equipment would be returned. The toilet has created 2 rings on the table with a light hand. Each of them gave hundreds of points of experience. The girls looked at the rings carefully. He had 2 more fake wedding rings. but he decided to hold them. There was a bed in the middle of the room. The girls cheerfully came to that and enthusiastically asked if he really wanted to give riots to both. Such a reaction surprised and scared something. Air and the chess stood on the balcony. The night was already falling outside. The girls looked at the rings carefully, discussing with each other whether they did not tell them at the same time. In this world, giving someone a ring means to make an offer of hands and hearts. AR and the layer stood opposite each other, discussing. Toya weighed everything, and his intentions are undoubtedly serious. In the eyes of AR, a heart was burning, and without holding back the grip, she exclaimed that she was ready to become the wife of the one. The layer was discontinuing and blushing. She admitted that if not her family. The girls came to the balcony fence and tanged their hands. Then, looking at, they decided that time to think seriously about workout. The events moved to the very heart of the northern forest. Toya closed his eyes and noted. As soon as they noticed the monster, it is worth calculating the total amount of experience. Meanwhile, the girls rushed to the whole flock of boars. The girls dropped on their knees, suffocated and exhausted, trying to restore their breath. At that moment, Toya appeared behind and announced that it was possible to increase the level only hard work. Behind that, Toya tried to cheer the girls. The time passed, and soon the night dropped on the ground. The girls sat on the ground. Then Toya suggested to complete the workout. Hearing this, they climbed and approached it. Tu warned the girls that they would not be surprised by his actions. The house, illuminated by the stars, suddenly flashed before him. The guild building grows right in front of the boys. The girls are stunning without believing their eyes. The horse approached the door and, cleverly taking them with his teeth, opened. The girls entered the home and sincerely thanked the horse. Thuja concentrated the house, realizing that he first received shelter of the guild from his hiding place. Together with the girls, they agreed to keep the existence of this house in strict mystery. The exhausted girls supported that, without even denying. The one, noticeably cheerful, said goodbye to the girls. The layer looked at the ring carefully and pressed the palm of the palm. Over the next 2 weeks, the girls honed their skills in the forest, competing and constantly increasing their level. After that, Toya, along with the girls, went to the cave to end the spruce once and for all. AR Streamhead rushed against the orca. During a fierce battle, she pulled out his hand. The final stroke struck a chess, skillfully using her magic. Shah remembered how they and Ferris carried the dishes together. They thought where the layer could draw forces for magic. Ferris stepped forward, being in front of the shaft. Having collected all her courage, the layer began the spell. She concentrated forces, said the spell, and directed her magic simply to the orca. The magic was unmistakably hit the target. Shah smiled, imagining how he once mastered the power of the Supreme Spirit. Teus was nearby and did not restrain the passionate words to her address. The layer raised the hand with the ring, and the light glow gradually penetrated into the cave. The layer touched the breast slightly and shyly confessed that thanks to love in her life finally began to get better. Toya stood silently as long as the Ariri came to the layer. Looking closely at the girl then, he wondered what the layer was in mind, talking about love. The girl stopped before that, and he confirmed that the rings are truly charming. The layer was discouraged and flooded with a blush. Her forehead was then. She returned to the AR and wondered if she was just a joke. AR answered in the affirmative. Toya enthusiastically listened to the girl's conversation about the evidence of the triumph of the monster. A horse was dormant near the cave. In a few days, the boys were in the city of Fandi. In the meantime, the girls were walking through the streets, discussing the adventure in the cave. The fraud carried a basket with a provision, and AR intained a considerable package. AR, she was looking forward. I am convinced that it is thanks to her father's enemies that she grows up every day. The layer lifted the finger up and noted that the power of their spirit lies in love. Hearing this, AR surprised his eyes in surprise. Such words from the layer were a surprise for him. Meanwhile, a troubled host came out of the window of one of the houses. Hearing this, the girls laughed fun. The Soap and Dal came to meet the girls. The Soap was greeted together, and Dal, approaching closer, looked carefully. Dal was awakened by his cheek, as he was ashamed so that his face became red, and yet he dared to ask the girl to meet that guy. And in a moment he turned sharply and hurried to go away. Milka hurried behind the gift and said with a smile that she was genuinely rejoiced. Finally, Toya found true like-minded people. Milk waved her hand, and the doe cast a distrustful look at her. The girls escorted the boys with warm smiles. There were many 3-story buildings in the city. The layer thought. The street was hominal and raging, wrapping everything around with a gamor, and suddenly, A wonderful flag appeared above all. Meanwhile, Toya was in the Ebrand's office. Ebrand asked him with interest about new partners. On the shelf in the office stood bizarre statuettes. The Ebrant, with a noticeable anxiety, reported that a royal ambassador had arrived in the city today to pick up the king's daughter. After these words, Tai embraced true horror. A vase with flowers flashed on the chest of drawers. Ebrand insisted that he's seeking to do all the things peacefully. Toya froze in place, mentally noting, that is why they meet with royal warriors. Toya stated that he was not going to sell it. But what is waiting for him now? Ebrand crossed his arms on his chest and was cold that all the city's adventures would be considered as his enemy. Toya looked at the Ebrand, not believing heard. The events unfold in the luxurious estate of the ruler of the city of Ferdi. In one of the spacious halls, men gathered. The lord of the city of Galan was outraged loudly. The guests have already crossed the border. Then what are they forced to answer? The room contained Ebrand and Sinanz. The man in the wig gently wiped his face with a handkerchief and noted that Gilan should not pretend to be fearless before Royal Henrietta. Gilan stood up and strongly denied, saying that that man was wrong. In response, the stranger only applauded. Men began to discuss that the daughter of the Empire Lynette was actually looking for. Hearing this, Ebrand was noticeably scared. The room stood a round table and a chest of drawers, which stood the exquisitely decorated vases. The man in the wig reached forward and reported that they urgently needed help in search of a princess. Sinanz leaned to Ebrand and whispered to him in his ear. At this point, Ebrand's thought flowed to that. Ebrand began to claim that the imperial city had already been seized. The man looked at him. The man in the wig with trembling hands, unfolding the map of the lands, uncertainly informed that the Lunette Empire unites 4 races, and their troops had already captivated the emperor. The man imagined the armed soldiers of different nationalities who, apparently, were a lot to cope with elves and animals. In his imagination, the man saw a majestic building, and inside it, a cave where the crushed and laid emperor sat in solitude. It has passed for a while, and Tai resolutely appeared in the Ebrand office. He exploded with a cry, insisting that it is impossible to pass the shark to enemies. Ebrand crossed his arms on his chest, and warned that Toy should think about what consequences his actions would have in the future. Toya mentally saw the smiling face of the lair. He stood in front of the Ebrand, who insisted, because of the special weight, the layers should be transferred, and did not understand why Tai was so taking care of those girls. In the shade behind the back of the Ebrand, severe figures were frozen. The window was near the door. Yu squeezed a fist and confessed to Ebrand with a serious look, which has his own reasons to protect the girls, and for that is ready for everything. Ebrand raised his eyebrows in surprise, hearing the words of the one, and then he added that the ambassador would stay in the city for 3 more days. After that, he will be handed over to the Empress. Those looked at the Ebrand in surprise, finally realizing he seeks to help him. Toya asked why Ebrand decided to come to the rescue. Ebrand raised his hands up and explained that he was afraid of the consequences that Tai could lead to. Ibrahim opened the window and addressed the assurance that he values him, urging him to choose his own path. He looked carefully and seriously at Ibrahim. Ebrand hugged his figures, convincingly stating that he had no intention to give them to them. This reaction was quite surprised. In the middle of a large hall under the ceiling hung a lamp. Toya was descending the stairs, thinking thoughtfully, the words of the Ebrand. Suddenly, he heard that someone was calling him. It was Lumumins who congratulated the one. But he did not recognize her immediately. At first, his memory threw only the image of her outfit from that first meeting. Lumina kept her sword in her hands and explained that she wore this dress in order not to attract excessive attention. She showed the sword to the sword and reported that she had come to pick it up after the repair. Tuya glanced at his sword, and when Lumin wondered why he looked so carefully at her during the trip, he blushed from embarrassment. She carefully examined the blade and said that this sword had no name. He was passed on to her family from generation to generation. Meanwhile, a crowd of interesting was increasingly accumulating around the guys. You recall the skill of the Luminant with the sword in the very swing of the battle. Lumina leaped her hands in the sides and joked that Tai could stop pouring her compliments. A bulletin board hung on the wall. Lumina negligently threw her sword on her shoulder and confessed that this blade was her unrequited love. Those only confusedly turned his gaze, not understanding what it was talking about. She lowered the sword and, contacting them, reported that the rest of the boys would soon get this title. Thuja bowed his head, thinking about shining words. The sky was frowned, and heavy clouds were hung over the city. Natalie was sitting at the table and asked in a layer whether people from the kingdom came to the city. The layer responded approvingly. Natalie introduced the messenger sitting on a horse and asked in a layer of her thought of him. Natalie soap table, reflecting on whether to ask that to put her company on the way to her parents. She got up, was already going to speak, but the layer did not interrupt her. It seems that the girl noticed something thanks to the skills acquired in training. Natalie and a layer, side by side, stood on the same line. The layer confessed that the boundaries of the force of that unknown to her. Their hope depended on its power. In the room, nearby, a chest of drawers, filled with different things. Shah remembered the home with warmth and said with determination that she had to do everything to save the country. Natalie, meanwhile, wondered what the price would be like that the chest would offer. Lowering her head, the Shah suddenly smiled and stated that she would become a gift for the one. Natalie sighed, put her hand on her shoulder, and with a barely noticeable smile said, "Toya will never be interested in such a child as you." Natalie kicked her back, saying that she was ready to lure that. The face of the layer was sharply distorted by the emotions, so Natalie wondered what was the matter. On the table, meanwhile, there were magical attributes. Natalie jumped and reached for the closet. Having pulled the bottle, she said with a wicked smile, "This drink will make anyone feel in love with you." The layer was surprised by its own curiosity about the origin of this liquid. And Natalie suddenly remembered herself in a strange suit and decided that it is better to erase those memories from memory. She watched Natalie with enthusiasm when she boasted that she was able to create different magical miracles. Holding a bottle in her hands, Natalie seriously warned, "If the layer actually wants to win the heart of the one, she will have to forget about her royal origin." Hearing this, the layer was concerned. She reached for the bottle, confessing that it would not be easy for her to make a choice. But suddenly she froze and sharply pulled her hand. Shah solemnly assured that she would sincerely and frankly talk to that. Natalie stood in the middle of a room surrounded by books and drawings. She put a bottle on the table and noted that it was necessary to clean before the arrival of the AR, and the layer should join it and help. The layer of grid, with Ari in her hands, stepped to the house, carrying a package in her hands. AR entered the room, carefully laying things around it. She apologized for late, although there was no one else in the room. Then the AR paid attention to the bottles. On the street it was already dark. Tu walked slowly, without paying attention to the exclamations with his name. Walking through the street, he thought that he should act carefully so that no one is harmful. Toya mentioned Ferris, and felt that he would lower his loneliness when he would disappear. Turning into these thoughts, he suddenly found himself at home, where Ferris was already met. Toya wondered what his next step would be like. The girls left the room, trying to talk to that. He also intended to share the news with them. At this point, Natalie suggested discussing everything for dinner. She stood in a robe and felt hungry. Toya agreed, noting that Natalie was right. The boys went to the kitchen and took up cooking, cutting the vegetables. Those thought that at such a speed he would soon be able to prepare a dish that is quite similar to that he used to in his world. Natalia ran near that. In his hands there was food like a part of the game in which they were enthusiastically involved. Everyone took place. Natalie couldn't hold back smiles, because she was in front of her favorite dish. Natalie and Toya had a hot controversy, and Natalie immediately fated a piece of meat. Toya, standing behind her, remembered how last time he jokingly put in the meat. The boys took up dinner, and Thoy, taking a sip of a glass, immediately noted the wonderful taste of the drink. AR raised a bottle of drink to the face, showing it to all, and confessed that she found this bottle in Natalia. The girl's father's face was a deep blush. Toya felt something strange with him. Then all the girls suddenly jumped and rushed to him. With the first rays of the sun, the room was filled with soft light in the morning. Toya slowly opened his eyes, feeling his palm squeezing a ball. With his hand carefully, he got up and thoughtfully looked at his fingers. Toya looked around and noticed a group of girls in his own bed. The sight so scared him that his heart almost jumped out of his chest. Subsequently, the girl dressed and started talking about the evening when everything happened. They asked them to forgive them, accusing them of only themselves. Natalie grabbed her hair, exclaiming that this drink had to act only on men, but for some reason, he took them. Suddenly, Ferris appeared behind that, scaring him. Toa explained that the day before he wanted to discuss it with the girls, because they were very insisting that he was near them. Hearing these words, Ferris was upset. Meanwhile, the walls of the room were decorated with colorful paintings. The porch was introduced by calling their true names. The one looked at them and immediately understood everything without words. The layer added quietly that she could not pay with him, but as soon as she returned to his country, immediately pay off the debt. Toya mentioned the princess and the castle and promised to try to trust the charm. From his words, Charu has been genuine pleasure. Toya stood in front of the girls and strongly stated that the guild demands to speak a real storm against the enemy. Ferris listened to the boys' conversation with anxiety. Toya insisted that she was going to accompany the girls to their kingdom. The main thing is to be near Ferris and his horse. According to Ferris, Natalie suggested that if Toya wants to stay with her friends, why not just invite them with her? This unexpected idea of Natalie stunned that. She did not expect such words at all. She confidently stated that we need to have time to gather spirits. The layer remembered how these stones look, and added that there are only 2 of them in the Empire, and they protect them very carefully. She suggested that one of the stones be given as a reward for accompaniment. Toya did not hide astonishment, and Natalie, standing nearby, leisurely caressing sweets. Toya thought about the stone of the spirit. He waved his hand and took out a necklace with a perfume bottle. The girls were quite impressed with this little thing. Natalie chewed candy with disgust. Toya looked at this excessive delicacy, and remembered how in the game it was only a little thing found in a cave. He stretched out Ferris, and she looked closely at him. Ferris suggested that you put on the necklace yourself. He fulfilled her request, and the girl reached out to him. He sincerely hoped that the magic of obesity would happen. Ferris is looking for something with that when the light suddenly breaks between them and the wind rises. The Tun takes the embodiment of obesity in the palm, and Natalie notices with a smile that everything seems to have passed just perfectly. Toya, carefully holding a fragile gluttony desire in the palms, reports that Ferris can return to freedom. And at the same moment, Ferris again appeared before the boys, as if he had not disappeared. Toya is interested in Ferris's well-being, but in response with a smile, he assures that thanks to that and his magic with her, everything is fine. In a moment, Natalie firmly hugs and, picking up her arms, twists her in the air, circling with her around. He thanks her for the help. Ferris looked at the joy of the guys and wondered. She still outlined the one. She decided on a desperate step, gaining weight, and now their lives are forever intertwined. In her dreams, Fairy saw herself along with that in the middle of a flowering field. Ferris, leaning her hands on her chest, thought, she may want too much, and above all, she wants to stay with that forever. The sun's rays gently washed the guy's house. Tai looked carefully at the girls, and confidently stated that they were ready to go to the Lynette Empire. The girls met his gaze with seriousness and determination. Natalie stopped and suddenly talked, noting that Tai is not the person to be underestimated, because she was able to make all 3 girls with her wives. Other girls looked at him in surprise, and Toya himself was in a confusion. In the house of the guys, the boys were vividly discussed which, because the clever trick man managed to get 3 wives. The same could not be tired, what the girls argue about. Natalie crossed her hands on her chest and remembered the events of last night. However, he immediately denied everything. Then, Natalie wandered to him cunningly. Toya recalled Natalie's words and starred, closing himself with an unexpected blush. Ferris stood stationary next to him. On the wall of the room where the boys were, there was a picture that came to the eye. Natalie raced, awkward her fingers on her hair. AR and the chess ran to Natalie and heard her confession. Surrounded by the boys, she flashed with a blush and admits that she had never been in a relationship because of her own appearance. Those was embarrassed with Red and doubted himself in Natalie's words. The boys gathered near the huge stairs and again started talking about yesterday's events. Toya, lifting his finger, began to explain to the girls the subtleties of relationships between adults. The girls listened carefully to him without looking. Thada put her hands on his chest, thinking about Natalie's emotions. Afterwards, he quietly called her to move away. A soft carpet is spread near the stairs. Toya leaned to Natalia and whispers began to share with her adult secrets. Other girls, meanwhile, went away and were talking lively. The girls returned to Natalia, who called them. Natalie blushed and recognized the girls that she had confused everything, and her words were not true. Toya closed her eyes, and behind the girl began a lively dispute. Natalie remembered the moment when the king and her father told her about their relationship. She felt the image and anger on them. Toya shuddered when Natalie suddenly talked about gratitude, and in gratitude, promised to give him a valuable book. Those looked carefully at the book he held in his hands. Toya took a book in his hands and imagined a hero shrouded in shining pads. Toa did not hide joy. The girls stood in front of him. The layer and the AR were closely monitored by Natalie, who looked away and confessed, "To read this book, it does not work." Toya took the book and began to read it, which was not a joke, surprised by Natalie. Toya flipped the pages of a diary written in Japanese. The girls were surprised because they first learned about the existence of such a language. Natalie excitedly exclaimed that Tai was really a real character. Toya shook his head, denying her involvement in the heroes. Natalie watched him closely. Subsequently, he lifted the book and looked into reading again. Thunai swore, remembering the moment of his appearance in this world. His words were quite surprised by the girls. Toya remembered the moment when everyone turned away from him. Squeezing his fist, he firmly said that he was actually a sage called. Natalie remembered a small town that was hiding among the tall trees. She sat next to her grandfather, plunged books about brave characters. Natalie hugged the book. She stopped near the tree and looked at her home, in which she tirelessly plunged into the world of knowledge. She fiercely sought to gain the glory of a true heroine. Natalie took the backpack, said goodbye to her native village, and went on a journey to the surrounding world. Under the thick snowfall, she stepped forward, not noticing the years. The autumn wind tore leaves from the trees and circled them in the air. Natalie shakes her feet and called out loud. Thada looked at her in surprise. Then, with tears in her eyes, she screamed desperately, begging to teach her even greater wisdom. Natalie stopped. She trembled and begged for help. Toya looked intently at her, and then gently put his palm on her head. He sat down and looked at Natalia closely. Her face was in tears. While they were slowly drinking tea, Toya began to tell her about the unusual system of changing the professions that exists in this world. Natalie shouted loudly that he himself understood everything, and climbed to such a high level. The young man meanwhile sat at the table, discussing with others what work should be chosen, and what peaks each of them has already reached. The girls exchanged glances, and Toya, having discouraged, took her eyes away. The Layer and the EAR were blushed. They were overwhelmed by the joy, because they, for the first time, surpassed Natalie. The Layer reached 74 levels. IAR has already conquered the 76th, and Natalie remained at the 72nd level. When Natalie heard about the level of girls, her face was skewed. She lowered her hands on the table with a loud knock, unable to tread how girls managed to reach such heights in such a short time. The girls demonstrated Natalia rares, who gave them. Suddenly Natalia exploded with anger and attacked the question whether he really made them a proposal. Toya determined everything. The girls looked uncertainly at their rings. Heaven over the house was floating light clouds. The boys were already in the yard at the entrance. They discussed the girlish rings, capable of increasing experience. Natalie, sitting on the stairs, was enthusiastically noted that the country of those was just incredible. Her words were forced to think embarrassedly. Toya settled next to Natalie and looked closely at her. Natalia was annoyed with her foot. She wondered what this gesture means. The boys discussed the possibility of returning to his native world, and Natalie sincerely assured that he would support him in this. Natalie approached the one, reached out to him and said that she was also waiting for his love. The girls standing next to Natalie, as well as Toya himself, were amazed by this unexpected statement. Toya was embarrassed and looked forward. Finally, when he said he had something important to say. But at that moment the silence broke the creaking of the gate, which was heard by all the boys. They turned their views to the gate and noticed Melia, who, ashamed, runs to them. It turns out that the girl brought a letter from Ebron. Toya approached her. Melia showed an image of Breda and reported that Guild was visited today. Friends immediately plunged into discussing their next steps. Melia put her hand on her heart, and listening carefully to the words of his intention to get out of here, smiled gently. She would be lacking in his presence. Meanwhile, Natalie joined the company. Natalia smiled and stated that she was breaking the contract with the Merchant Guild. Toya looked at her stunned, but Natalia only confirmed her decision. She explained that she had already collected things, because they have little time. Natalia smiled and lightly pointed to herself. Toya looked away while the boys were passionate about the books he bought. After completing the conversation, Natalia leaped the sideways. Melia's face was a blush, and she admired that she also wanted to turn to one with one request. He smiled patiently, waiting for it to talk. Melia timidly confessed that she was dreaming of hugging Toy. Bright flowers blossomed near the house. A little time passed, and Melia, full of delight, hugged the muzzle of the horse without hiding her joy. Ferris and Ferris exchanged the eyes, and Amelia, gently stroking the horse, cheerfully reported that she was looking forward to a new meeting. She touched her palm, and smiled so wide that her joy could not be noticed. Melia to go away, but looked at the boys cheerfully and smiling. Ferris stood before that, and then returned to his familiar obese. Toya took a necklace and gained the girls who were already preparing to go. After his eyes, he gently held his palm on the muzzle of the horse. Looking at the house, Tai didn't even think to leave him here. The girls eagerly supported the idea of taking the house with them. Natalia closed her eyes, and the Shah remained near her. Meanwhile, Toya again plunged into the thoughts of the house and those memories that always leave a pleasant echo in her heart. Toya waved his hand, then lifted her up and closed his eyes. Only void remained on the site of the house. The boys froze on the trail, and the girls, struck by the sudden absence of the building, could not believe their eyes. To was surprised to watch the house icon, not believing that the building had really fit in the pantry. In the meantime, the girls rushed to him. Natalie hid her face in her palms, remembering how Toya told her about the scale of this storage. Toy, wipe your face with a handkerchief, thinking that it is still unable to understand local standards. Natalie cast a formidable look at him, and he markedly nickened. Toya crossed the threshold of the gate, where one of the guards was already waiting. They exchanged a few words about future work. The soldier looked carefully at the girls traveling on the crew. Which of them sits inside? He was gently assured. There is no reason to be sad. And Natalia, meanwhile, flavored candy. The toy horse hung a leash on the neck, and the boys have long left behind the city. Natalia wondered at the one if everything was fine. The horse watched Natalia closely. Those replied that everything was well, and then looked forward and slightly smiled noticeably. Toya mentioned city houses and ducks, thanking him sincerely for everything he did. Surprised Herd, Sinan's froze with his mouth open, and the pieces of food fell out of his mouth. The news that Tai left the city with the girls stunned him. The ambassador lifted the glass to the face, then rose from the place and left for the exit. Stan rushed to meet him, trying to stop. The man in the wig was concerned about biting nails, setting up the kind of friendly connections with this city. Sinan, leaning his head low, was quietly discussing with an assistant how to convey this news of the guild. Sonyan remembered the conversation with his father when he handed over the leadership of Guild Abrand. Leaning out of the window, Sonhan urged the ambassador to stop, shouting to him in his voice. Outside the table, the team overturned a few words about further plans, discussing future work. Dao seniorly winked and suggested that Charlemagne at the time. Looking at the sword, Dao added that Lumen would join them in the next trip. Luminous in her soybean armor stood with his sword. Melia was visible on the stairs, and an E-brand near it. The cart, surrounded by the guards, slowly rolled the road. The ambassador was sitting inside, nervously clutching the nails and throwing nervous views on their satellites. They discussed the future expedition to the northern forest, where they planned to track that and its companions. Luminor was riding, and the rest of the adventurers settled on the cart near her. The forest was increasingly plunged into the darkness. In the northern forest stretches a trail leading to a monthly empire. It is extremely dangerous because the insidious monster is chatting along this path. Natalia looked at the boys with sadness and sank tiredly to the ground. Toya was annoyed in an annoyed, without holding back impatience. Natalie smiled and extended her hands forward. Toya had already returned, getting ready to go without Natalie. The rays of the sun were gently pierced through the crowns of trees. The layer squeezed the weapon in her hands and incited Natalie to act faster. Toya layer went forward. AR stayed near Natalie. She closed her eyes and crossed her arms on her chest. The girls made a conversation about how much the layer grew. Next, Natalie and AR, exchanging surprised views, followed the layer and layer. Toya, along with the horse, pulled to the slope and looked down. Among the trees, visible human figures scattered on the ground. The layer approached the same, and with sadness in her voice, that she was sorry for these unhappy adventurers.
There was a skeleton on the ground in a helmet. I looked at him. Was a bee with clothing. He had already deprived someone of his life and realized that he would soon have a painful choice again.
The arrow was already flying right in that, but the coal lowered her lightly and saved the boy. Toya thanked the horse for the salvation, and he spit out the arrow straight to the ground. Toy and a layer covered by anxiety, they looked away. Someone is approached by someone. A messenger appeared on the hill, sitting on a horse near several warriors. He strictly demanded to give him Charlotte. Natalie stopped before that. The ambassador stood below, on the earth. They started discussing the transfer of the princess under the care of the diplomat. At this time, the layer watched the ambassador carefully and seriously. Holding the weapon in her hands, Shaw glanced at the ambassador and suddenly broke into a cry. She is not going to meet with Embassy Henrietta or with any other representative of the kingdom. The ambassador glared from the rage, and in the meantime, the CNN correspondent stopped at him from behind. The layer covered his face with his palm. AR approached her, began to scold the ambassador. Between the layer and AR, the rapid exchange of views flashed. Natalie pulled out a gun and ordered the boys to hide behind her back. Toya tried to reach Natalie, begging for herself and calm down. On the hill near the warriors were the guys from the Pastor fan. They watched the girls with a clogged look without hiding their horror. It was for this reason that Natalie refused Natalia from the ill-advised attack on the envoy. On the outskirts, where Tai gathered with the girls and horse, the forest approached on the one hand, and on the other, they were surrounded by soldiers of messengers and adventurers from the town of Fandi. Natalie, lifting her gaze to the ambassador, discussed the next step. Toya proposed to talk directly to the ambassador. Hearing this, the diplomat was surprised to swing his eyes on the boys. Toya and Natalie were motionless, listening carefully to the words of the ambassador. He stated that Toya was the person who was rumored and noted that he was accompanied by an elf. Subsequently, the ambassador began to humiliate the boys, and then ordered the soldiers to attack them. Sinans looked at all adventurers and ordered them to move forward. Those, obeying the order, at the same time enthusiastically smiled about the legendary power of those. Many soldiers and desperate adventurers rushed to battle. Thuja pulled the sword out of the vagina, preparing for the fight. The ambassador was rigidly ordered to deal with everyone except the princess. The Saine silently stood next to him. Thuja gathered with the spirit, and squeezing the sword's arms, only prayed mentally, so that no one would suffer in this chaos. The adventurers and soldiers were screaming, but he instantly became defense, striking the opponents. Toya did not delay, and already started to injure the soldiers. A wounded soldier suddenly fell next to two adventure seekers, which was scared of them. The girl froze and watched closely at how Toy beats. Thada wounded a soldier in a helmet, and a group of adventurers gathered behind his back. The blade of the sword was stuck just over the head of the agitated adventurer. Natalie stopped her gaze on him and thought that he was mistaken, not dare to attack adventurers. Natalie raised her weapon, and immediately the horse began to lick it suddenly. She reached for the staff, trying to remove him from the saddle of her horse. At this point, Thova thanked the horse for the fact that he did not allow Natalia to join a dangerous fight. Meanwhile, one of the soldiers suddenly fell just in front of other adventurers who froze in place. The ambassador, covered with horror and panic, watched the fierce battle. The adventurers who watched the battle were worried and lost. The ambassador, being in the circle of soldiers and adventurers, went to threats, reproaching them for inaction. Sinan reached out to stop the ambassador, but the soldiers surrounded him and began threatening with weapons. Ambassador hang over the hay, and his threats began to be heard. The adventurers, when they heard these words, instantly shifted their views on the ambassador. He looked at the sword and understood. He had no other way out. Suddenly Illumina appears in front of him. Other adventurers are covered by fear, but it is determined to battle with Togj. Toya and Luminous stood quite close. Luminor, holding a sword, lifted him high. They discussed the results of the battle. You recall Loman's sword confidently in her hand, and touching her family about this weapon. His look became focused and firm. He looked forward, and then clearer his palm, holding his hand. The boys from the Luminous team closely followed her and Tuya, discussing why they generally had to go against Tuya in the duel. They could not understand that. Swiel looked at the Gave and expressed his gratitude for his support. Dal was discouraged and scratched. The forest stretched on hills, densely overgrown with trees and shrubs. Then he directed his gaze forward and confidently stated that he wanted to step the chosen path, and would not harm anyone. Dali looked away and fiercely clasped his teeth. Lumen turned to him and noted that his words were completely inappropriate in this situation. Dali faded, and then blushed, and loudly assured that Lumen was not so clear. Suddenly Lumen snatched the sword. Toya was already alert. He lifted the sword, preparing for a blow. Lumauna rushed forward, causing the attack, but Tai confidently repulsed her dump with her blade. Toya and Lumina came together in a fierce duel. She caught him powerful blows one by one. Tuya confidently repelled, though Lumen's abilities surprised him. Meanwhile, Cher and Ayar were discussing the inconvenience that Tuya's giant sword creates. Tuya lifted his weapon and managed to stop the next attack from Lumen again. Toya confidently put the sword in front of him. His eyes burned from anticipation of the battle. Luminous made a powerful attempt and hang over that, preparing to strike. Lumen was hanging in the air, while the Thuja's sword lay on the ground. The Tau was stunned by the fact that Lumini managed to break through the defense of the Thuja. Toya and Lumen were separated by only a few centimeters. Lumen was surprised to notice how he threw a ball of magic in her hands. Lumen was scared from the one. She sat down and was interested in what he did not use magic against her. Thoy calmly raised his hand and replied that he wanted to make her retreat to get a chance to change their weapons. Tuya began to put his weapon, raised his hand, and announced that he wanted to come up with her in battle, using her best weapon. Lumen sighed and looked at Tuya with a tired look. The Luminar set her hands on her hips and smiled cheerfully. Meanwhile, Thuha began to create a spell. Sinans with his brothers bowed his head down. But when I see him in his hands a sword basser, made of adamantitis, it immediately becomes clear. It is a real killer of dragons. Its blade is able to effortlessly cut the thick scales of the dragon and strike a truly devastating blow. Tuya was in front of Lumen. But she shuddered with surprise and fear, losing her mind why Tuya had not waved her sword. The Lair and the AR were worried, looking at Tui with anxiety. Toya lifted his sword, his hands trembled. Remembering how the monster won repeatedly, he realized that this sword would not be easy to conquer. It would be the wisest now to flee, so he warned others. Luminous focusedly lifted the sword, ready to continue the match. She kept the blade in front of her, full of determination. Sinans could not understand what she seeks to achieve these actions. "Ensus," he ordered, "to deal with Tuya as soon as possible." Luminous smiled, while Thuja met her with a determination. Natalie, squeezing the sword in her hands, rushed on the offensive. Tai looked at the girls and felt the tension slept. It seemed to him that if he had just left the chess and the two, he would have avoided any clashes. But he made the decision for himself a long time ago. Toya wondered. His native world and this new one had already woven so bizarre that he himself did not know where the real house was. One side of consciousness he saw the high-rise buildings, and in the other imagination the mountains, over which dragons fluttered over. Obistai shuddered as if a flamelight had trembled. He thought that he may have to blush with shame for his choice. But this world had already become a home for him. The light swinging my sword, getting ready to strike. The one clenched his blade firmly, imposing a spell on it. Toya waved his sword, and everything was breaking up, flying in different directions. Lumen also found herself in the air. Her sword was cut in half, and her face was hidden behind his disheveled hair. Luma fell to the ground, and her sword with a deft knock fell nearby. Thuya stood nearby, setting his sword away. Behind him were a broken tree and a powerless Luma. A puddle of blood spilled near Lumen. Sinones cast a speedy look at her and feared with fear. Soldiers and adventurers are also frozen. Toya threw his sword on his shoulder, and numerous magical energy tangles began to flicker around him. He angrily stated that he was angry at the edge and would not stop in front of anyone who dared to get hindered. Toya magic scared the policy. He did not look, stubbornly looking forward. From the crowd, a frightened face of Dal appeared. Tears flashed in his eyes. Dal already wanted to rise and shout something, but he said tense and quietly that he just seeking to hear from his father the word of support. Soldiers and adventure seekers, stunned by the power, covered by fear, rushed. Sinans reached forward, calling for adventure seekers to stop. Suddenly, someone grabbed the haystack by the hand. Meanwhile, the lights flashed more and more brightly. Toya looked around and saw Lumen's powerlessness lying on the ground. Shah ran up to her, and there was already a presence of another's power. Tears appeared from the pain in the eyes of the chess. AR. She sat next to Lumen, assuring that she was still alive. Natalie looked at the stick. She noticed what the horse wanted. The girl stated that she was sure that Lumini would not cause. Toy, noticeably excited, cast an alarming look at Natalie. Dal strongly pulled the Sinons behind him. Toya with a smile extinguished the flames that flashed on his palm. He explained that he had to scare everyone so that no one would suffer. AR Natalie, Toya, and the Lair talked about what Toy is doing too much for girls. In response, Toya explained that he had caused too much pain to people in his world, so he decided not to go back there. Toya took the biggest hands, remembered Ferris's face, and said it was to decide who to protect and who to lift weapons against. Natalie clasped the staff in her palms and closed her eyes for a moment. So, looking at that, she said, "His compassion reveals true determination. Now he has left to cure a Lumen." Toy, sweaty and worn, dropped next to Lumen. Ambassador and soldiers froze in place, while Natalie and Shar focused on them. discussing a further plan of action. The layer looked at its palm carefully, focusing on the ring that flashed on the finger. The layer clenched his fist and lifted it up. Then she exclaimed to the whole voice that she would return her country to herself. The ambassador looked down and remembered Natalie, a sorcerer from Lunette. The trees around were plunged into the dance, swaying under the breath of the wind. The ambassador suddenly shouted, ordering the soldiers to deal with everyone around. His angry exclamation was scared by the soldiers themselves. Sharon, without hesitation, lifted the weapon. She and her companions were ready to repel any attack. The soldiers, with a fierce determination, rushed on the offensive on Natalia and Shaw. Natalie's layers began to spell using magical spells to reflect the pressure of the soldiers. Shaw owned the magic of the spirits and called them to defend themselves, and Natalie managed the fiery element. Together, they blamed their hand at soldiers. The ambassador was stunned, seeing Shaw and Natalie, who stood intact among the bodies of fallen soldiers. Natalie was worried about the chess, but she confidently stated that everything was fine with her. The ambassador exclaimed to the soldiers, ordering them not to give up. Inspired by these words, soldiers rushed to the battle. In a moment, they were already standing with R and horses. The wind rose above the forest, and through the thick plexus of the tops of the trees, soft light broke through to the earth.